All right, so today it's time for another endurance recording. This is going to be, just look at the tabs, it's going to be a long video. But I can already tell. But yeah, so today we are going to be talking about apocalypticism and the infiltration, very big risk and still actively happening risk of apocalypticists infiltrating governments, not just the American government, but other governments as well. I already had some conversation about how Islamic apocalypticism was a bedrock of the Iranian regime. So, there's that. But now we get to turn our attention to UFO apocalypticism, Protestant apocalypticism, and Jewish apocalypticism, and how these also are a danger to society. And the reason they're a danger to society is because if you're motivated to progress history to its end, to its purpose, right? Think about the Marxist, the end of history. This is the explicit goal of dispensationalism, of certain Chabad thinkers, of, certain people in UFO religions, let's be fair. Not just this one we're about to hear about today, but other UFO religions as well. And ultimately, this apocalypticism has its root in a disproportionate hatred of the world you actually find yourself living in, and a disproportionate love of some speculative world that you could reside in. This is the exact reason that, again, the Marxist marches forward towards the end of history. There's a disordered hatred of the world that you actually have, and a disordered love of the world you could, in theory, have. And we'll talk about this in, as you can tell, significant detail. But we're going to start with the UFO religion, and then we will move on to dispensationalism, and then we will save the Jewish apocalypticism for the last part of this, because because this is all going to be fairly interesting, and there are certain mistakes I have to correct about apocalypticism in general that I think are kind of important. So without further ado, and I did see Ember Paradox react to this particular video, and she did make an observation about this that I didn't actually make myself. We'll get to there when we get there. But before we continue, I want us to keep in mind three doctrines, right? So these are going to be the things that I've been using to describe Gnosticism as informed by Eric Voegelin's work, and it's also the thing that James Lindsay sometimes goes on a screed about, right? So the three doctrines that define Gnosticism are, first of all, like self-victimization, right? You've been flung into your circumstances by powers or causal forces that are completely indifferent to your well-being, right? Or if not actively malicious. The second one, so that's self-victimization. The second one is anti-realism, that the world that you see around yourself with your sense perceptions is actually fake, and that you can come to an understanding of the true world, even if it's also a material world, the true world beyond your sense perception, through some secret knowledge. And the third one is, so that's anti-realism. And the third one is soteriological, or about how man is saved, either as a collective or as an individual. And that would be an enlightenment soteriology, that there is this enlightened idea that is more real than the reality of your empirical sense perception, that is salvific, that through knowledge of this greater reality, you can either save yourself or save the class, right? So that would be what we're looking for Gnosticism, and I want you to pay attention, especially in the first video, but also for the second and third video that we're going to talk about, and the subsequent videos that, not second or third, we have more than 3 videos, but like for the rest of the videos, we're talking about the tools that the Gnostic wizard uses to cast his spell. And those tools are rhetoric. So this is the manipulation of language, right? These are things that the Marxists pull all the time. Things like equivocation, things like, framing control, things like that, right? Making arbitrary definitions for the moment that don't persist outside of that moment, right? So like the inconsistent use of words for a emotional effect. The second tool is sophistry. So this is the abuse of philosophical tools for manipulation. Think about like debate bro type stuff, right? That's exactly what that is. And then finally, confidence epistemology, saying something with confidence to what would you say, lower someone's defenses. This is where the con man archetype comes in, right? Because many cult leaders are, in fact, and many Gnostics are con men. They are literally, and that word con man is important because it means confidence man. Is a man who sells through confidence, because it turns out the way you present information is also very important to how the information is ultimately received and processed, right? So it's about like what tools, what symbols you use. So that would be like the words and structures and form that you use for the message, the philosophical content and how that's articulated, and then finally the method by which it is presented. All of those come together to create the actual way that Gnosticism casts its spell to convince you of a false reality, and that false reality is actually true to estrange you from your reality. So we're going to start with Tyler Oliveira. This is going to be a little bit of a long video. We're not going to watch every single one of these videos all the way through. I would actually probably die. But, everything here will be linked in the chat. Not the chat, but linked in the comment section. So here we go.
That's me infiltrating Scientology's Church of Spiritual Technology, fortified with spiked fences, infrared cameras, and rumored to be a labor camp holding the leader of Scientology's wife as a prisoner. And I'll also be infiltrating their HQ in Los Angeles.
Oh, why are you flashbanging me? Hold on. Don't shoot me, please.
Clearwater, Florida.
Get out of the mail, you're trespassing. You're gonna regret this. That's a promise. You've allowed yourself to become a mindless robot.
And New York City.
Them what Xenu is? What is that?
Thing on like we believe in aliens and stuff like that.
Is that true?
Why risk the lawsuits, potential jail time, and lifetime harassment from this cult notorious for ruining the life of anyone who speaks out against it for a YouTube video?
So it seems that my avatar is acting up, which is really annoying. But that being said, this particular religion is extremely litigious. This is a group that definitely abides by the punishment. The process is the punishment. The idea that even if you could in theory win, they just have enough money to throw at you that they can bankrupt you, even if they can't necessarily convict you of anything, right? And if that's the case, if you run out of money before you get that, clearance from the court, you're probably going to end up defaulting on judgment anyway, which means that even if you were innocent, you were probably going to be found guilty.
Scientology made them sell the properties just so that our grandkids couldn't see them anymore. And that is why I call Scientology a family-destroying human trafficking cult.
People who were in Scientology should be able to get justice for actual crimes that were committed against them.
Well, because I believe with your help, videos like this can help destroy this human trafficking cult. But how did a cult invented by a mentally ill science fiction author brainwash millions of people into believing an alien overlord named Xenu, brought billions of frozen aliens to Earth in jets, dumped them into volcanoes, and blew them up with hydrogen bombs, leading to all of humanity's problems? And how did a religion so stupid become one of the most feared and powerful cults in America, compromising some of Hollywood's most famous actors?
So what do you say?
Well, I mean, to be fair, they actually are one of the few people who beat the IRS in court. So it's like, again, not exactly someone you want to be picking a fight with, right?
We need to clean this place up, huh? Yeah! Okay. Because we're counting on you.
To LRH. They own that building. They own most of the buildings around here. In fact, Tom Cruise is supposed to have a penthouse up there. Yep. So, they can suck it.
And in great irony, my journey into Scientology began as a result of their own beautiful building in the heart of New York City's Times Square. As I was exposing scammers, I came in to do a free personality test and realized Scientology might be the biggest scam of them all.
I will say, though, that Tyler Oliveira does actually annoy the hell out of me at times, because it's like you would get significantly further in a lot of your investigation if you actually conducted yourself. And I hate to say this because you would get less views if you did so, but if he conducted himself more professionally as an investigator. That being said, you don't necessarily want to actually get far into a cult system because you may think that you are necessarily immune to the tactics of a cult, but as the Messianic Drew found out, he's got multiple videos on an Orthodox Jewish cult. When he infiltrated it, he came very close to just being lost in the cult because of the psychological manipulation they actually... It's not just psychological manipulation, it's not just information manipulation, it's also social manipulation, things like love bombing. Again, manipulating your sense of like gratitude to the people who help you, who are in the cult, right? So there's a whole system of tools that cults use to keep themselves in place and keep their what would you say, their members, as even if they're not believers, lockstep. So
It's crazy out there. It's a zoo out there, man. Right here?
Yeah, I thought that's something we like. So pretty much the way it works.
Sure.
The test starts. The questions start right here. Multiple choice questions, right? 200 questions, right?
Heard.
You see that?
Damn, that's a
They're
lot.
all very simple.
Thanks, man.
This free personality test is the bait they use to get vulnerable people in the door, to diagnose their life's problems, and then sell them a solution.
See, right here, this is 8 minutes long.
All right.
And this is about the guy who developed the subject, named John Hubbard.
Okay.
And he is the founder of the subject.
Am I going to scoot back a little bit?
While my personality test was being scored, I was then exposed to my first Scientology propaganda film, and my journey into their brainwashing funnel had begun.
yeah, cults like communism, they use propaganda all the time. And again, the other two groups that we said we were going to talk about also use very blatant propaganda as well. But we will get to there when we get there. Ember Paradox is correct that she said that these are designed to be unpassable. It's not really possible for you to fail to not need Scientology in one of these tests, right? So obviously, if they think that you're pulling the wool over their eyes, they're just going to tell you to get the hell out of there, right? But if they think that you're any degree of earnest or any degree of gullible, they will tell you that they have the solution to the problems of your life after you give them the tools by which they know how to manipulate you, which is why they have, again, these kinds of metrics and systems, right, to get that information on you in the first place. So, yeah. It's like, this is kind of clever, at least. It's like the whole, like, take this test beforehand so that you can give us the tools by which we know how to communicate best what we're selling to you so that you can come in and, you know, fall into our trap kind of deal.
Communicating what we are trying to do in Scientology to somebody who has no inkling, and one of the most difficult things in the world is to tell somebody who thinks he's a body that he is himself. But they tell one another that man is an animal, and that when he...
You notice that thing? The thing I've been harping about for several episodes? About, like, again, people telling you you're not a body, you're a ghost in the machine? Yeah, again, it turns out that it's an extremely manipulable system, and it's counter to reality. It turns out, again, you are not a spirit in a machine, you are actually the machine itself with a spirit. Because if that's not the case, then I hate to tell you this, but the trans people might actually have a point.
He dies, he is gone.
Or by that, I mean the trans ideologues.
Of course, that's just about as insulting as you can possibly get.
To understand Scientology, we have to first understand its founder, L. Ron Hubbard, a prolific sci-fi writer who made his living with his imagination, writing over 1,000 books in his life, and eventually immersed himself into the occult, psychology, and hypnosis, ultimately concluding that the only way to become rich was to make his own religion. So he began luring the naive, hopeless, and spiritually confused into a multi-level marketing scheme where he promised them spiritual enlightenment behind a paywall that never ended.
That's actually a really good description of what exactly this is. Comparing it to an MLM is actually a really good description. That being said, to his point about the occult, yeah, obviously there's UFO occultism built into the thing, but also just, the original framing that we saw earlier is very indicative of the occult. A spiritual technology. What exactly is that? What exactly is spiritual technology, right? So, Technology is the means by which we manipulate the world around us through our knowledge and use of tools, right? So what knowledge and use of tools are you going to use to manipulate the spiritual reality, right? It kind of sounds like the occult, doesn't it? It almost sounds like it's exactly as advertised. It's because it's exactly what it is. It is just it's a smokescreen, right? They phrase it as a science when, again, this is just objectively an occult, practice.
Life is improved on a gradient. It's improved a little, and then it's improved a little more, and it's improved a little more, and a little more.
He told stories of how 75 million years ago, an evil tyrant collected beings on other planets to be stored in volcanoes on Earth.
Boxed them up in boxes, threw them into space planes.
As this film depicts, the spirits' bodies were destroyed by hydrogen bombs, and today their troubled spirits are attached to human bodies by the thousands. Called body thetans, they cause endless problems. Only Scientology knows how to shake them loose.
You talk to them. And when
So yeah, another tool that cults and Gnostics use is, and again, this goes with the rhetoric and the sophistry, is mystification. It is a form of getting you to believe you understand something while not actually telling you anything about it. This is a big issue with Neoplatonic philosophy, right? Well, it's like, how exactly do we describe the one? Like, well, there's no way to describe the one. The one can only be known by what it is not, right? And at no point do you ever actually come to know what the one is. But at the same time, they make you feel, even though you have no idea what the one is in any meaningful respect, right? They make you come to the conclusion that you actually know more than you did beforehand, even though you actually objectively know less. And this is another example of this, where it's like they are explaining but obfuscating at the same time. Their explanation is an obfuscation. And like that whole thing with the Thetans and like the oppression that the Thetans have, it sounds a lot like demonic activity, because that's exactly what it is. It's just demonic activity, but translated into a UFO religion's language. The whole thing was, again, their spirits were destroyed by the atomic bomb. Well, that doesn't exactly make sense under a traditional metaphysic, because they're not using a traditional metaphysic. In reality, there is no spiritual reality behind this. Everything is reducible to matter in some degree. That's why, for example, nuclear weapons can destroy, again, the spirits of these ancient aliens.
you find out who they are and what they're doing, and what's making them stick around you, then they blow. And so you pay a lot of money. I mean, you have lots of body thetans. This process takes lots of time.
Then I met a subscriber working as a Scientology recruiter.
I'm a big fan of yours.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, I've seen your videos.
Okay. Right on. This guy's done a lot.
He does.
Yeah.
He's done a lot. You almost seem like a match.
Huh?
You almost seem like you guys are matched.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So this is a religion?
Yes. What this is it's based on science, but a lot of it's categorized as a religion because, frankly, we deal with the spirit, and I mean, where else are you going to put spirit in a lot of categories?
You will see this pop up from time to time where people who are working in these occult religions will claim that what they're talking about is actually scientific. I've seen, for example, a number of cases of hermeticists, for example, a very clearly occult practice, and admittedly occult by the hermeticists themselves, who will try to, again, perform a form of mystification by using science to obfuscate what it is they're actually talking about, while at the same time making it feel as if they've explained what it is they're discussing. Oftentimes the way to do this is through things like equivocation, taking two very different ideas and then treating them as if they are actually just rediscoveries of the same concept. But, yeah, this whole idea of like masking yourself behind a science, it kind of makes sense. Again, the whole idea that there's this secret salvific knowledge that is out there for you to discover. That does make it sound like a natural science, which would be like a philosophy, right? So even though it's not a science or a philosophy.
It's basically Scientology's tools for use for handling the problems of life. Like if you look at Buddhism, like you look at, reincarnation, all that stuff, a lot of that research that's what a lot of this is.
I wondered, what would happen if I too became a Scientologist? How much could I learn from the inside?
Yeah, what was your first name again?
Josh.
Josh.
Nice to meet you. Maybe
Easy to remember.
afterwards.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah.
And my personality test results were ready.
So I didn't score within any of the acceptable ideal ranges.
It didn't come that way, no. But take a look at it this way.
Yeah, you should ask yourself the question, how many people actually do? Is there anyone who actually passes this test? Just pointing it out there.
Yeah.
This is just a start.
I'll give you another example of someone you probably know, Grant Cardone.
Yeah.
He's a
He's a
Scientologist.
Florida guy too.
Yeah, a lot of it is taken from L. Ron Hubbard's, administration tech.
But I'm more of a believer in not the supernatural, but there's something bigger than us here. But I don't know if it's like a god-like figure. I'm wondering what it is. You know?
Like there's other people outside of this.
Oh, I definitely believe in aliens. If that's what you're asking. Yeah.
Yeah, not from the.
This is one of those points where I have to point out like an obfuscation tactic. Whether or not aliens actually, as in like embodied entities that live off the earth, even intelligent embodied entities, is completely superfluous to any kind of religious implication. There's literally no religious implication for any of the religions that, aliens exist. That's like, is God not allowed to make other things other than human beings? Like, obviously, if he so wills, that is a thing he is allowed to do, and it is presumptuous of man to limit God in that capacity. That doesn't mean that God has made aliens. That doesn't mean that he has not. And in fact, I think we do know enough about the world around us that if there are aliens, we can give a pretty good guesstimate as to how far away they probably would be, just based on, again, knowing what we do about the origins of life and habitability of worlds and all this kind of stuff, the astrobiology. I would be very surprised, to be perfectly honest, considering even high-level intelligence doesn't necessarily correspond to the capacity for tool use. I'd be very surprised even if there was aliens out there, that we would ever meet aliens of any kind. Because you have to ask the question, okay, there's more than 100 billion galaxies out there, right? How many habitable worlds are actually in your galaxy, the Milky Way? And then how many of those habitable worlds are actually habitable by an intelligent agent? And of those that are habitable by an intelligent agent, how many of those worlds actually have an intelligent agent in those particular worlds? For most of the history of the Earth, when it was habitable for human life didn't necessarily exist, right? We're rather newcomers, the culmination of God's work in the creative process. But that being said, so again, there's the so anyway, sorry, a little bit of a tangent of mine.
Religious standpoint, but I for sure believe that.
Yeah.
There is what we call a grade chart, which actually you progress level by level, and you get more and more awareness of yourself, a technique to actually handle the aspect of, people hold on to emotions and hold on to things for themselves.
Like trauma.
Yeah. Okay. And so you can actually get rid of those experience, but not the memory, but the pain or the thing that's emotional connected with it, so that way it doesn't actually affect you.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously they flashed the war against Scientology's war against psychiatry and psychology on screen, and again, it's because their entire project is based off of the idea that we understand you better than you understand yourself. So if there's a competing explainer that is attempting to tell you, to help you understand who you are, then there's someone who you could go to outside of them. So they have to demonize psychiatrists and psychologists in order to do this, because otherwise, again, if they allow external criticism to be potentially valid, then their entire structure will just fall to pieces. So they have to inoculate the members from any kind of objective criticism of the organization, and that's one of the ways to do that.
L. Ron Hubbard, he found that, kind of like when you get rid of the painful experiences, that people feel better. So as they kind of clear those areas of okay, I committed this sin or I committed whatever, it's just done. And that's all the auditor, what we call it. That's all we do, is we actually unchain you, so to speak, from being connected with that withholds. You're not withholding.
Okay, and you guys are religious, so tax-free?
That's right.
Okay, that's fire.
Yeah.
No, this is such an interesting world.
Yeah.
That's cool. No, you've been very generous with your time, and
yeah, they fought the IRS for their tax-free exemption, for their tax exemption status, and again, they actually won in court against the IRS. So make of that what you will, right?
Yeah.
Just explain.
You know why? You know why? Because I saw your video about what you do in other churches. And I was like, oh man, I better be like really nice with you. And this is one of Albert Hubbard's book, which you can have.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I texted my mom. I was like, "Do you know about this?" She said, "Ask them what Xenu is." What is that?
I can.
What is it?
South Park did a hatchet job for us on Scientology. They're the authoritative thing on, like, we believe in aliens and stuff like that.
Is that true? Is it like extraterrestrial? Like, I'm pretty open-minded to...
Not necessarily, not really. I mean, mostly it's just, you know, scientific.
Well, these guys hadn't even gotten to the OT level required to learn about the galactic overlord Xenu. It made me wonder, how much did a low-ranking Scientologist like these guys you see in recruitment centers in major cities all over actually even know about their own cult?
And actually, this is a good this is a good example of like showing you how leftism itself works, right? It's like the people higher on the chain, the people who actually lead the thought movements actually do understand what's going on. Under their movement, they actually are aware of the manipulation they're foisting on people. The people at the base, the true believers, right? Not so much. They may truly believe, but they don't necessarily understand. And then that medium area between the new initiates and between those actually foisting the illusion over the people. That can be a gradient of people who are just useful idiots versus people who are active, malicious subversives. Now, again, there is a history of state subversion with this particular one, but we'll get to this later when they actually get around to mentioning it.
So I headed to Los Angeles. If I was going to learn about what it meant to be a Scientologist, I had to visit the Sea Org, where the elite, full-time Scientologists live in a Scientology compound and offer their labor 24/7 to Scientology in exchange for getting closer to the highest levels of spiritual advancement. But to prevent being recognized, I disguised myself to infiltrate their recruitment center.
This is not a very good disguise. I'm just going to put it out. This is not a very good disguise.
Short film?
Yeah, how about one of the most Dianetics?
I got a couple minutes.
Yeah, come on.
Won't take too long.
You're wearing makeup?
I have some physical disabilities I have to cover.
Oh, okay. Let me show you the 5-minute introduction.
Hi there. How are you? Just been looking at the stars.
You what?
Just been looking at the stars.
Oh, yeah. Okay, actually, let me show you this.
Yeah. What is it?
I want you to take this.
What is it?
So that's actually one of the films online.
Dianetics?
Uh-huh. Well, it's nice to meet you. I think you should watch it there. That's best.
Now going to show me the film.
Oh, hey, guys.
Thank you, miss. She told me she'd show me the film.
Oh, you want to see it?
Yeah.
All right, come on, let's go. Oh, I see. Oh, I got you.
Yeah, so one of the things is that Scientology also has a copyright over many of its works. So I'm pretty sure Dianetics is still copyrighted. So that's been one of the issues with criticizing Scientology, is that its core religious texts are actually protected by copyright. So again, the process is the punishment. They take you to court over a frivolous thing, even if you're within free, fair use. From a copyright perspective, they can still potentially use their lawyers to take you to court and then drain you of your money. It's a diabolical strategy. It's actually kind of brilliant as a cult strategy. But yeah, so that's it's also another one of those examples of like, yeah, copyright does more harm than good. Copyleft is a significantly better framework to organize this kind of intellectual property nonsense. But here we go. Right. So, yeah. And again, she saw the camera. She immediately was on edge when she saw that, again, he was wearing makeup, because that's effectively a mask. And, so was not a very good plan to infiltrate this place.
What are you talking about? What does this mean? What about all are welcome? Bye-bye. What did they tell you? What did they say? They say it's religion?
They were targeting the Hispanics who could not speak English. Predated upon the Hispanics. We saw Shannon in the flesh. Xenu, 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 Xenu!
My disguise had failed me. This was most likely due to the work of Streets LA, who has committed himself to destroying Scientology after a Scientologist mocked the death of his murdered son.
You should have been a better father. Oh. You really should have. Yes, my son died. See, this is my son died because I'm a bad father.
We met up at the infamous Big Blue Building, where members of Scientology's Sea Org live full-time, to see what life is like for the most committed members of this cult.
You know, what's that line? You shall know them by their fruits. You know, what fruit was that, right?
You can't even see inside. Why are they so secretive?
I'm gonna guess that has something to do with guys like you.
Possibly.
Would you guys care to have a friendly conversation? We're just trying to learn more about the church, but no worries if not. Why are you running? Do you guys know about Xenu? Excuse me, sir. Can we discuss Xenu? Could I ask you a question, miss? About your church, your religion? I seek to learn, nothing more, nothing less. I'm stuck. Good evening. Oh, why are you flashbanging me? Hold on. Don't shoot me, please. Hold on. Just let me look at the church. Let me look at the church. Question for you. Is this the Church of Scientology? Sir. Sir. Sir, can we talk to you for a little bit?
Yeah, in any system where information control is kind of important, yeah, who actually gets to make, release information is also kind of important. So, yeah, that's kind of what we're seeing right now, is everyone has already identified that this individual is probably a bad actor, probably because of historical, coverage of Scientology, you know, especially in, you know, the news media, right? So that's probably one of the things going on here. Of course, you know.
Can we talk to you about Xenu? Can we discuss Xenu? You work for the church.
I can't talk.
You know about Xenu?
I can't talk.
Sir, this behavior resembles that of a North Korean. Gentlemen, you guys know about Xenu? We need to discuss Xenu. We need to discuss the predatory practices of the church.
While none of the Scientologists here would talk to me, William was eager to explain the situation.
Can you tell me about the auditing process?
Essentially, they have a machine that's essentially a lie detector. And so they ask you personal questions, ask you about your life, ask you about your feelings. They gather all that information. It's recorded visually and with audio, and it's kept in its archive, but they ask you lots of personal questions. Things like, what do you think about your mother? What do you think about your brother?
Okay.
And you're forced to admit these things because you are hooked up to the lie detector test. If you try to leave, they will use that against you. They say, well, you know what? You said these things about your mother. It'd be a shame if they found out about that. What about the crimes you committed at some point? They will use that information against you. So the people that work in here... Shannon is a member of the Sea Org. She works 110 hours a week. She gets paid $47 per week. Actually, she gets paid $0. She gets $47 a week allowance. It's not considered work. It's considered religious volunteering. And so therefore, they get around labor laws. And they get an allowance, but they have to buy their own toiletries and stuff. So they don't get any money. So they're working 14, 15 hours a day, 7 days a week. They don't have cell phones. They don't have computers. They don't have access to the outside world.
Yeah, I was going to say, this level of work is actually a isolation tool, right? Because you don't have any time to develop any relationships outside of the organization. But, shit, what was the thing that we're just talking about? I had an observation that just escaped my brain. Just go back for like 5
days a week. They don't have cell phones. They don't actually any money. So they're working 14, 15 hours a day, 7 days a week. They don't have cell phones, they don't have computers, they don't have access to the outside world. A lot of the people that you see right here come from other countries on religious visas. They take their visas away, and now you're forced to work. But if you want to leave, you don't have your visa in hand. You don't have any ID. What are you to do? You're stuck. So
this is a thing certain companies that make use of illegal immigration also do, by the way. It's a good argument, again, for it's one of the reasons why I'm definitely for the re-migration group of just get them all the fuck out, right? But yeah, this is also why they were calling them human traffickers earlier, right? It's because, again, they bring in external workers on religious visas, then they take the visas out, and off them so that they can't prove who they are, so that their entire ability to stay here is entirely based off of the church's authority. And that's what it was. I remember what it was. To the more important point I was thinking about earlier, the auditing process that they described is a mockery of the sacramental rite of confession, which is key to all of the apostolic Christian traditions. It's only missing in the Protestant tradition. And the reason why it's abusable here is because there is no expectation of privacy in the auditing process. There is an expectation of privacy in the confessional process. Yes, you confess your sins to a priest, but the priest is bound by the seal of confession, which is to say that he is not allowed to actually give away what is said in confession, because to do so would be to incur a severe penalty. And the reason that severe penalty exists, and this has come under attack by idiots in the United States, but the reason that this exists is to prevent this exact kind of thing, is to prevent the confession from being a abusable tool by bad actors. Because if telling someone something that was said in the seal of confession is an automatic defrocking, if not an excommunication, right, then that's a steep penalty to have. When you already have the authority of just not loosing sins in the first place, right? The priest is given the power to loose and retain sins. So instead of leveraging this kind of coercive power, you could, for example, have a priest who's like, look, I'm not gonna forgive you of this sin because you have not shown any real degree of contrition. And then, that's why the whole thing with conditional contrition of say 15 Hail Marys and all that stuff, right? It's a guardrail against this exact kind of abuse. That's why the seal of confession exists. That's why there are various regulations within monastic orders against the abuse of the confession. And Scientology is not the only religious organization that has used an abuse of a confession style rite in order to control people, but it is probably one of the more egregiously obvious ones.
To me, that sounds a lot like human trafficking.
Is this the main point of residence for all of these Scientologists in LA?
Yes, and it's also sort of like their main church, too.
How are you? Question for you, sir, while you're here.
The use of the word church is actually kind of interesting here, because the word church refers to the mystical body, to all as part of a single unified, as the individuals coming together into a single whole. It's actually very similar to a nation. Actually, if you are familiar with the biblical text, right, whether it be Protestant or Catholic or Eastern Orthodox or even Ethiopian Tewahedo, because they all use different biblical canons, the church is actually the new Israel, the new nation. So the nation of God on earth is actually the church itself, because nations are themselves mystical bodies. Israel, prior to the foundation of the church, was itself a mystical body. You could say that Israel still is, in a sense, a mystical body. It's just the mystical body that was once called Israel is now actually the church, at least according to the New Testament. But
do you know about Scientology?
Not much.
Do you want me to teach you about it?
No, I don't want to.
Oh, your neighbor.
I live in there, yeah.
Do you know what they do?
I have no interest in knowing.
Have you seen anything unusual?
Not really.
Are they nice people?
To me, they have been.
Have a good night.
I'm not a Scientologist, no.
I see, okay. You haven't been threatened to kill if you say otherwise?
No.
All right, cool. For sure.
I don't let anybody kill myself.
That's what I'm talking about.
Police, they called the police on you before, though. Police have come over there before, right?
I kicked the police out.
Yeah, I remember that situation.
Why are they calling the police on you?
I have no idea. They made a false alarm. I don't know.
Okay.
But after that, once I kicked them out, they never showed up. I was okay for the first time. Second time, I told them, you better find out who called you, otherwise don't show up on my place, otherwise it will be consequences. So after that, nothing happened like that.
Where his house is, they own the whole block.
Yeah, so basically he threatened to take the police to court if they kept harassing him. Yeah, this is one of those things, like, if it should be common sense at this point for police agencies that if they know someone has been a critic of Scientology, they know that Scientology has this habit of the free game doctrine. I think that's the name of the doctrine, but the free game doctrine, which is the idea that anyone who is critical of Scientology, they are free game, anything goes, right? That yes, they should absolutely have a database of those people. That way, again, if something is called on them, they can, you know, do some research before they actually respond to it, because they already know that, again, as you saw here, there seems to be a history of the abuse of the police in this. And again, why doesn't anyone take them to court about this? Well, they won against the IRS. I'm just saying, right? They won against the IRS. That should tell you all you need to know about this.
And he lives on the block right there. He had conversations with us, and because of that, he was rewarded with having the cops called on him.
Why does the police play ball with them and their antics?
Listen, they give a lot of money to the police foundations. They love bomb them. They're, quite honestly, I want to separate that relationship, and I feel that over the course of the last year, we really have separated that relationship. I don't think they come to their rescue the way that they had in the past. Let's see if they're coming for us.
Yeah, and this is the thing I was getting at earlier. So apocalyptic organizations have a vested interest in either completely separating themselves from or seizing control in some degree of the levers of power in society. So there will be a constant issue where apocalypticists will have a vested interest in getting their representatives into positions of legislation, into positions of executive, branches, into positions of the judicial system, and including things like, again, soft, what would you say, soft encouragements, if you will, through, for example, funding here to ingratiate one of these groups to favor them. It's not really lobbying, but you do hear about like certain groups lobbying, for example, Congress or legislators for or the Senate for that particular reason. But yeah,
we're used to them
really
showing up. No, yeah,
that wouldn't have been surprising if they stopped here, came out, show of force, get out of here.
They've called, they may be here for us, believe it or not. They've called their sirens. No, we've had the cops called 50, 60, 70 times. Last week we were here to claim that we were committing burglary at like 12 o'clock in the afternoon, just walking down the street.
What are they saying?
Just came up on Citizens app that someone has a kitchen knife 400 feet away, but I don't know if that's right.
So we're the ones with the kitchen knife?
I don't know.
Allegedly, maybe.
Allegedly, maybe.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that's what they're...
Okay, report of man threatening person with kitchen knife.
So think about that degree of call right there. Man with kitchen knife threatening people. So what kind of response do you think is what kind of response do you think is going to come about that from the police if they genuinely think that that's what's going on, right? You have someone reportedly with a deadly weapon that's threatening people, so they're already on edge because it's like, okay, there is a possibility that someone is going to be hurt that I'm going to have to try to help through, using EMS training, or that I might myself be under attack if I go over here and I might have to defend myself. So this is already putting a stressful situation on the officers as a way to get back at someone for being, at this point, just a mild annoyance, right? So again, know them by their fruits. This is not a proportional response, and we all know it. This is actually reminding me a lot about, again, the whole idea of anything goes for the critics of Islam, right?
What? Are we the ones with the kitchen knife?
Most likely.
Can you tell us who you are and your experience getting stalked by the Church of Scientology?
It's allegedly stalked. I went to
Yeah, they have to say the allegedly part, even if it is true, again, because of how litigious these people are.
William off at his house, and there was a car behind me that I noticed was sitting outside of his house for a minute.
Okay.
And then they waited a minute, and then finally they realized I wasn't gonna move. They pulled around me, and I noticed that there was a Scientology sticker on the back of their car. I have the photo. Also, if you want to see it.
That's pretty bold. Another cop car.
Well, they do this way because they know nothing's going to happen to them, to be perfectly honest, right? Like, they are very well aware that they know nothing is going to happen to them because they have the money to fight back, even if she decides to do something about it.
That's 5 times in a row. I got no knife. I'm innocent. Sorry.
If they were trying to not be obvious, they wouldn't put a sticker on the back of their car.
Sure.
But I think they just wanted to show, like, oh, we know where you live, and like.
And do they know where you live?
Of course. Well, they were outside his. It was after I dropped him off, but of course they know where I live.
I don't like that.
They've stalked their family across the country.
What?
Yeah.
All because of TikTok antics.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was wrong. It was fair game, not free game. But yeah, so anyone is fair game if you criticize Scientology.
Allegedly across the country.
They're going to do a full background check on you. They're going to get your picture. They're going to run you through facial recognition. They're going to do a full background check. They're going to scour the internet. They're going to get every bit of information they can. And they're going to send it to your neighbors saying this is a terrible person. They're going to make up lies about you and stuff like that.
Interesting. Where did they get this information from? It really activates the almonds, right? Where do they get this information from? It's not like, again, there aren't social media campaigns asking you to fucking... And I'm not saying that the Church of Scientology is actively asking social media campaigns to do, companies to do this. They're probably not. But it's not that they won't take advantage of idiots online sharing their faces and, personal information that can be easily harvested from online by online investigators. Not like that totally doesn't play into what they want to happen in the first place, right? Just saying. It makes it easier for them to do a background check on you if they can find out who you are because you're dumb enough to put your personal information online, right? Not that a lot of this stuff isn't also just findable through public records as well. Who lives at this house? That's, a public record issue. That's something you can get without a subpoena. All kinds of stuff. There's all kinds of ways to find out a lot about a person that they can leverage. But the fact that they will leverage this, again, tells you what you need to know.
And you mentioned your son. Obviously, it's not a comfortable thing to talk about, but they lied about your son who's no longer alive.
Correct.
So there's no level they will not stoop to attack you, I assume.
Okay, so let's go back to read these. So, a video. A top critic of Scientology is subjected to an ambush at Los Angeles airport.
Stoop to attack.
I've been getting 100 messages a day. Church of Scientology accused of intimidating UK critics. Campaigners face online attacks, claims of criminality, and complaints to employers. Church says it's the victim. Oh yeah, by the way, Church of Scientology is actually kind of like the Jehovah's Witnesses, explicitly outlawed in certain countries because of its behavior. But yeah.
Attack you, I assume, right?
There is no level.
Scientology tried to derail Starr's rape trial by harassing prosecutor suit. Prosecutor suit says Church calls claim false.
That they will stoop to.
They've allegedly slashed my tires like 10 times.
What?
It just so happens that a whole ton of the times that I come out here, I come back to my car, magically the tires are flattened.
Oh, this is their dining area right here. So they come out here to have lunch, dinner. No?
This is for public view to make it seem like it. See these people that live up here? Look at that. So they're not here for...
So this is pure like North Korea-like propaganda exhibition.
It's important you said that because I think that if you want to create some sort of correlation with another system, I think North Korea is really close to that's here to do surveillance. Well, you want to see some more?
Look at those signs right there. Right there. Right there. Feeling stressed, feeling anxious, feeling uncertain. Everyone's feeling those things. 1, 2, 3, leave.
Let's talk about that. So they're talking about feeling uncertain, feeling stressed. Those are those body.
Everyone.
There's those body thetans that they think came from the aliens that are infecting us, and the way to get rid of that is get rid of those thetans.
Yeah, and that's actually an interesting point this gentleman made, is that it's not just general things that apply to everyone, but it's framed in such a way that it actually directly leads into them being able to give you that teaching as again, to hook you in the first place, right? Everything there is a bodily issue, right? So then that leads into the whole idea of like being able to introduce someone to the idea of bodily thetans as a way to explain this particular condition that you weren't able to overcome on your own, and that they can somehow overcome for you.
Through auditing, through paying hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I want you to set it straight. Is this a religion or is this a business?
It's a business. It's a multi-level marketing scheme.
What is the objective? To make money or to help people?
Their main goal is to help Scientology survive at this point. I want to know
Also,
that.
look at this van. You think that's a Kaiser guy?
That's where they transport them back and forth from different facilities. They have the vans and they have the buses.
So tell me about the most famous rapist Scientologist.
Yeah, Danny Masterson. He was.
What a way to open that conversation, right? Oh my God. Let's not. Yeah. Fair. Just straight to the point, right?
Known rapist, convicted rapist. He's serving, I believe, is it 30 years or 40 years in jail right now as we speak.
And the Church of Scientology funded his legal team?
They funded the private investigative work and all the sort of black ops to smear the victims, but also target the detectives that were investigating the case.
Really, if you can prevent recruitment, continue to make them look a fool, as in just show what their beliefs actually are to the common public, this cult will die eventually.
Yeah, information is going to put this cult out of business. They should be scared.
Why should they be scared?
Because you're out here with a camera exposing them to the world. That's not something they want. Again, if you believe in your product, if you believe in your organization, you believe in your religion, you should want to try to get your message out to the world. Somebody's here with a camera and has millions of followers. You think they want to come out and get their story told, but instead they retreat behind there. That says a lot.
In fact, they don't just dislike negative PR. They actively sue and defame any of their outspoken members who have left the church and exposed its inner workings, like Aaron Smith Levin.
Okay, we're gonna go back for just a moment to see what that said.
They don't just dislike negative PR.
Okay, never treat a war like a skirmish. Treat all skirmishes like war. I mean, yeah, that actually is a pretty decent explanation for how they deal with conflict.
They actively sue and defame any of their outspoken members who have left the church and exposed its inner workings, like Aaron Smith Levin, Tori Magoo, and the niece of Scientology's leader, David Miscavige, Jenna Miscavige, whose aunt Shelley has mysteriously gone missing. Before I infiltrate Scientology's...
Okay, that's a number of news articles. Hold on. So LAPD closes missing person report on wife of Scientology leader by the Washington Post. LA police close inquiry into the Scientology leader's wife. That's Reuters. LAPD dismisses Leah Remini's missing person report on wife of Scientology leader by ABC News. That's a half title by Los Angeles Times. LAPD rules Shelley Miscavige person report unfound. Missing person. Shelley Miscavige missing persons report unfounded. Hollywood Reporter, and then a bunch of incomplete text.
Scientology's Church of Spiritual Technology, a fortified compound in Twin Peaks, California, rumored to hold Shelley Miscavige as a prisoner. Let's hear from 3 former Sea Org members who signed a $1 billion year-long contract to work for Scientology.
Yeah, the $1 billion year-long contract is a real thing that you have to sign in order to join the, to join the Sea Org. That being said, Ember Paradox did make a very important observation about this that I think actually helps to expose that this is, again, a rhetorical and sophistic tactic. And that is that they don't go around and try to find the people in their next lives, because Scientology does believe in reincarnation. They don't try to find the people in their next life to fulfill their 1 billion year contract, right? Like, obviously some people would be like, well, you can't coerce someone, like, you can't coerce people into the religion, that would collapse them, right? No, but they could have, like, probes to set out to go find these people and then try to, get them back into the Sea Org. But the fact that they don't really do this, I think, is a pretty good indication that they probably don't actually themselves believe this kind of stuff. At least in the higher ups with the actual power and authority to do the organization of the Church of Scientology itself, right?
Real quick, have you ever gotten into a car accident that wasn't your fault or gotten hurt at work? Well, your injury could be worth millions, but insurance companies often
So I never joined.
I hate to do this to you, Tyler Oliveira, but I'm already cutting this way too fucking long.
Joined Scientology. I say I was born into it. I was 4 years old when my mom got involved in Scientology. I don't have many memories earlier than that, so.
I was a hippie in Haight-Ashbury in the 60s. I got in 1969. I was in Scientology for 30 years. So while I was in college, these 2 kids from high school brought me a Dianetics book. And I only read 3 chapters, and I quit college, and I hitchhiked in '69 from Chicago to LA.
My parents joined Scientology's most dedicated group just before I was 2 years old. That group was called the Sea Org. So initially we lived in an apartment.
This is the thing people oftentimes forget, is to consider the people who are literally born into these organizations and so therefore don't really know anything outside of these organizations. And if you really wanted some understanding of like how much you take for granted, that just turns out to not be true about human nature, talk to a person who was born in an organization like this and see what their assumptions were growing up versus what your assumptions are, and you'll see how radically different it turns out your like the way you were raised actually affects your entire worldview, right? Even outside the church, because there's a lot of people who were born into Scientology who still believe the basic premises of Scientology as allegedly taught, but are themselves not associated with Scientology as itself. So there are already independent breakaway Scientology movements, which I think are called the Free Zone, but I'm not entirely sure. They're not very common, but that is a thing.
Apartment with another couple. We had one bedroom and they had another bedroom, and then the kids would sort of stay in the living room on bunk beds. While our parents were working during the day, we would be at the nursery where they would teach us sort of the ABCs. Even before kindergarten age, we were learning those.
There's not much a kid that age can do in Scientology. They didn't really want us being outside of the nursery.
But then we would have family time for like a couple hours in the evening, which was just where our parents would come to the apartment and we could spend time with them. But then that got canceled when I was about 4. And so from then on, I only saw them once a week.
What drew you?
Yeah, this is intentionally to, this, let's be fair. There's only one reason you would separate children from the parents and not allow that connection to actually develop. I don't think anyone here is dumb enough for me to actually need to articulate it, but yeah.
You to want to be one of these auditors.
They had this whole secret language that they use, which is part of every cult.
Yeah, this is what I keep referring to, the esoteric-exoteric distinction, is that what it sounds, it's the way that language is used to communicate 2 different messages. One that's immediately apparent to the people who are initiated into the occult, or to the cult. That's the esoteric language, versus the message that is apparent to the people who are not initiated into the cult, which is the exoteric or outer, like in-group outer, like eso, in the in-group, exo, out-group distinction. So yeah, cults like this, and this is why I think the cult language usage is very, very important for our study of Marxism, because they use this exact distinction. Is really important because they do this exact same thing. It's spellcasting, is like, as Leaflet would say, but it's more sophisticated than spellcasting, because spellcasting comes from the esoteric-exoteric distinction, but it does go deeper than just simple spellcasting.
They all looked and sounded so happy. They were very passionate about auditing. So I thought, this is perfect.
But it wasn't really a school. It was kind of like a child labor camp. So basically half the day we would do heavy manual labor, which was like digging trenches, hauling rock, planting trees, digging rows for vegetable gardens. It wound up being like 30 hours a week that we were doing like labor. We would do schooling in the afternoon, but there were no grades. So it was a bunch of kids from 5 years old to 17 years old in the same room.
Whoa.
Yeah, so there was no teacher at the front of the room teaching you stuff. You had a self-led checklist, which you followed. None of the kids got a diploma. Like, we weren't being given a standard education. So when I was 12, then I was sent to Clearwater, Florida. My parents were still in California.
And then we were sent to Clearwater, Florida, where I live now, and started studying, training, and working full-time for Scientology. This Scientology organization.
I think Tyler Olivier kind of saw something similar to that with the Hasidic Jews that he did that audit on himself. Where he saw, again, the whole idea of like completely seclude yourself away from society in order to study the Torah itself, for years, leaving your family to pick up the what would you call it, the load that you leave them in order to study the Torah, which is fine. I mean, if it's the word of God, yeah, sure, you should study the Torah. But that being said, and yeah, Christians should study the Torah as well, because let's be fair, the Torah is part of the shared canon between the Jewry and the Christian. But the thing is that you're not expected to live wholly in the spiritual. You are expected to live in the material as well, in your embodied life. And yes, just secluding yourself away to study the sacred scripture in like the, what would you call it, abandonment of your actual human responsibilities is itself a trading of the here and now that is all you have for the then and there, which would be the pure speculative metaphysic, right? It's the same thing that these other apocalyptic movements do. Obviously, the Jewish and the Christian worldview, well, not, okay, so it depends, because Judaism is not the same thing as Christianity, where Judaism actually doesn't have the same degree of dogmatic, dogmatic definition that Christianity does, because Christianity have all these different denominations, whereas in Judaism you have the stream. Anyway, I'm getting lost. I'm definitely eager to get to the dispensationalist and the Jewish part of this conversation, because I find that part more interesting than this. But this does help me to highlight some part that ties everything together with the Scientology video. So let's get through this.
Organization here in Clearwater, Florida is the highest level and largest Sea organization base in the world.
Last month, for the first time in Clearwater's history, a city council candidate endorsed by Scientology won their election with a margin small enough that the Scientology vote itself was the determining factor in the outcome of the election. David Miscavige now has Clearwater's political establishment exactly where he's been trying to get you for decades.
Keep this section in mind, by the way. This is one of the important parts to what we're going to talk about.
Which is completely beholden to keeping Scientology happy in order to retain power.
When you come to Clearwater, do things get better or worse?
Better in that there's not as much manual labor, but worse in that I basically see my parents once from the time I'm 12 till I'm 16. And I'm not allowed to speak to them.
The Sea organization is Scientology's most dedicated core of workers.
They basically wear military uniforms, they sign 1 billion year contracts, or they basically dedicate lifetime after lifetime to the Sea Org.
They feed you what you get.
Yeah.
You work 24/7. You get paid $35 or $50 a week. It's like a whole controlled thing. You know, your life is over once you join the Sea Org. So
it's not that your life is over, it's that your life is now the property of the Sea Org, right? You no longer have any meaningful concept of self-ownership. You belong to the Sea Org. Again, that's why they have you sign the billion-year contract. It's not just your life. They're claiming ownership of your very soul, right? Well, actually, it's not really a soul, because a soul is definitionally like the animating principle of an individual body. So it would be more of they're claiming ownership of your Atman, to use the Hindu word for it, right? That thing that somehow encodes continuity between lifetimes that is actually subject to reincarnation. So imagine that. It's kind of like it's not that different, for example, from the Chinese Communist Party saying that we get to make the decision of whether or not the Dalai Lama reincarnates, right? just say it, right? They said the same thing about the Panchen Lama, but it's substantially the same thing here. It's not that they get to decide whether or not you reincarnate, but they have ownership over your Atman, right? Sorry, I do want to maintain that distinction between the soul and the Atman, because they are not the same thing. But anyway.
I joined the Sea Org. I did the whole life thing, and then I run out of my medicine for epilepsy. And so I say, look, I've got to get a refill on my medicine. And they go, medicine? You have to go through the MLO. And I'm out on a ship out in LA Harbor. And I go down and see this kid who's like 18 years old and totally not medically trained at all.
Okay.
And he goes, well, you're in the Sea Org, and we're the top 10% of the planet, so we don't take medicine. You're going to have to do our program, which is Dianetics and vitamins. And instead, I start having grand mal seizures, and it's awful.
Why would...
And again, it's again, you can't go anywhere else for help. Everywhere, all of the answers belong to the church. this is not how like a Christian religion behaves, but this is how, like, again, these Gnostic religions behave. They have the secret knowledge. They have the salvific information, right? So and actually there is a small overlap with Tenrikyo, except Tenrikyo doesn't take it to this degree, where it's like, again, your mental state is actually the cause, and in this case your body thetans, right, are the cause of your problems. So what you really need is more exorcism. They don't call it an exorcism, but let's be fair, they're trying to exorcise your body thetans, these bad spirits, out of your body, right? So actually it kind of reminds me of Christian Science, that particular, which is neither Christian nor science, oddly enough, right? But the Christian Science movement, where it's like, a lot of these things are actually just the products of demons. It's not that, you know, you could actually just have physical processes in your body or your mind actually just go awry from natural entropy, right? Again, everything is reducible to the mind. It's not reducible to an external reality. Everything is actually intrinsic, not anyway. So,
did anyone want to join the Sea Org?
So, if you're a Scientologist and you believe in L. Ron Hubbard's story, we here on Earth are basically living on a prison planet. If you believe,
what's this? A carceral reality? What's this? Reality? You get flung into your circumstances by powers and by causal powers indifferent to your well-being. Interesting suggestion here, is it not? It's almost as if I brought this up earlier for a reason, right? So the world around you is a prison, but luckily we have the secret knowledge to help you escape this prison and find your freedom. Right? Well, you just have to go into our reality, and it turns out our reality, the reality they propose, is itself actually a carceral construct. So they make freedom seem as if it's a trap, and then make the trap seem as if it's freedom. So it's an inversion of reality.
In the story of the nature of existence and reality, nothing could be more important than dedicating the rest of your life to freeing all humankind from this prison planet.
Who called it, right? Now, granted, to be fair, I saw this video beforehand. Pre-watch. Okay, yeah. To be fair, the accusation is actually like genuinely, fair to make this time. I already knew this was coming up, but that's why I brought that up earlier. Is because, again, this is the Hermetic idea, the Kabbalistic idea that the world itself is broken and it needs to be mended, and the way it is mended is essentially to bring about the end of history, so that all mankind can leave this carceral reality into a speculative hyper reality. And I say hyper reality because it is beyond reality. It's not real. It doesn't actually exist. But they're trying to reach outside of reality into this hyper reality to make the hyper reality real. So yeah, it's not actually crazy. It's just highly manipulative. And once you understand how Gnostic wizards work, it becomes pretty easy to spot them. I didn't really think about Scientology very often in the Gnosticism conversations because it's not something that, at least in my area, is all that much of a concern, but it is in certain areas a way bigger concern than others. And you saw that, again, the Scientologists in, like, Clearwater had a vested interest in getting their, people friendly to them and their desires in office. Kind of like with the Tyler Oliveira thing, where the Orthodox Jewish community, which, wants to separate itself and live as a parallel society, oftentimes to the rest of New York, did the same thing there. Yeah, this is a recurring problem with, again, apocalyptic worldviews, is the disordered disdain for the world that you live in, and, again, a disordered love of the world that you were promised. And how do you end up moving the needle forward to get that world that you were promised? Well, if you're an apocalypticist, oftentimes it's you take control of the levers of power. That way you can, in a sense, force the hand of God, right? Move the the history itself forward towards that towards that end, instead of trusting that reality, the universe is benevolent in and of itself as it is, a la Ayn Rand, the actual non-Gnostic atheist, or trusting that God is intrinsically good and that he will work on his own time, the actual Christian position. I'm not going to bring this up in too much detail later, but just so you know, the main criticisms by Jews about like Zionism, like the main Jewish criticism of Zionism, was the idea that Israel wasn't supposed to be founded by human hands, but was supposed to be founded by the hands of the Messiah. So it was supposed to be God acting through a chosen one in the world who was supposed to found Israel. Granted, again, Judaism doesn't have the same definition of doctrine as Christianity does, so it's kind of hard to talk about Judaism as a whole at times outside of very specific things. We'll get to there later. I do find this particular part of the conversation fascinating, but we got to get through the Scientology part first.
And that with enough Scientology auditing, you can not only regain all your past life memories, but gain the ability to skip the between lives implant station after the next time that you die. So that everything you do in Scientology, not only will you remember it next lifetime, but you'll retain all of the gains and abilities that you had. I believed in that in all of your previous lives, you've been a king a million times, you've been a queen a million times, you've been a president, you've been a CEO. Okay. The only thing you've never done is Scientology, because it's never existed before.
Do you know about the volcanoes and the Thetans and Xenu at this point?
I never did any of the confidential Scientology levels. And
so the most...
He used that term very specifically. Again, they mentioned, the uniforms and stuff like that. L. Ron Hubbard was a member of the U.S. Navy, and he imported a lot of Navy aesthetics into Scientology, and one of which is information classification. So again, like there is confidential files like that. You might notice that language from the use of like confidential, classified information, where you have things like top secret, secret, confidential, restricted as like the baseline for information control in the military across all the 3 branches. So then yes, the Marines are part of the Navy. Bite me.
Most absurd beliefs are paywalled.
They owe me $1 million.
How do you get to OT3? What's your first reaction learning about Xenu?
My first reaction was, you gotta be kidding me. I was sick and out on the ship. All of a sudden I realized 75 million years ago, this evil warlord named Xenu, and I'm like, come on, this can't be. And then all of a sudden I think about it and I think, doctors don't know what causes seizures. Maybe it is these BTs and clusters, which are part of the Xenu thing. OT5 is this exact same thing as OT3, except OT3, it's like these spirits are all over your body and you have to get rid of them. But OT5, they could be 5 feet away, across the room, they could be across the country, they could be on Mars. That's why people go insane.
And
how did you have time to meet a wife?
Oh, well,
again, this is effectively just like exorcism by another name. Let's be perfectly fair, right?
Well, you're working with Sea Org members.
You're just like, you want to get married, or?
Yeah, really. It really is.
Because you guys don't have time to flirt or get to know each other. You're just like, you and me, you want to do this thing?
Walk around the block a few times during the 30 minutes for exercise.
What happens after you meet your husband and get married?
So they wouldn't allow us to get married for a long time because they were...
Sunk cost fallacy. Oh my God, I was racking my brain for that. But what the lady was describing earlier was an application of the sunk cost fallacy. It's a bit too far to turn back now, but also by this time she had already built that little. And again, this is something that happened in college. She had built that. If you go in there without knowing why you believe what you believe. She went in there and she ended up constructing that little enemy in the back of her brain to argue for Scientology. So even if she didn't believe it, she had already done all of this work. So there's that little voice in the back of her head that will always be able to knock her like arguments down, because again, she spent all that time doing that. So when something pops up, it's like, there's no way I believe that. That little voice in the back of her head comes in and says, nah, this is why it's still true. This is exactly what happens to a lot of people who go to college and then they get brainwashed. It's not necessarily that they believe this stuff. It's that by studying other people's worldview and then like never working on their own, they end up constructing an enemy in the back of their brain that they can't defeat because they don't know why they naturally believe what it is they believe, but they know why other people believe what they believe, and since they spent more time doing that, that enemy in the back of their brain will always beat them when it comes down to what do I believe naturally versus what have I been indoctrinated in. And here we have that right there. There was a natural belief that surfaced, and then the indoctrinated belief, that little enemy in the back of the brain, comes in and it whispers that lie in the back of their brain. There's no recourse needed for demons, no recourse needed for anything about that. This is just a subconscious psychological operation that we do know happens, that we do know is just a thing that the human brain is capable of. This is the working of the subconscious. But, you know, so yeah, this is a... it's kind of interesting to see this like articulated that way. It's fascinating.
We're concerned that my parents would have to come to my wedding, and his uncle had like looked at some anti-Scientology site, so they wouldn't let us get married. So we actually had sex before we were married. So we were like in big trouble.
How did they find out?
Again, you don't own yourself. Someone else owns you. That's why they can control who you get married to. Like, actually, even in the Christian tradition, the church can like dissuade you from getting married, but the church does not actually control marriage. There's a natural marriage and there's a sacramental marriage, and it can deny a person a sacramental marriage for any number for various reasons, right? Including prudential ones, you know, some of which are very obvious. But it can't really do anything about natural marriage. Again, the Church of Scientology, because they believe that they own your soul, especially in like Sea Org, you know, area, they can decide whether or not you get married, right?
Confessed. Well, because they were constantly interrogating us and him.
During the auditing sessions?
Yes, during the auditing sessions, yes. And also he thinks that he's like, that if he did something bad, that he's gonna ruin his eternity. They wound up like separating us. They like hid him away constantly. And when they tried to take him away, I basically like just went on this full out hunt looking for him, going to the other Scientology building, even like busting down doors. And basically they were telling him that if he talked to me, then he would never see his family again. Yeah, so they were having him be interrogated in the basement.
Yeah, this is the social control that I was talking about earlier, right? It's not just controlling what information you have access to, it's also controlling the people around you, because it turns out that, again, the people around you actually mean something to you. So if you can cast a spell on the people around a person, you can also control a person by proxy by controlling the people that they care about, right? Threaten someone with complete, what would you say, a complete exile from all of their friends and family, and see how quickly it is that they shut the fuck up. Happens to happens to people who you would think would be very strong end up shutting the fuck up when that becomes the actual threat at hand, right? So this is a tool that they use because it works, and they're not the only ones to do this, but this is a tool that they use because it works. It actually kind of reminds me of the Messianic Drew, actually, and I actually worked this into like a background that I haven't gotten worked into my story yet, but the Messianic Drew talked about, for example, apostasy from certain Orthodox Jewish cults, and how apostasy, even for another Jewish sect, from that particular cult would lead to the holding of a mock funeral and the complete disconnection from all your family members that are in the cult. And so that's a pretty powerful motivator to again shut the fuck up and keep the line, right? Just point of fact.
Basement of the blue buildings in LA, and being followed by a security guard all day. Finally, they would not tell me where he was. I actually was like having a mental breakdown at this point, just like all of the isolation, all of the control. I actually wound up hanging myself out a 5th-story building and was like, you need to bring him here or else I'll just let go. And so then they brought him to me. Basically, I knew that they cared about PR.
Oh, so you
see that right there is counter spellcraft right there. It's a dangerous thing to do, but yeah, she was very well aware that Scientology works on a hyper reality by casting an illusion and treating it if it's real. And yeah, a woman throwing herself to her death from a balcony from one of their buildings would definitely invite a lot of suspicion, a lot of critique, and it would definitely help to break the spell, right? Because if they're the ones doing the exorcisms, if they're the ones who are actually casting out the bad spirits, what led to this, right?
Threatened to kill yourself in front of them.
So it's not just the PR from the outside, it would also be internal PR as well.
Basically.
They didn't bring him back?
Yeah.
And do you think they brought him back because they cared about you, or?
No, they brought him back because I'm Jenna Miscavige, and that would look horrible on them. That's literally all they care about.
Yeah, it would have looked horrible both internally and externally.
They didn't care about me. Yeah, so after we got through this whole crazy program interrogation, we wound up getting married. A couple people from his family were there, and then we went right back to work after it.
What drives you to leave the Sea Org?
Just the misery of feeling like you're constantly fighting a battle every day. I still believed in the mission of Scientology, but I was like, I'm already giving my all. I don't need to be giving my all and be made to feel like I'm a bad guy.
They wound up sending us on a mission to Australia to help them find a new building and to fundraise for it. To be honest, I think that they were sending us there to get rid of me, because I was starting to revolt against things at this time. And so when we were in Australia, it was like the first time I was around people who weren't Scientologists. I was like, oh, they're normal and cool.
So
Yeah, the spell is broken. She got her first taste of what it's like to not be under the thumb of this group.
Look on the topics, and one of them is by Mary Tabayoyan, and it says,
and let's be fair, in this particular case, part of the spell was broken when, again, they caved into her counterspellcraft.
ladies, if you're thinking of joining the Sea Org, read this. And I open it up, and it's all about enforced abortion, which I didn't know they were doing. They don't tell anybody that.
Because of the commitment that it requires, you are not allowed to have children. If you get pregnant, you're pressured to have an abortion. And by the way, this has changed in recent years because of the legal problems that it creates.
Let's see. Live in LA, hearing in Laura de Crescenzo's Scientology forced abortion lawsuit.
I can imagine.
Your seniors, your coworkers, and the ethics officer will basically give you a bunch of stuff to study and say, what's the greatest good? It's the greatest good for you to get an abortion and continue to work in the Sea Org. When she got pregnant, I literally said, Heather's pregnant, we're not getting an abortion, and so we'll be needing to leave.
It was all really descriptive. So I just sat and cried for like 4 hours. I just couldn't stop crying. That was it. I just realized, wait a minute, this is the end of the line for me. I'm not going to support a group where they make women get abortions.
Well, when we were in Australia as well, I was actually able to be in contact with my parents.
Okay.
Again, it's kind of obvious why this is the case, right? This basically a forced, it's basically a labor camp, right? So you can't really be the parent of an infant and be on call to the same degree that we've been hearing people talk about in the Sea Org. That's the reason why they demand the forced abortion thing, because they need that they need that essentially free labor. So anything that deviates away from that is, just not tolerable in their eyes.
And they would tell me some things about like how that were being reported at the time, some things they witnessed about my uncle Dave beating people and treating them horribly, making them sleep under their
Ex-Scientologists to expose alleged abuse. Hollywood, California. I was personally beat up on 5 separate occasions by the head of Scientology, David Miscavige, said former Scientology director Jeffrey Hawkins, a member of the church for 35 years.
Desks.
So around 2009, a whole bunch of former Scientology executives who had been famous names in Scientology started speaking out in the press for the first time about how horrifically abusive it was working for David Miscavige at the International Management Base in Gilman Hot Springs, California. Now, for me as a good little Scientology soldier, that took everything I thought I knew and just turned it upside down. Okay. And I was like, I thought that no matter how terrible it was working in the Sea Org in LA or in Philly, that the closer you got to David Miscavige, the better it would be. And it turns out, the higher up you got and the closer you got to David Miscavige, the worse it got.
It's kind of like Muhammad, isn't it? Where it's like, oh yeah, a lot of people think, like, oh yeah, the closer you get to what Muhammad actually taught, and somehow it's going to all be better. And it turns out all these Muslim terrorists are actually just abusing the teachings of Muhammad, where it's like, no, actually, in many cases, Muhammad might have actually gone further than some of the crazy people that you see. It actually does get worse. And no matter how bad you think it is, it does somehow always seem to get worse, right? But, I mean, yeah. That's very common among these cult organizations because, again, they preach enlightenment and they preach freedom from your carceral reality, but the real point of it is that these people are the very demiurge, the very false creator that they're, you know, saying they want to liberate you from. That's why they have this entire structure. This structure repeats over and over and over again.
I mean, one day at work, my ex-husband got a call. They were like, can I speak to Dallas Hill? He got on the phone and they're like, yeah, I'm a good Samaritan. I have a police scanner and there's 2 people that are following you every day and have been for the last month.
Once someone is considered an enemy of Scientology, which means they are
Okay, I hate that they don't let these linger for... Okay, Scientologists kept files on enemies. Yep, Church kept detailed files on enemies. Inventory of seized documents show memos on congressmen and judges. Yeah, so they're keeping an eye on government officials, by the way, right? Congressmen and judges. And this is... We're leading up to the part that I found really interesting about this, because it's a thing that I was aware of happening. I don't know if they... I don't remember if they go too much in detail about this, because I think this was like 8 days ago relative to this recording.
somehow speaking out to the press, to the public, speaking out in a way that causes bad PR, bad repute for Scientology. They are a suppressive person, which is the same thing as being labeled an enemy.
Okay, that was embarrassing. I forgot to turn my mic on. So, well, yeah, let's read this. So, suppressive person. A suppressive person or group is one that actively seeks by action or statement to suppress or damage Scientology or a Scientologist by suppressive acts. Notice the use of the word here, right? You know, suppressive is the word that they use in this particular case, right? Like you're being, again, yeah, again, like the intention here is very obvious. This is not a neutral term. They're using this term for its implied connotation, not just for its its explicit meaning. Suppressive. Oh, it gives us a definition here. Suppressive acts are acts calculated to impede or destroy Scientology or a Scientologist in his studies or counseling, or to affect adversely his well-being. Let's see. It is a suppressive act to deal with a declared suppressive person unless you are named terminal to deal with the SP, i.e. Sea Org MAA, per the above referenced PL, continued adherence to a person or group accurately pronounced a suppressive person or group by HCO is a suppressive act. So again, this is social control. If you are in contact with a person who is themselves a suppressive, then you yourself are a suppressive as well. So, because it's a suppressive act.
And they are fair game, which means any Scientologist can do anything to ruin and utterly destroy those.
May be tricked, sued, or lied to, or destroyed. Again, Taqiyya, Kitman, right there in the doctrine, right? I'm getting a lot of Islam vibes from this, just saying, right?
People without any consequences from the Scientology authorities.
They hired 3 people to write shit against me 24/7, 365 days a year. Besides
okay, this is interesting. Hold on, let's go back to this.
Shit against me 24/7.
So, suppressive person declare Tori Bezazian. Okay, I'm not gonna hold on. Let's go back to here. Tori has engaged in the following suppressive acts. So this will give us an example, an idea of what is prohibited and will get you marked as fair game. Public disavowal of Scientology or Scientologists in good standing with Scientology organizations. Okay, so you can't disavow it. Public statements against Scientology or Scientologists, but not to committees of evidence duly convened. Continued membership in a divergent group, so that would be again free zone. Continued adherence to a person or group pronounced a suppressive person or group by HCO. Failure to handle or disavow and disconnect. By the way, disconnect is important because that's a term that they actually use in Scientology. From a person demonstrably guilty of suppressive acts. So it's literal guilt by association. being at the higher of anti-Scientology groups or persons. So yeah, if you want to know why Chef left after the whole issue with the Scientology episode in South Park, that's why. Let's see. Receiving money, favors, or encouragement to suppress Scientology or Scientologists, calculated efforts to disrupt Scientology, to disrupt church services, or the flow of public up the bridge through the churches. Okay, I just read that weird.
365 days a year. Besides the lies, you know, they broke into my house, they stole all my receipts that I had for money. You know, they brainwashed my husband, so he was against me.
There was one key...
Again, interesting tactics, right? Seems a little Mohammedan.
Scientology executive who sent out an email to all Scientologists saying, L. Ron Hubbard good, Scientology great, David Miscavige bad, stop supporting him. That was a big deal in Scientology. My mom was sharing that email with important Scientologists, so she got kicked out. So then they come to me and they go, you got to disconnect from your mom or you're going to get kicked out. I said I would disconnect, but I didn't, and I lied about that for a couple years, and eventually, due to Scientology's spying and snitching culture, they kept catching me in this lie. They realized I was never going to disconnect from my mom. So they go, okay, you're out. So then they go to my wife. I say I keep it short because it's always hard for me to discuss, but it's impossible. I'm still going to try to keep it short. Okay, so they go to my wife and they say, you have to divorce Aaron or you're out. And she goes, well, that's not going to happen. And they go, okay, you're out. So then they go to her parents and they say, you have to disconnect from Heather and your 3 granddaughters or you guys are going to get kicked out. Heather's parents have 3 other kids who are all either Scientologists or connected to Scientologists or married to Scientologists. And so her parents disconnect from her and our kids, and they basically never saw them again, even though they live just a few miles down the road. And then Heather's father died. And just to show you how insidious it gets, and honestly, this helps explain why I'm so dedicated to doing everything I can to take down Scientology and why I upload as often as I do. Her father owned a bunch of properties. 2 of the properties that he owned were right across the street from where we were living. I mean, at this point, our kids were like, I don't know, 2, 4, and 6. Were they 5, 7, and 9? They were young. So whenever we would see them across the street doing maintenance, we would tell our kids to go over and say hi. And their grandparents would run away from them and run inside the house, but the kids just thought it was a game or whatever, and sometimes the kids would catch them and sometimes they wouldn't. So eventually, Heather's parents had to report themselves to Scientology for talking to the kids. And Scientology said, well, is this going to continue to be a problem? And Scientology made them sell the properties just so that our grandkids couldn't see them anymore. And that is why I call Scientology a family-destroying human trafficking cult. Clearwater is the last place that Scientology is going to give up ground or sell property.
Aaron, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Let's go see if I can sneak in.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw Ember Paradox lose her shit on this one. I was like, yeah, I can see how this particular story would make you emotional. But this is a thing that happens with a lot of these. This is a thing that happens with these cults. Again, that threat of, again, disconnecting you from the people you have meaningful relationships with just because they themselves are in the cult, but you leave, is a very powerful tool of coercion.
Before we infiltrate Scientology's headquarters in Clearwater, Florida, I want to ask the local non-Scientologist residents who live here their thoughts about Scientology buying up a significant portion of downtown, turning it into a ghost town infested with brainwashed Scientologists.
Can I join Scientology? Can I join, please? Please, 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 no! Right there, another one.
Yeah, as amusing as this is, it is kind of annoying to see this entire section because it's like, it would have been nice to have seen him get further into this group and like actually like do some deeper reporting. But that being said, I kind of understand why he does it this way. It does get more views and it does get the word out better, but also at the same time, we have to remember that, again, just because you think you're immune to cult propaganda doesn't mean you actually are. And when you actually start, again, isolating yourself to make yourself fit in with the cult, that's when a lot of the cult leavers start acting very more effectively than just if you're just a normal person on the outside reading all this in isolation, right? Again, the Messianic Drew had that issue where he almost fell into a cult trying to do research into a cult through infiltration, and he barely got out of it, right? And he knew it was a cult going in.
You can see them in the suits. What are your thoughts on Scientology? Case in point. The vibes here were creepy. Don't let me stress you out, it's no worries. See you later. I don't even know what to make of these people anymore.
Yeah, so someone in the chat for Ember Paradox pointed out that that behavior seemed highly calculated, and it didn't seem random. And yeah, I agree. I do think that he was trying to tell him what he thought without telling him, which is the thing that you will see happen sometimes in communities that have to deal with people like this. Where it's like, well, it's dangerous to speak out directly. So instead of speaking out directly, what you do is you figure out ways that you try to say things without directly saying it. So you have that degree of separation so you don't get punished for saying it. And yeah, I think what he was trying to say there is pretty obvious, right? Like it's almost moving around like the Walking Dead, keeping his head down, right? I was like, yeah, that's what I think he's trying to say, is that Scientology kind of, it kills your soul, right? It turns you into, ironically enough, the Walking Dead by promising that you will be able to leave the world and, you know, live a significantly better life in the next life, right? And you have to keep your head down so you don't see no evil, right? You be silent so you don't speak no evil. And if you hear no evil, you don't communicate. If you hear the evil, you don't communicate it because it's too dangerous. I think that's basically what the guy was getting at without trying to say it. And also, it's kind of interesting that when you go back here and you look at him, like, just pay attention to what he's communicating non-verbally.
Another one. You can see them in the suits. What are your thoughts on Scientology?
Thinking, looking up and around, almost as if he's looking for cameras.
Case in point. The vibes here were creepy. Don't let me stress you out, it's no worries. See you later. I don't even know what to make of these people anymore. So I want to establish how empty this...
I have a hard time finding that you would be able to live in this place without learning what the fair game doctrine is. And that would, I would imagine, shut a number of people up, because it turns out getting your tire slashed every day is a very good way to use up your use up any savings you have. Right? We're just putting that out there, right? And I have a sneaking suspicion the property defense laws in this particular area... Hold on, I actually forgot what city Clearwater is in, so that'll be interesting. But I have a sneaking suspicion this is set up in some liberal state like California. And if that's the case, then, you know, even being able to defend your property might be very hazardous to the homeowner. So let's continue.
It's 3 o'clock right now, to be fair, but take a look. There's not a ton going on. Like, this is a ghost city. What am I, in North Korea? Am I in Pyongyang right now? Where are the people? To be the Clearwater building, restored 1995 by the Church of Scientology. And back there I saw Scientologists enter the building. Camera, camera, camera.
Okay, never mind. I was wrong. It's in Florida. Fucking, interesting. Oh my god, okay. Well, I guess Florida has, you know, Florida's not perfect, right? It's got to have some flaw. So, besides the sinkholes.
Camera. 5 cameras on this one street. Right in this car, we have 2 Scientology members. Right there, you have the vests on.
I think they've taken over the city too much. It's a cult.
Nope, they suck.
How long have you noticed them here?
Oh, they've been here for years. They own that building. They own most of the buildings around here. In fact, Tom Cruise is supposed to have a penthouse up there. They can suck it.
They own too much.
Too much?
I didn't realize how much they actually owned.
Okay.
So they actually own more than what I thought.
I suppose we're just like most of Clearwater.
Afraid they're going to take over, buy up real estate?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, they already have.
Are locals concerned to speak out and let the?
So. It's not a religion. That's a cult. That is
Keep
total
going.
cult.
Yeah.
Total cult. They don't belong here. I hate them.
Okay.
I can't stand them.
And what is their relationship with people who live here like you?
I really don't have any relationship with them.
Okay.
You know, I mean, they don't bother me. I think as long as they're pulling their share and paying taxes and doing, you know, but I do think that maybe they own a little bit too much property.
Do you have any thoughts on Scientology here in Clearwater? Are you a member?
I've got plenty, but I have probably stronger thoughts on people attacking you without permission with a camera on your face.
Well,
please delete that video.
Do you have any thoughts you'd like to share? We can blur your face.
I want the card from your camera.
What's up?
The card out of your camera.
We're not gonna give you the card, but we will walk away and we will delete it. No.
Can I have your ID?
No. Thank you though. Have a good one. Any thoughts on Scientology? No.
So you can't. So he can't film you, but you can film him. He just fucking pops out. Well, actually, he was probably going to call the cops, to be perfectly honest. That actually might have been the thing. I don't know what the laws are in Florida regarding camera recordings. This is actually kind of interesting, but I highly doubt that you have any obligation to get permission from someone to record in a public area in Florida. That doesn't seem like what the laws would be in Florida, to be perfectly honest. But I could be wrong.
Honestly, Scientology's got a grasp on the public vocal cords out here. I'm trying to collect the public's opinion on Scientology and here in downtown Clearwater. Do you have any thoughts you'd like to share?
No opinion.
No opinion? All right. Thank you. Truly a tough scene out here. Do you have any opinions on Scientology you'd like to share for a video survey?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Oh, man. Good old Florida. Our guy here is probably going to shoot us. We're going to go this way. I wonder if he is Scientology. I highly doubt it due to his initial response, and then he got a little spooked. He said he wanted the SD card to be pulled out and deleted.
To be fair, again, as we covered earlier, you know, so given the suppressive actions, description, that first statement could also be considered as potentially suppressive act. So, you know, if interpreted in a negative light, so it could be that. I mean, I'm not entirely sure. We can't really know.
Not that deep. How are they here?
Maybe trauma.
They're not nice to the locals.
I would never care if someone else did that.
If it was your way, would you prefer they all leave?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would.
Hey, would you like to see more Scientologists here?
Just leave me alone.
Okay.
I'd love for them to go. They're taking up too much property. They don't share their 990s, which give us financial information to know how they're using it and where and why.
Yeah.
They don't even let their adherents understand how much money they have and why they're buying up so much property. So less is more.
And how much influence do you think they hold here in Clearwater?
Way too much influence, but they're protected because they're designated by the government as a religious nonprofit. There's nothing religious about what they do other than the fact that they're a cult. It's going to
I think also the issue is the non-profit there too. I don't know that the non part in there actually means anything with this particular organization, right? I'm pretty sure if we did an audit of the organization, the non-profit part might be called into question.
Take higher ups than you or me to make sure something changes. But I love what you're doing.
Thank you for having the courage
Good
to speak
luck.
up. Thank you.
My
Appreciate
pleasure.
it. There are Scientologists behind me. We're trying to get perspective from non-Scientologists here in Clearwater.
I'm a Scientologist.
You are? Okay, what are your thoughts on Scientology?
I love it.
Love it? How long have you been a Scientologist?
I'm a Muslim actually, but I like Scientology that much.
How much?
I first heard of Scientology. I liked it.
You liked it? Here in Clearwater?
No, in Illinois.
In Illinois. Did you just get done with the shift?
No.
No? What are you up to today?
Just walking around, going back to the library.
Okay. Would you prefer there are more Scientologists here in Clearwater?
Probably, but from what I can tell.
Yeah. What OT level are you?
What's OT?
That's your rank.
I told you I'm a Muslim. I just like Scientology.
I see. Do you know about Xenu?
No. No, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
You're welcome.
I'm puzzled.
Now, I'm not entirely sure, but I do think that, like, because someone in Ember Paradox's chat also pointed out that there does seem to be an odd overlap between, or an odd occurrence of, like, Muslims liking Scientology And I'm not entirely sure why that is. That would be interesting to know. I have a sneaking suspicion it's the enemy of my enemy is my friend type deal, right? Same reason we have the Green-Red Alliance that Cyberdingo talks about, where the Muslims and the communists work together to subvert the Western civilization because it's a shared enemy. You know, obviously, like the communist and the Muslim will kill each other after they take down America. That's an unavoidable fight, right? When Iran had the Islamic Revolution, what did they do? They killed off all the leftists. And then what happened in China? China suppressed all the Muslims, and then it's like, oh well, the Muslim population is being a bit of an issue, so let's just put all the Uyghurs into into concentration camps and harvest their organs and dilute their bloodlines, right? So it's like, yeah, so the Muslim and the communists do not actually get along. They just are useful allies against a common enemy. And that might actually be part of why Islam or many Muslims like Scientology, is they may see them as like a shared enemy of the what at least the 12ers call the Great Satan, right?
Do you think they are good or bad here for Clearwater? I swear to God, I'm in a Twilight episode right now. How long have you been in Scientology, miss? Bro, I swear, I'm just in Cult City, I guess. While most of the non-Scientologists here seemed a bit too spooked to voice their opinion on the growing influence of Scientology in their town, I decided to go undercover as a Scientologist to see if I could get inside their headquarters, while Aaron and Jenna protested from the outside.
Know of any SEER members who are looking to blow? Can you ask them to contact the SPTV Foundation? We can help get them back to their families, back to their countries here illegally. We can get them a job, get them a place to live, get them transportation. I'd appreciate it. I mean, you know how it is. I used to be in the Sea Org. I know how it is. God bless and be strong. Sir, if you find any Sea Org members who are looking to blow, can you have them contact the SPTV Foundation? Thanks. Help us spread the word.
My hope was that the Scientologists would see me getting harassed and hurriedly let me inside the building.
Hey, sir, I'll tell you what. If you or any other Sea Org members are looking to blow, can you have them contact the SPTV Foundation? We can help you get back to your family. We can help you reconnect with people you've been disconnected from. We can help you get a job, get a place to live, get transportation. Help us spread the word. It's contact at the SPTV Foundation. We can help you escape whenever you want. Help us spread the word, okay? Thank you. We appreciate it, sir. Have a good day.
But they weren't as stupid as I thought they were, leaving me no other choice but to find a different entrance into the compound.
I mean, once that first one failed, it was probably going to fail with all the subsequent attempts. But I can't help but notice, again, it's like, these people probably know everyone who comes in and out of the building on a daily basis. This was not exactly a very well thought out plan. But that being said, at least he tried, right? At least he tried.
Anyway, spread the word. It's the SPTV Foundation. Be strong in there. I hear the Regis are all in lower positions. Hold on to your wallet. Oh, they let that one in. They let that one in. Wow. Sir, we can get you out. We can get you out. You can see your family.
Right door. Right door. Right door.
After being locked out of countless doors from my own cult's building, I found a secret entrance.
You're trespassing. Get off the property.
I'm a member.
No, you're not. Get off
Yes,
the property.
I am.
No, you're not. Off
Yes,
the
I am a
property.
member.
Get off the property.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
What authority do you have? I am a member. 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 I'm on my way out. COB sent me.
Get out of the building.
Do you know who you're speaking to?
Get out of the building.
Do you know who you're speaking to?
Get out of the building.
You're gonna regret this.
Second floor, east side. Send him down the stairs.
You're gonna regret this. You don't know who you're talking to.
Was that a threat?
Excuse me?
Was that a threat?
What a threat.
They're gonna regret it. Get out of the building. You're trespassing.
You're gonna regret this. That's not a threat. That's a promise. Where's the public sidewalk?
Good.
Where's the property line? What's your name, boy? What's your name, boy? COB sent me. You're gonna regret this.
You're not welcome here. You're trespassing.
You know what? We're trespassing still.
We're calling the police.
You should. He said, get back to work. They couldn't even keep their parking garage secure. Classic gooners.
And then I saw this Scientologist open a side door that looked perfect for infiltration.
COB sent me.
I'm sorry?
COB sent me.
Go this way.
But real quick,
Wait with me, you Zoe saying.
there are some things so insane YouTube won't let us upload.
His ass. No more scary.
Fit it up. Show them that pussy.
Just leave. But luckily, you can watch it all on patreon.com/Tyler Oliveira. And to get early access to these videos.
Okay, I gotta pass through the. Obviously, he does good work, but again, this is gonna be a very long video anyway. I've got several lengthy videos to get through.
That I'll be sneaking into later in this video.
Huh?
Close the door.
Who are you?
You can head that way.
Yeah?
We're actually trespassing right now.
Am I?
Yeah.
You have credentials?
Yeah.
COB sent me.
Okay.
Yeah. That'll be docked. It's docked after your score. COB sent me. You failed the security test. You absolutely failed that security test. Enjoy the gulag, my friend. Who took the locks off these doors? Did you guys forget to lock them? He failed the security test, that's for damn sure. You are donezo in Scientology, my friend. Failed the audit, that is for sure.
Yeah, go ahead. You're trespassing the second you walk in here. Do you understand that? Get the fuck out.
Whoa, Grandpa. I will. Am I in public? Yeah, you want to go to jail? Or did you buy up the police? I see the liver failure in your face, you sick old man. You should. I'm walking on the sidewalk here. I'm walking here, 60 photos a second.
We're trespassing.
Yeah? You look like a demon. It's a spawn of Satan right here.
Hey, Ron, my boy.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Who are you? Who are you?
Why don't you come on in?
Come on in where?
Huh?
Come on in where?
Trap, right here. You're trespassing.
I'm trespassing?
Come on.
Sir, I think you have leprosy. Your face is falling off.
We need to get you medical attention.
I think you're in urgent need of medical care, sir. Have you been to a doctor lately?
I think so, huh?
Yeah.
Genuinely.
Were you in the Game of Thrones?
All jokes aside, you do need medical treatment immediately. What's demonic?
Sir, Scientology, I thought was supposed to be able to help you with that. Are you an OT8? Sir, too much CalMag, sir. That's what happens.
Get him some vitamins.
CalMag makes your skin fall off your face, buddy. This man is in urgent need of medical care. Please call an ambulance. His face is about to fall off.
But they weren't as coordinated as I thought. I somehow managed to sneak onto their official shuttle buses.
Huh? Excuse me? I'm on assignment with COB.
Well, that's what security says.
She doesn't know. I'm letting you know if she tells me to get off, you're gonna fail this assignment. For your own sake, I would highly suggest you disregard what she just said.
No, I will listen to what she says.
Are you sure?
I'm sure I'm listening.
Even if you fail the assignment?
Yes, I will listen to what she says. Leave the bus, please.
Okay. Goodbye, sir.
Get off the bus.
I was in the process. He let me on the bus. He let me on the bus. I'm not an intruder. COB sent me.
And soon enough, the police swarmed the area on behalf of Scientology.
Am I being detained?
Right now, you're just being issued a trespass from 210 South Fort Harrison. As long as you're on the sidewalk, you're good to go.
Yeah, I mean, technically, he is, potentially committing trespass. We don't know that he did commit trespass. That is private property, so he very well could have committed trespass here, which is, yeah. So the police are kind of like, they kind of got their hands tied with this one, right? That is an actual law that they do need to enforce, because, yeah. So, but that being said,
Amazing. Are you guys members?
How you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm a happy member of Scientology. What are your thoughts on Scientology?
That's not my job to have any kind of opinion on that.
Good answer.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I'll give you a fist bump. All right. Thanks again. This guy's legit. Is this the complainant Is this the complainant?
Yeah.
Oh, he's honking at me in the middle of the street trying to hit me, it looks like. How you guys doing? Are we good?
This is private property. 215 South Fort Harrison and 210 South Fort Harrison is private property. So if you come back again, we're going to call the police so you get arrested.
I don't speak English. Can you say it in Spanish?
He can translate for you in Spanish if you'd like.
I'll spare you. I'll spare you. Have a good day, guys. Did they run the show?
I have no idea. I'm not with the church.
Do you guys do off-duty with the church?
Do we do off duty?
Yeah.
We have off duty.
No conflict of interest?
That's what the city does, so that's not part of what my job is, with how they decide who gets off duties. That's a private contract. So, do you understand everything that they said?
Mostly.
He can translate it in Spanish if you need to.
Sure, I'll take it.
Okay. So estás siendo traspasado de 210 y 215 South Fort Harrison. ¿Entendido?
Yo entiendo. Gracias, señor.
De nada.
Adios.
These officers do look like they're tired of the shit that happens locally, which would explain the degree of patience that they had for this, to be perfectly honest. And yeah, if I was law enforcement in an area like this, I would probably be very fucking tired of certain, activities that are going on very demonstrably, right?
Which property is this?
You're trespassing.
I thought I got trespassed over there, though.
You understand private property is?
I thought I got trespassed over there.
You're trespassing here too.
Really?
That's right.
I don't think that's true, though.
I don't care what you think.
Oh, damn, that's badass. Why do you wear a mask?
Tyler, what did you come out here for? You think this is going to be good content?
You tell me.
I don't know, Tyler.
What's your first name?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, you're right. Because you've allowed yourself to become a mindless robot. How many lives have you lived? I bet you were a pedophile in a past life. Maybe.
I find it funny that actually does just skirt around a defamation case because he didn't say that he, in this life, was one. He said in a past life with a different person, right? Interesting way to skirt around that particular issue. I gotta give him points for creativity on that one.
Handshaking. Goodbye. Hello. Is this a bank?
Sir,
Yes.
there's a sign right there.
Yes.
So
Media tours must be arranged by emailing the director of public relations at, and that was the email. The use of cameras inside the church is prohibited. The church is a private property and reserves the right to refuse entry and remove any person.
So please put your camera down.
It's open to the public, though, no? Is this a bank?
Sir.
What is this?
You're trespassing, sir. It's private property.
But I'm a member.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. You know my name? Good to meet you. Can I just get your quick CPO map, home and security guard? Well, I was trespassed from those two buildings, though.
Okay. So, this is private property and I'm telling you to leave.
Okay, real quick. I'm leaving.
Sir, you're trespassing. You need to leave.
They are trespassing me again. I'm on my way out. As I walk, he knew my name. God bless Scientology. Don't fucking touch me. Yeah, don't touch me. Glad you have a mask because I don't want any of that shit on me. I'm on my way. That's right. Man, shut your mouth. Where are you going, secret agent? Where did you come from? You spawned out of thin air. Are you going to go recruit some more children to your cult? What are your objectives today, young man? Free yourself from the prison you've allowed yourself to become a part of. Yo, he has a secret path. Do you own this property? Where are you going? Where's he going?
After documenting the scale of Scientology's presence in downtown Clearwater, I still had one question for Jenna. Where is Shelly Miscavige?
I will admit, I knew a lot about Scientology before this entire thing, but I didn't realize how much it seems to have infected specifically Clearwater, Florida. That is actually kind of surprising to me. Most of what I knew about Scientology was doctrinal things and the fact that they actually did, and I was really hoping that they would get to this, but I had something pulled up for after this video just in case it didn't. I was really hoping they were going to bring up Operation Snow White, which again, if they do later, I'll talk about it, but if they don't later, I'll bring it up because it'll help me tie this video with the next video.
Her aunt and the wife of David Miscavige, the leader of Scientology.
The truth is that initially Shelley is a victim. She was in Scientology as a child, grew up in Scientology, but she married my uncle before he became the leader of Scientology, and since he's been the leader of Scientology, she has been his right-hand woman, involved in every single thing that he has done, whether it's the Lisa McPherson case, whether it's the treatment of me as a child. I believe that they had a falling out, but Leah Remini saw her in 2005 and reported her missing, I believe 8 years later. So Leah Remini isn't somebody who would have seen Shelley on a daily basis.
Shelley is alive?
I know she is. I can't give up my sources, but she not only has been seen, but is seen regularly by people who I very much trust in Crestline, California, working at the Scientology base. Shelley wants to be there. She is in a cult. Everyone probably who's an abuser was at one point a victim.
Sure.
But she is an adult.
I don't buy that for a second, but you know, fair enough. The whole everyone who is an abuser was once a victim. I don't fucking buy that for a second, but okay, let's just grant the premise for the conversation.
Who separated me from my family. She knows everything that he knows. She's a part of everything that he was a part of. And so, yeah, she's not a victim in the same way that we've been thinking, that people think of her as.
So I pulled up to Twin Peaks, California myself to see if I could infiltrate the Church of Spiritual Technology, a fortress designed to protect L. Ron Hubbard's teachings in titanium capsules and underground vaults built to withstand the nuclear apocalypse. Could I become the first person to infiltrate and document the inside of this fortress? And was Shelley Miscavige being held as a prisoner here? And I am running off of 4 hours of sleep the last 3 days. Let's go in, see if we can make some magic happen. Maybe we find Shelley.
As entertaining as this segment is, I can't exactly condone trespassing, right? I am not a big fan of Scientology, but this is a good way to get yourself into some legal trouble. And even if I don't really give a damn about Scientology's property claims, right? I still would prefer that the people acting against Scientology don't just give Scientology free ammo to use against them kind of deal, right? Because they will use it. Just pointing that out.
My plan was simple: sneak in from the forest, jump the fence, and hopefully find the nuclear bunker, Scientologists working in the area, record as much as possible, and escape without being detected. And luckily for me, I found this sky bridge connecting one part of the compound to the other.
CST is a secretive Scientology organization whose role is to store L. Ron Hubbard's works in almost imperishable form in underground nuclear-proof vaults.
I had made it onto the sky bridge.
It has Shelley Miscavige's cottage tag here.
I was in.
So the cottage where Shelley is just beyond this wall and this walkway. Okay.
But I was not alone here. And then I saw my first Scientologist in the area. After thinking quick and hiding, I narrowly avoided being caught and then noticed some luxury log cabins in the area. But who was living here?
Here is where it is believed Shelley to be living. Now, one of the buildings on this property is the secret entrance to the underground vault that exists on this property.
It's like a fucking stealth mission in a video game, which is why they're framing it that way with the fucking the commentary of the other guy in the corner, almost like a fucking oh shit, wrong button. Almost like, what the hell is his name? My brain is escaping me because I'm in the wrong frame of mind right now. But Anyway, so long story short, yeah, this is very much like a video game stealth mission, right? Avoid being detected.
But where was it? Why was there a kid's trampoline outside one of these homes? The light was on, but who called this house home?
Any Scientologist would actually get in trouble for watching what you guys watched. Any Scientologist would even get in trouble if in an auditing session or in an ethics interview they admitted to having looked up the location of this base and having spent time touring it on Google Earth or on the YouTube drone footage. It really is incredible to believe that Scientology controls its members, thoughts, behaviors, and actions in that way.
I didn't know that. I did not know that this was a haram thing to know about in Scientology itself, right? At least the existence of this particular compound. That's actually new to me.
As I hid behind the trees, I noticed a Scientologist keeping guard in the distance and was convinced her and I made direct eye contact. So I decided to preserve the footage I had and run for my life.
Run, Forrest, run!
Narrowly escaping what may be Shelley's prison, you might be wondering how you too can help destroy Scientology.
The best way to stop Scientology from growing is just to stop new people from getting in.
You've got.
I mean, yeah. As we saw, their birth rates aren't exactly high enough to, sustain them.
To let the kids know they are the #1 target for Scientology. They are after young people because.
Which also makes sense, because if you think Earth is a prison, why would you want to have children in a reality that is intrinsically carceral, right?
Young people are more impressionable, they're easier to manipulate, and also people who speak 2 languages, because they're really after Latinos, Latinas, anyone.
Targeting those Hispanics.
People need to be able to get justice for actual crimes that were committed against them. And the way to affect that change really is to raise public awareness.
And you can go.
So it looks like he was talking about the prosperity gospel people at a previous time, so I'm gonna have to watch that later, but not this video. Oh my god, we've already got too much to deal with.
Watch the full-length infiltration of Twin Peaks on my Patreon at patreon.com/Tyler Oliveira. Thanks again to everyone involved in this video. Link in description. Go show them some love.
Okay, so they didn't mention it, so I'm gonna have to do that part myself. Okay, what the hell is going on here? Why is this not work? Here it is. Oh my god. Okay, there it goes. Now it's working for me. So, the Church of Scientology actually has had a history of fucking with the U.S. government before, including Operation Snow White, which was a criminal conspiracy by the Church of Scientology during the 1970s to purge unfavorable records about Scientology and its founder, L. Ron Hubbard. This project included a series of infiltrations into and thefts from 136 government agencies, foreign embassies, and consulates, as well as private organizations critical of Scientology, carried out by church members in more than 30 countries. So again, infiltration and theft from government agencies, foreign embassies, and consulates, and even private organizations that are critical of Scientology is within Scientology's documented behavior, right? It was one of the largest infiltrations of the United States government in history, with up to 5,000 covert agents. The operation was also exposed the Scientology plot Operation Freakout, because Operation Snow White was the case that initiated the U.S. government's investigation into the church. Under this program, Scientology operatives committed infiltration, wiretapping, and theft documents in government offices, most notably those of the U.S. IRS. 11 highly placed church executives, including Mary Sue Hubbard, third wife of founder L. Ron Hubbard, and the second in command of the organization, pleaded guilty and were convicted in federal court of obstructing justice, burglary of government offices, and theft of documents in government property. The case was United States Mary Sue Hubbard et al. So I'll put this in the video description oh, wait, wrong button. I'll put that in the video description if I can. And then obviously we have Operation Freakout. And this is one of the areas where Wikipedia is actually kind of, objective, because it'll just, it actually has some of these articles are locked down, as you can see right here, because of attempts to edit it maliciously. So Operation Freakout, also known as Operation PC Freakout, was a Church of Scientology covert plan intended to have the U.S. author and journalist Paulette Cooper imprisoned or committed to a psychiatric hospital. The plan, undertaken in 1976, following years of church-initiated lawsuits and covert harassment, was meant to eliminate the perceived threat that Cooper posed to the church and obtain revenge for her publication in the 1971 of a highly critical book, The Scandal of Scientology. The FBI discovered documentary evidence of the plot and the preceding campaign of harassment during an investigation of the Church of Scientology in 1977, eventually leading to the church compensating Cooper in an out-of-court settlement, which you may have noticed. The Church of Scientology, despite beating the IRS and the whole religion debate, lost this one. So yeah, the Church of Scientology, as you've seen, has a history of trying to undermine governmental authority, to its own purposes. And this is a very consistent pattern when it comes to apocalypticism. So let's keep that in mind. We have one example of a UFO or religion doing this, a UFO apocalyptic religion. I don't even know why I have this page open. So now we're going to do some shameless popery, and we are going to discuss the Christian part of this, because it turns out not all Christian denominations and not all Christian ideas are made equal, some of which are significantly better and some of which are significantly worse than others. And there is one particularly dangerous Gnostic-inflected part of the American Protestant idea, chain of thought, that is to be understood, and that is dispensationalism. So in order to understand dispensationalism, first we have to understand the distinction between the church and Israel in dispensationalism, which is a very important thing to understand if we're going to get to the part where, no, Israel does not control your foreign policy. You have a lot of dispensationalists who have a vested interest in their eschatological ploy of cooperating with Jewish apocalypticists, because they believe in a lot of the same methodologies and a lot of the same historical goals, even if they're going to lead to, in their mind, historically very different ends. So here we go. Okay, hold on. Again, this is going to be a long video.
Topics right now is this question of whether we should support Israel in its ongoing fight against Hamas and now against Iran. And there are people.
I already gave a 5-hour opinion on why I think the Iran conflict is justified. this is one of those two things can be true at one time, right? It could be that we are justified in waging war against Iran. And again, I gave a 5-hour argument for that. But it is also true that it could be that there are bad motivations by some of the actors in this that we need to be concerned about. That is actually, both of those statements can be concurrently true. There's nothing in this video that I'm recording now that actually directly contradicts anything in the previous video that I made. Recognizing that reality is itself very messy at times is kind of important, because you can't, if you want reality to be simple, you want to live in a fairy tale. You don't actually want to live in the real world.
Who I respect, who answer both sides of that question. But I want to look at one particular argument that is sometimes made. It was made recently by Senator Ted Cruz in his Tucker Carlson interview. It's this argument that Americans need to support Israel attacking Iran because the Bible says that those who bless Israel will be blessed. I want to first say thank you to everybody supporting this.
Yeah, so Shameless Popery is going to take umbrage with a lot of dispensationalist reading, because dispensationalism will say that a lot of its reading of the Bible is straightforward, but then you point out other readings of the Bible and they're not straightforward. For example, how many dispensationalists are going to straightforward say, oh yeah, when Jesus says that this is my body, this is my blood, they don't actually believe in transubstantiation. They don't really believe in the real presence. They don't believe that, the essence of the bread and the wine have changed into the body and blood of, the literal body and blood of Jesus. It's just we see only the accidents of bread and wine that are sustained. Yet very few dispensationalists actually believe that, and they'll go out of their way to formulate non-obvious readings of that passage in order for that to, make sense. Again, the verse about the apostles being given the power to bind and loose sins, very clearly alluding to the act of confession. Yeah, the clear reading is the Catholic reading, but, dispensationalists disagree with the Catholic reading on where it's very clear. So the whole idea of dispensationalism just being a clearer reading of the Bible is very easy to disprove, to be perfectly honest. Even the idea that the Bible is easy to read is disproved by the apostles happening upon the Ethiopian reading, I think it's the book of Isaiah, and this is in the book of Acts, and they ask him, hey, do you understand what it is that you're reading? And the Ethiopian tells him, well, how can I if I have no one to teach me? So he doesn't understand the text just by reading it. There is intrinsically understood to be some external teaching authority to help with the interpretation of the Bible in the Christian tradition. So, yeah. Dispensationalism is not just a simple, direct reading of the text. It is actually... it actually requires you to not believe your eyes in certain areas.
Channel over at shamelessjoe.com. It's a beautiful community. I love your questions and comments, hearing from people like Madison T, who asked me last week about the biblical and historical basis for why we have bishops, priests, and deacons. Sinez, who asked about St. John Chrysostom's view of St. Peter, and on and on. I love answering your questions each Monday and each Friday. And I hope that you enjoy having ad-free versions of these episodes. But now I want to explore this Ted Cruz clip and then explore whether this theology is biblical or not.
I do suggest Shameless Popery for anyone interested. He does actually really good videos. His video on theosis is actually in the Gnostic strain in Protestantism. Not that Protestantism is Gnostic, but that there is a Gnostic subversion in, infiltrating Protestantism. These are very good videos that at some point should probably, you should probably take a watch of at some point.
I'm talking about the political entity of modern Israel.
Yes, and that is
you believe
Israel.
That's what God was talking about in Genesis.
I do, but
that country's existed since when?
For thousands of years. Now, there was a time when it didn't exist, and then it was recreated.
So the passage that Ted Cruz is trying to remember is, in fact, from Genesis. More particularly, it's Genesis 12, 1-3, in which God makes a couple of very important covenantal promises. First, he tells Abraham, I will make of you a great nation. And then he says, I will bless those who bless you, and him who curses you I will curse. And by you all the families of the earth shall bless themselves. Now this is the beginning of what is known as the Abrahamic covenant. And it contains promises both to Abraham personally and to the great nation formed by his descendants. Well, for many evangelicals, particularly, as I say, coming from a dispensationalist theology, that great nation is obviously Israel. not just the ancient kingdom of Israel formed by God, but also the modern state of Israel formed by the United Nations. And it's that view that Ted Cruz is articulating here, and it's a rather common one in the evangelical world.
I do have to state, though, that like the formation of the nation-state of Israel was actually controversial among rabbinical Orthodox rabbis as well. There are actually documentations of Orthodox rabbis who opposed the creation of Israel because, again, it was supposed to be God through the Messiah who actually refounds the state of Israel. And there were a number of rabbis who saw the formation of the nation-state of Israel through human hands to be an attempt to move the hand of God in history through human power. And you're going to see that this is a thing that I think is actually a really accurate description of dispensationalist politics, is that it's not just about, it's not just about paving the way for, for Jesus to return. Because let's be fair, God has always paved his own way, right? He's used human beings to pave his own way in the Christian tradition, but he himself does the paving, and he uses human beings to do that. So that's not actually, that itself is a anti-Christian and anti-historical framing. What I think is actually a more accurate way to describe how dispensationalism actually works in practice, not in theory, but in like actual reality, is that dispensationalist politics are oftentimes attempting to force the hand of God to act in history, in time, under human time, while on the surface saying that they're just working on God's time. So
I would suggest this is why people misremember that passage in Genesis 12 as saying those who bless Israel, even though Israel didn't exist in Genesis 12. For instance, in the aftermath of the October 7th attacks, the Southern Baptist Convention's Ethics and Religious Liberty Commission put together an evangelical statement in support of Israel, announcing their support for Israel and also declaring that Israel had both the right and the duty to defend itself against further attacks.
Okay, so I'm just going to read this. Evangelical statement in support of Israel. So this is 2023. In the wake of the evil and indefensible atrocities now committed against the people of Israel by Hamas, we, the undersigned, unequivocally condemn the violence against the vulnerable, fully support Israel's right and duty to defend itself against further attacks, and urgently call all Christians to pray for the salvation and peace of the people of Israel and Palestine. While our theological perspectives on Israel and the church may vary, we are unified in calling attacks against the Jewish people especially troubling, as they have been often targeted by their neighbors since God called them his people in the days of Abraham. Since the inception of the modern state of Israel in 1948, Israel has faced numerous attacks, incursions, and violations of its national sovereignty, and the Jewish people have long endured genocidal attempts to eradicate them and destroy the Jewish state. These anti-Semitic deadly ideologies and terrorist actions must be opposed. I will again refer to the Hadith when we get to the Lotus Eaters sub-commentary.
And the only biblical citation offered anywhere in the document was the SBC applying Genesis 12, 1-3 to the modern state of Israel. And look, on the surface, that reading makes complete sense. God is making a promise about a great nation formed by Abraham's descendants, and the modern Israelis are Abraham's descendants according to the flesh. But that reading of Genesis 12 is pretty explicitly rejected throughout the New Testament. Most strikingly, St. Paul argues that it is instead men of faith who are the sons of Abraham. And to prove his point, Paul cites to this very same passage from Genesis 12 to show that instead it is those who are men of faith who are blessed with Abraham who had faith. So,
yeah, this happens all the time in like biblical exegesis, where people will come across different verses that they don't really know what to do with. And so they will oftentimes, this is not always conscious. Sometimes this is a thing that's just like subconsciously left to the side because, again, we don't really know how to do with this thing. And yeah, this is one of those examples for the dispensationalist. It's like, well, I don't really know how to deal with this in my worldview, so then it's not that I'm consciously ignoring it, but more along the lines of like, it just doesn't register to me because I don't know what to do with this, so it doesn't stand out.
How do St. Paul and the Southern Baptist Convention manage to interpret the same passage of Scripture in opposite ways? One to say it's about the faithful, including faithful Gentiles, and the other to say it's about Israelis and ethnic Jews. Well, the whole dispute turns on a simple question. how do future generations inherit the Genesis 12 promises that God is making to Abraham? Who are the sons of Abraham that God is making promises about? In Romans 9, St. Paul answers that directly. He says that not all who are descended from Israel belong to Israel, and not all are children of Abraham because they are his descendants. And to prove this, he points to two examples from Genesis. First, that God's covenant continued on through Isaac, not through his older brother Ishmael. And then from Isaac, the covenant passes to Isaac's younger son, Jacob, who becomes Israel. After Jacob's older brother Esau, the father of the Edomites, repudiated his birthright. Now,
Now, again, to me, this seems all bleedingly obvious. But again, what is obvious to one person is not necessarily obvious to another person. And again, when you're introduced to the Bible in biblical reading, you're almost never done so in a neutral context. There's usually some context by which someone is sneaking in, even just accidentally, right? Even if just like unconsciously, some interpretation of the text when they introduce you to the text. So this is actually one of the big areas of like translation criticism especially for the Bible, is that depending on what your theology is, you will translate certain passages in the text differently. Now, in some cases, this is like bleedingly obvious, such as what the Jehovah's Witnesses do, right? But sometimes it's often a subtle but misleading thing that comes from a particular, again, theology that is presupposed on, and then applied to the Bible when it's being translated. This is why there's that issue of like, okay, what Bible translation are we using is kind of an important question, because the Catholics, the Lutherans, and the Orthodox will translate specific passages different ways, because sometimes the text in and of itself is not actually all that clear. Polysemy is a thing that exists in Hebrew, Greek, and Latin after all, right? So, yeah, the translation of the Bible is not exactly simple. But, some texts, some parts of the text are actually pretty obvious, such as, again, when the Bible literally tells you what it means. So,
the point is really simple. If God's covenant with Abraham was inherited according to the flesh, the way that property is divided up when a parent dies, for instance, then the covenant would have gone to the firstborn. So then the Ishmaelites, not Isaac, would be God's covenant people, not the Israelites. Or a generation later, it would have meant the Edomites and not the Israelites were the covenant chosen people. So it is completely self-refuting for a Jewish person to say, we should understand the promises of Genesis 12 according to the flesh, since that would mean we should side with their Ishmaelite or Edomite neighbors and not with the Israelis.
And to be fair, Israel is not always on the correct side in biblical conflicts. Israel and Jude, there is actually a time where like Israel is on the right, and there's also a time where Judea is on the right, because you got to remember that the Jews themselves were separated into a northern and a southern kingdom. So yeah, like sorry, just a little bit of like a historical tangent there, but yeah, the whole conflict between even like the Samaritans and the Jews are actually kind of interesting.
So what is the alternative view? If it's not according to the flesh, well, then it's all about faith in the promises of God. As St. Paul explains, it is not the children of the flesh who are the children of God, but the children of the promise are reckoned as descendants. And he calls Abraham the father of all who believe, Jewish or Gentile, and says the covenant applies to those who share the faith of Abraham, for he is the father of us all. So to be a son of Abraham, in this sense that matters, it is not about your race or your ethnicity. It's about whether or not you hold to the faith of Abraham. And Paul is not alone in teaching this. Well before him, John the Baptist was out there warning his fellow Jews, do not presume to say to yourselves, we have Abraham as our father. For I tell you, God is able from these stones to raise up children to Abraham. And Jesus himself warned his Jewish persecutors, if you were Abraham's children, you would do what Abraham did. And he says instead, you are of your father, the devil, and your will is to do your father's desires. So Abraham's sons, biblically, are the ones who keep the faith of Abraham, whether or not they're blood relatives. And it's to us that the promises of Genesis 12 apply, not to whoever happens to be related to Abraham by flesh. Now, Paul
Yeah, so long story short, the true Israel, if Christianity is true, the true Israel nowadays is actually the church. The church and Israel are actually one and the same. The nation of God on earth, as mentioned earlier, is very clearly the church if Christianity is true. It's not Israel, the modern nation state. But, again, like, a lot of this gets into like really obvious, but also just kind of needs to be said kind of deal. It's like, even if Israel was founded under mistaken religious like zealotry, right, which it very clearly was, that doesn't really have anything to do with how it exists now. It's like, as I've pointed before in a different video, it's like, okay, let's just hypothetically state that, yeah, sure, everything you said is true. What do we do about the people who live there? You gonna like remigrate them to wherever their ancestors are? That's going to be a very difficult effort, and I'm not entirely sure that the nations would necessarily take them back, to be perfectly honest, because that would be a massive immediate shock on everyone's population and economics. There is no from the river to the sea Palestine shall be free, because the issue is the only way for that to really happen is to march the Israelites into the sea to drown them like the Ottomans did. This is a solution. This is a problem without a real practical solution, and I'm willing to hear out like a genuine practical solution that doesn't actually devolve into, well, I mean, a bunch of people have to, a bunch of people have to die, because it's like, I mean, a bunch of people have to die apparently for the two-state solution. A bunch of people would have to die for the one-state solution, whether it be Israel or Palestine. A bunch of people would have to apparently die for the remigration solution. Which would probably not even work anyway, because you'd have to convince the various nations to take them back, right? So it's like, this is one of those things where it's like, reality is a compromise. It is not it has no solutions. And that's the thing people keep forgetting. They want to live in this fantasy where there's a solution to the problems that you have in your life, instead of, your problems are things you have to negotiate with because you're never going to really get over them. There is no solution, right? But I personally agree with the Catholic Church's official position. It's not a doctrinal position, so you can be Catholic and not agree with this. It's not a doctrine. But the Vatican, as it stands now, has the position of the two-state solution for the exact reason I just outlined, to be perfectly honest. Now, Islam is, rapidly collapsing all across the world, as I mentioned in my previous video. So hopefully, we will see the rise of, Christianity displacing Islam and Palestine eventually, right? So that way we don't have to deal with Hamas. But as I've already alluded to, we might have problems after that anyway. But we'll get there when we get there, because this is going to be a long video.
Describes explicitly in terms of an olive tree in Romans 11. Those born into the old covenant are what he calls the natural branches. This is a faith that they grew up with, after all. But some of those Jews rejected the faith by rejecting the prophesied Jewish Messiah, Jesus of Nazareth. So Paul talks about them as branches which are now broken off from the tree. And in their stead, faithful Gentiles who have heard the gospel have been grafted in. And Paul holds out hope even for the Jews who've rejected Christ, saying, if they do not persist in their unbelief, they will be grafted in, for God has the power to graft them in again. Now, when Paul says that the Gentiles and some of these Jews have been grafted in, what is it that they're being grafted into? Well, as he says in the next verse, they're being grafted into Israel. And he makes this point elsewhere, reminding the Gentiles.
I will have to pause here to point this out, but like, our conception of chapter and verse in the biblical text, including the New Testament text, is a modern convention. The original texts and even the ancient versions of these texts did not separate these passages into chapters and verses. This is a modern convention to help organize the information in an accessible way. But back in the day, when these texts were being originally written, so this is to be something mindful of when you're reading these texts, is that they were never intended to be separated into chapters and verses. They were all meant to be one single self-coherent document, right? So and I'm talking about each individual text in the canon. The canon itself was developed after all of the texts were written down by quite a large margin. Yeah, so just pointing that out there, like, you can't take verses and chapters in isolation, because that's never how this text was actually, none of these texts were written that way.
Gentiles, for instance, how they were once separated from Christ and alienated from the commonwealth of Israel, but have now been brought near in the blood of Christ, forming one people from the Jews and Gentiles in Jesus' body, the church. Now, in the Old Testament, one of the promises of the coming Messiah was that he would assemble the outcasts of Israel and gather the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. And when Jesus comes into the world, that is exactly what he announces that he's doing. He declares, I have other sheep that are not of this fold. I must bring them also, and they will heed my voice. So there shall be one flock, one shepherd. So the argument here is not that God abandoned Israel or that he abandoned the Jewish people and then formed some new people called the church. It's rather that the promises of God have always been tied to faith, going all the way back to those covenantal promises in Genesis 12. And these were inherited by the Jewish faithful along with the Gentile faithful, who were then gathered into one body by the Jewish Messiah. But if that's right, then it means the church is the gathered together remnant of Israel assembled into the flock of Christ.
This is also not to say that God does not have any particular special what would you call it? Desire for individual nations. It's just that the chosen nation of God is the church, which is actually Israel. Like the Israel of the Old Testament is the church that is now, right? There's continuity from one to the other. Israel did not pass out of being. It was renamed and transformed through its renaming, just like how Abraham was once Abram. You know, the changing of the name indicates a changing of function in history. Yeah, so from he who struggles with God, Israel, to, the church, the ecclesia catholica, actually, the universal mystical body, right?
Or to put it in the terms of St. Paul, it means that the church is the Israel of God. But what happens if you get this wrong? What happens if you think that God...
And I'd have to point out that, saying it that way, the Israel of God indicates that there might be an Israel not of God. So, I mean, that distinction is just baked into that particular... It's kind of like when Jesus says, love thy enemy as thyself. Not love thy enemy, love thy neighbor as thyself, right? And it was like, well, I mean, there's a secondary command baked in there, which is you have to care about yourself, because that command, love thy neighbor as thyself, doesn't mean diddly squat if you don't care about yourself first, too, right? I mean, it seems bleedingly obvious when you point it out, but it's like, yeah, I mean, the way people formulate these things, oftentimes there is a very obvious implicit implication in there. It's like the Israel of God being a thing that exists. Well, that implies that there's an Israel not of God. So there's two competing claims for the Israeli identity. It just happens to be that, again, the Christian side with the idea that the Israel of God is the Israel, is the church, and the Israel not of God would be that which claims to be Israel, but does not actually incorporated into the mystical body of God, i.e., the ecclesia, the church.
God's promises to Israel are about an ethnic group instead of a church.
Now, historically speaking, there are actually a number of medieval Christians who, not even medieval, but patristic and modern Christians, who have speculated that, again, the ethnic Jews may have a particular historical role to play in the divine plan. For example, there was one who believed that, at the end of time, you would see, not at the end of time, but towards the end of the current age, you would see the world would become Christian, and then the Jewry would remain, outside of the church. They would remain a separate entity, but eventually the Jewry would become reincorporated into the church, so they would convert, whereas at the same time the rest of the world would fall away. That is one speculation. It's not a binding speculation, but it is a historical medieval speculation that did actually exist at one point. But speculating about the future is not something I particularly care for, because one thing you'll notice is that all these Gnostic cults that I complain about, they all seem to believe that they know the future, where it's if you look at the medieval Christian, they had, and the patristic Christian, they had all kinds of disagreements about what the future entailed, right? Because it turns out we don't actually know. It's kind of just that simple. We don't actually know. And oftentimes the issue we have nowadays with reading these biblical texts is we don't realize that like each individual book was written on its own. They're not written in one uniform genre. Some of these texts are, you know, historical texts, right? Some of these texts are poetry. Some, you know, for example, Genesis chapter 1 is very clearly Hebrew poetry. It fits all of the linguistic conventions of a Hebrew poem. You know, the book of Revelation is an apocalyptic literature. That's why it has a lot of symbolic language in there. So you can't take it literally because it's very clearly like speaking to a mystical experience, right? It's not giving you a direct blueprint of how the future is going to go, and trying to treat it as if it's a blueprint to the future it seems to be the work of what, again, sorcerers, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, that's the thing I've noticed is a lot of the people who are quote unquote like a lot of the quote unquote signs that are happening are the work of, you know, wizards, not the work of God. None of these are miracles. These are the work of, you know, sorcerers. So it's just a thing I've noticed, right? And I'm not entirely sure that God is cooperating with sorcerers to bring about the end of the world, right?
Well, it's going to screw up a lot more than just your foreign policy. It's going to undermine your ability as a Christian even to claim to be part of the new covenant. That's because the new covenant is formed with the house of Israel. We see this explicitly in Jeremiah 31. God talks about how the people of Israel have broken the covenant that God made with their fathers. Covenants like the one with Abraham. But
yeah, this is a pretty recurring pattern, right?
rather than abandoning them, God promises instead to make a new covenant with the house of Israel, saying, I will be their God and they shall be my people. But notice both halves of this promise, that there's going to be a new covenant in which God forms his people anew, and that this new covenant is with the house of Israel. Now, Jesus fulfills this at the Last Supper. When he institutes the Eucharist, he lifts up the chalice and he declares, this is my blood of the covenant, which is poured out for many for the forgiveness of sins.
I might have to pause it here because this is also one of the places where like Protestantism is very vulnerable to Gnostic subversion, whereas Catholicism, even though there are Gnostic subversions of Catholicism, you know, liberation theology comes to mind, for example, it's much harder to subvert Catholicism because the whole idea behind Gnosticism is, again, that the world that you actually live in is intrinsically evil. It's carceral, right? So nothing material can be involved in the process of saving man from his carceral reality. Only knowledge, the spirit, can do so. And it's intrinsically linked to the idea that like the material is evil, but the spiritual is good. This is completely inverted in the Christian understanding, where everything material is actually good. God makes the entire material world, and he says it is good. But it is actually the spiritual world from which evil comes and from which all evil derives, right? I can't help but notice that like Satan, the Lucifer, is well, Lucifer is one of those terms you got to be careful because it has, again, two meanings. And it does not, Lucifer, even as a name, it refers actually to a couple different characters, even in the biblical text itself. That being said, so it's actually the spiritual, which is the root of all evil, not the material. It's the devil, a pure spirit. There's no material component to the devil. He doesn't exactly have a body, right? He's the source of like the original break in heaven, which casts down a third of the stars, right? Very clearly an allusion to the war in heaven with the flick of his tail, a third of the stars fall from the sky, is an allusion to the war in heaven where a third of the angels fall down to the earth, right? And then from the break in heaven comes the inevitable break in the material, where you have, again, the devil comes in Genesis and says, eat of this fruit and you shall be as God, right? It's apotheosis, not theosis or divination in the Eastern or Catholic traditions. It's more of a pagan or Gnostic henosis idea, right? But in the Catholic tradition, when they say, again, eat this body and drink my blood, or, say, when they tell you, be baptized with water and spirit, right? It is the material and the spiritual. The matter is the instrument through which God actually brings about salvation. That's why it's called a sacrament. It is the means through which God has decided to impart grace normatively. He can do so extraordinarily, but normatively into the human experience, right? And that's because the embodied existence is, intrinsically good. Hell, even in the sacrament of marriage, right? The sacrament of marriage is one of those things that, again, it's a sacrament. It is a means through which God has chosen to impart grace into the human life, right? To draw man closer to himself. In the Eucharist, you literally eat the body and blood of God, and you grow closer to him that way, right? Through communion. In the case of, baptism, you pour water over the head, you pour water over the head of man, or, you are immersed. But either way, you're done so in the Trinitarian formula of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And so the matter and the form are both integral into the validity of the sacrament. That's by design. God is using intentionally the material element of reality to help redeem the spiritual aspect of man. And it's exactly as a inversion of the Gnostic error, which is to completely reject the material and become fully abstract, fully spiritual. Again, even in the marriage, even in marriage, right? Marriage, how is the sacrament of marriage, consummated? Well, it turns out the sacrament of marriage is not actually sealed with a kiss. It is consummated through the sexual act. So the sexual act itself is, is actually, in a sense, sacramental. That's why it's important. It is the method through which God chose new life to come into being, right? You don't come into being, children aren't, brought into being just because, you got two hearts on the same wavelength, right? That's not how that shit works. It comes new life comes into being, a new human life comes into being when two bodies become one flesh. Because it turns out you are a body with a soul, not a soul with a body. That's the entire point of this. Because you are at base a material entity with a spiritual, I guess you could say, with a spiritual reality, a spiritual amphibian, you live in both realms. God chooses to use both the spiritual and the material in the plan of salvation. In a sense, redeeming matter, not just through the fact that God becomes material when he enters into the human life through the incarnation, but also through the sacramental life. He makes matter itself part of the salvific process. So, again, Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy and some forms of Protestantism, which take a more real presence view of, especially the Eucharist, are really important to opposing Gnosticism, because they are more resistant to this Gnostic subversion, because they don't have this aversion to the material reality. They recognize that the material reality is actually intrinsically good. Whereas many of especially in the evangelical and charismatic movements, right? You have this movement away from the material and towards the spiritual, and that is the exact movement that allows for Gnosticism to become very attractive. So, again, let's move on to this whole issue with the two Israels, right?
In both word and deed, this is a covenantal act. The Jewish political scientist Daniel Elazar wrote a 4-volume work on the history of covenants. And the first volume is all about the biblical concept of covenant. And Elazar explained that sealing a covenant involves some ritual act, typically a bloody sacrifice, but it could also be things like a common meal. And he recognized that the Eucharist is an example of this. And so when Jesus prepares this ritual meal with his disciples that we call the Last Supper, and he inaugurates their new covenant with them in the blood that he is about to pour out on the cross, that is covenantal formation. And it's one of the reasons that we know that Jesus actually turned the wine into his blood, since as Hebrews 9 points out, even the first covenant needed blood to be ratified. But notice, who's the other party to this new covenant? Biblically, we can say both the house of Israel, Jeremiah 31, but also clearly the church. This is why, as St. Paul observes, when we come together to celebrate the Eucharist as Jesus commanded, we do it by assembling as the church. So Christ fulfills his promise to make a new covenant with the house of Israel by making a new covenant with the church. and setting his 12 disciples in judgment over the 12 tribes of Israel. Now, all of that puts dispensationalists into a bit of an awkward position, because if they admit that the new covenant is formed with the church, then they seemingly have to admit that the church is the house of Israel, and thus that their dispensationalist system separating Israel from the church is false. But if they deny this,
of course, I'm not a dispensationalist, so I don't exactly have this particular issue. I've never bought into dispensationalism. I've heard a lot of people tell me dispensationalism is just common sense reading of the Bible, and I'm like, yeah, no, it's really not. Right? You don't have to be Catholic to realize this. There's certain odd things that you're taking literally, but then not literally at the other things that you're not taking literally. And it seems a little bit like you have some nested presuppositions in your reading that aren't being fully articulated. But yeah.
Then they have to come up with some inventive kind of explanation to account for the church's relationship to the new covenant itself. And this is how you get dispensationalist theologians like Dr. Roy Beecham claiming that Christians don't actually participate in the new covenant in any way.
The church today participates in some soteriological blessings like are promised to Israel in the new covenant. The church, however, has no legal relationship to the new covenant. We do not participate in the new covenant in any way.
Hopefully.
That is so ridiculous. I think that alone should have been able to show that this does not make any sense, to be perfectly honest. Like that alone should be able to show. What do you mean you don't have any covenantal relationship with God when you become baptized? What the fuck are you on about, right? I mean, yeah, technically you could read the Bible and come to that conclusion. I mean, even the Protestant Bible is, 66 books and 32,000 verses. So you will eventually miss something unless you reread it and reread and reread and reread it. And there's a lot of people who have, quote unquote, memorized the Bible, but they still don't really dwell on the parts that they don't know exactly how to deal with, such as, for example, in the Psalms when, well, no, it's not the Psalms, where such as like in the Old Testament, where God says, I was going to mention the theosis thing because there is a portion in the Old Testament where God tells the Israelites, "You are gods," and then Jesus himself actually does later in the New Testament quote that exact line when people are accusing him of blasphemy, when he says, "Does it not say in your scriptures, you are gods?" Right? Right? It is kind of funny, but theosis and divination are a very poorly understood subject matter, and I don't really want to take too much away from shameless popery. I feel bad that I even I feel bad that I even take a full video from shameless popery because there's so little I can really interject in here. But that being said, watch his video on theosis and divination, and there's a reason even C.S. Lewis, who is an Anglican, knew about that. So, long story short.
Puts the matter into clear focus. The new covenant is formed with the house of Israel, as Jeremiah 31 says. This means one of two things. If you listen to prophets like Isaiah and Malachi or apostles like Paul, it means that in the new covenant, even foreigners are going to be incorporated into Israel, into the house of God. They'll be offering true sacrifice. So the house of God is now a house of prayer for all people. If that view is right, then Genesis 12 is not a legitimate justification for saying Christians must support the nation state of Israel in its military actions. There might be other good justifications, but you can't point to the Bible as one of them. On the other hand, if you trust the dispensationalists, you can turn the promises of God into promises according to the flesh instead of according to faith. But you're going to run into some difficulties. One of the costs of doing this is that you can no longer claim to be part of one of God's covenants, including the new covenant. And also, you kind of have to treat Christ as a bigamist with two brides, Israel and the church. So I think that theological...
Yeah, that's a point that I think is also really important. That was a thing I never really thought about, but yeah, that's actually a really good point. That actually is a really good point.
Error is dangerous, not just for what it says about foreign policy, but more importantly for what it says about Jesus Christ and about his church and about the promises of God. But this is only the tip of the iceberg, because in saying all of this, we're still left with a conundrum. What does it mean for the people who have been faithfully trying to follow the old covenant, but who don't believe in Jesus Christ as the Messiah? I do a much deeper dive on the subject right here.
Yeah, so I didn't really care too much about the whole Israel-Palestine thing or any of that, because that's not really relevant to this particular discussion. It is literally just, this is the groundwork to understand, again, just like Scientology has a history of subverting governmental structures, guess what? So do dispensationalists, and what an interesting image to be freeze-framed on. But here we go. That was the groundwork for this one.
Welcome back to Shaman's Potpourri. I'm Joe Heschbar, and no, the title of this video is not an exaggeration. It's not clickbait. Today, we're actually going to explore how a dangerous misreading of Scripture is leading some influential Christians to try to goad Israel and the United States into starting World War III. Now, the theology at hand is called dispensationalism, and many evangelicals today think that this is just Bible Christianity or just what Christians have always believed. But
I mean, a good way to show that that's not the case is to point out when dispensationalism started. Like, you're not going to find dispensationalists, for example, among the patristics or among the Middle Ages, right? You're not going to find them before the Great Schism, or, of the East to the West, or the Great Schism between the Oriental Orthodox and the Western Church, right? You're not going to find it. You're going to find it as a very specifically American error, and it's like, so then where were these true Christians throughout the rest of history, right?
Truth is that this form of Christianity is actually rather new. Now, it's a nuanced theology, but to sketch it out very roughly here, it's built upon the idea that God has two covenant peoples. He's got Israel and he's got the church, and they have distinct identities. Israel is promised a physical promised land, and the church is going to be taken up into heaven in an event that the dispensationalists call the rapture.
The rapture is another thing that just is like a very obviously new invention that no one prior to the existence of America really believed in, right? Just point again, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, if this was really Bible Christianity, where the hell was it during the patristic era?
Now, many American Christians, as I say, think that this is just what Christians have always believed or what Christians just believe today.
A large majority of the Christian world has embraced the worldview of the rapture, hook, line, and sinker. People like John Hagee, Jack Hibbs, Greg Laurie, David Jeremiah, and Jimmy Evans are all teaching the rapture as if it's 100% fact.
If it was fact, if this was actually like the intention, then why would we celebrate? Why would we hold martyrs as like? Because wouldn't this be like the greatest time for like the history of martyrdom, right? Like the church showing its like faith in God by willingly suffering for its faith in God on earth, right? Just also it just doesn't make any sense because like because again, it's promised that the gates of Hades, right, the gates of death will never overcome the church. Now, Hades is a polysemic term, right? It means the land of the dead. And so you could read this as like physical death, you could read this as like actual death, as in the case of like, again, like there will never be a time when there are literally no Christians because all the Christians have died, right? It could also refer to simply extinction. This is why the Great Apostasy doesn't work, because figuratively speaking, the land of the dead doesn't just also refer to the land of the physically dead. It also has a poetic sense in the sense of like the land of the spiritually dead. There will never come a time where all of mankind is apostatized from the faith because the gates of Hades, the gates of death, both spiritual and physical, shall not prevail over it. And like again, this seems to violate the promise that the gates of Hades shall not prevail, because if all of the faithful are taken up into heaven and the unbeliever is left to rot in misery, on earth, then it does seem that the gates of Hades actually have prevailed, because now the earth itself has been swallowed up into the land of the spiritual dead, into the spiritual death. So,
but this really isn't true. I mean, in terms of global Christianity, dispensationalism is an extreme fringe, and it's a new one too. Belief in the rapture and in dispensationalism more broadly really only traces back to John Nelson Darby in the 1800s and to the publication of the Scofield Reference Bible in the early 1900s. Now, I know some dispensationalists will try to find like a figure here or there that's earlier, but key to this worldview is the idea that Christians have to support the nation of Israel. And on the surface, that looks harmless. For instance, the New York Times best-selling dispensationalist Mike Evans argues in Why Christians Should Support Israel that we are commanded to support the nation state of Israel in Genesis 12. Now, I just had a video recently looking at an exchange between Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson on Israel, and in that I showed that when the New Testament talks about this, it says that God's promises in Genesis 12 apply to men of faith, regardless of whether they're ethnically Jewish. But today, I want to focus on a different angle, a more immediately worrying one. Are dispensationalists really being friends to Israel by goading them into war?
No, they are not. Not at fucking all. And that should be pretty obvious, right? But no, the dispensationalists who want Israel to go to war with its neighbors are not friends of Israel. That being said, it's kind of hard to have peace with your neighbors when they believe, again, that the final victory of Allah over, Iblis will not come until, again, the Muslim, the servant of God, hunts all of the Jews until the Jews will hide behind stones and trees, and the stones and trees will cry out like, "Oh, Muslim servant of God, there is a Jew behind me, come and kill him," except for one specific type of tree, because it happens to be the tree of the Jews, right? It's kind of hard to believe. It's kind of hard to make friends with the religion that teaches you that you cannot make friends with the Jews and the Christians because they are, and I quote, friends of themselves. So, yeah, Israel does have the geopolitical it does have the unfortunate geopolitical fact of just being surrounded by people that honestly are just motivated to see them wiped off the face of the earth. This is like, Hamas is very clear in their foundational documents that they want not just the destruction of Israel, but the annihilation of all the Jews, right? That's the 12-verse position too, the one of Iran. It's like they wanted the annihilation of all the Jews. I talked about this in my video on the Iran war, right? Or at least the current Iran conflict. But at the same time, it's like, shouldn't necessarily be encouraging belligerence either when it's not necessary. And I don't think you can really say that the dispensationalists are really friends of Israel, that they are instead just trying to use Israel and Israel's conflicts to benefit their own purposes. But that's just my opinion.
But before I do even that, I want to thank our true friends over at shamelessjoe.com for your continued support for this channel. Shameless Potpourri doesn't take sponsors, so direct support from viewers like you is important in keeping the ministry going. Our Patreon is a beautiful community of Christians, all seeking a deeper understanding of the faith. You get exclusive access to live streams where I answer your questions, and some of you even suggested episodes for me to tackle, some of which I've actually done.
I would suggest going to support him if you have the opportunity and you happen to be either Catholic or just generally Christian. Shameless Potpourri does a great job showing his work.
And as a quick side note, I have seen your comments about how badly YouTube subtitles absolutely mangled this show's name, so we might have a cool surprise for you in the near future. But until then, please join us over on shamelessjoe.com, and thank you for your continued support. All right, so I mentioned Mike Evans in his book, Why Christians Should Support Israel. Well, critically, one of the reasons that he gives for why we should support Israel is that when we support Israel, we are preparing for our Lord's coming. In other words, in the dispensationalist scheme, Israel is kind of like the bait needed to trigger the apocalypse. But what does that look like concretely? In another of his books, Jerusalem Betrayed, Evans actually argues against what was in the ongoing peace process in Israel, and he argues against the idea of a two-state solution in which Israelis and Palestinians might someday peacefully coexist. And in contrast, he describes his own vision of the future this way. It's almost unimaginable, but the fighting in and around Jerusalem and along the Jordan Valley will flow into the 200-mile-long rift that runs from the Sea of Galilee in the north all the way down to the Gulf of Aqaba. Now, in addition to the indescribable slaughter in the Middle East, he says that there's going to be a worldwide shockwave that will completely destroy all the great cities in the world, cities like Paris, London, Tokyo, and New York. Now look, make no mistake, Evans is not trying to avert this bloodshed. He is actively trying to cause it. In his view, it is only once we've nearly destroyed all life on earth that Jesus is going to return as a Messiah and usher in peace. And so he tells us that he is sharing this so that we can participate in the prophecy to help try to trigger Armageddon. After all, he says, prophecy is given not only so that we can understand our times, but so we can be a part of God's plan. to which I would say Jerusalem betrayed indeed. And just
I will pause it because I kind of want to just read the whole thing. Okay, so we're gonna go back to, oh shit, wrong one. So let's see. Okay, yeah, so he already read that part. He didn't read the fullness of this one though. Prophecy is not given to us in Scripture just so we can know beforehand what will happen in the future. It is given so we will humble our hearts in repentance and seek God to find out how God would have us participate in that prophecy and to pray earnestly for its fulfillment. Prophecy is given not only so we can understand our times, but so we can be part of God's plan. Now, I'm also going to be pointing out the very bleedingly obvious, right? The reason why God waits until, in the book of Revelation, until the church almost falls out of being, right? Is because ultimately speaking, that is very akin to think about, for example, the flood in Noah's Ark, right? in the story of Noah's Ark. The church itself is the ark. To survive the flood. And it's not like God wanted to flood the earth in the it's not like God wanted to flood the earth in Genesis. That was the last thing he wanted to do. He waited explicitly till it got to a point where there wasn't really any way other than that, to actually reform the earth. And we see this quite often. You see, for example, the Hebrews are held in Egypt for 400 years because Palestine, in Palestine, the Canaanites had not grown enough to iniquity. He didn't want to displace and destroy the Canaanites. That was not the plan. It was something that was allowed to happen because that's what the Canaanites chose to do, was grow to a point of decadence that, there wasn't really, they merited destruction. And even then, when the Israelites were finally allowed to leave Egypt, they wandered the desert for 40 years, in part because, again, God is a God of mercy, and he did not want the Canaanites destroyed. So, again, it's mercy after mercy. 400 years of mercy for the Canaanites, and then 40 plus years of mercy for the Canaanites as the Israelites wandered with God in the desert, right? Yeah, God doesn't want to destroy the earth. He does know that the earth will pass away because he knows the future, right? And so this heaven and this earth both will pass away, and a new heaven and new earth, a regeneration. So it's the same thing in continuity, but it has now been rededicated, repurified, right? So it's like the new heaven and the new earth are this heaven and this earth, just now made right with God in the future. That is the biblical understanding of the future. And it is not God's desire that, people accelerate to their destruction. So yeah, trying to accelerate the coming of Jesus is not a good thing. It is actually a very prideful and very demonic thing to do, to be perfectly honest, because you're trying to force the hand of God in history. God works on his own time. If you're trying to, quote unquote, pave the way instead of simply, again, if you're trying to pave the way, i.e. force his hand, it's just a very, very PR friendly way of saying I'm going to force God to act in history. Then that's not really a miracle. And that was actually, again, as I pointed out, the Orthodox rabbinical criticism of the foundation of Israel was, this isn't really a miracle. This is the forcing of God's hand in history, and God does not, God is not a God who can be mocked, and God, it warns that you do not test God in these matters, right? So even if you're not Christian, or even if you're not religious, this should still be alarming because, again, just like the Scientologists, subverting government authority, we're talking about a radical sect of Christianity that actually wants to see you destroyed, making their, working their magic to try to cause World War III, because they believe that if they can cause death and destruction, then the coming of the Messiah will happen, and, they will be given their paradise. Which, funny enough, remember in my 5-hour video commentary where I pointed out that, how did the 12er in the Iranian regime want to end. Why did they want to end the world? Because they believed that they maximalized chaos, then the Mahdi would return and Allah would come to Isra in the final times. This is the exact same thing. This is the Christian version of the 12. This is the Christian equivalent of the Iranian 12er. Unironically, they have the same goal. The Iranian wanted to maximize chaos. This person right here is explicitly stating that we need to maximize chaos geopolitically for the exact same reason. Again, you do not need conspiracies where shared interests converge. If the dispensationalist and the Jewish mystic, for example, have a similar end goal, then there will naturally be cooperation between the two because they have a similar end goal. There's no need for like mutual manipulation because they have a similar end goal. The same thing with the dispensationalist and the 12er. If they have a similar end goal, which they objectively do, then they're going to be doing things to forward that particular end goal. You actually have, again, on this in this entire conflict, you have bad actors on both sides who want death and destruction, and for their own individual reasons, and they will cooperate with each other to increase death and destruction because they believe that they can finally bring an end to the world that they have a disordered hatred of in order to achieve a world they have a disordered love for. So anyway.
He's sharing this so that we can participate in the prophecy. Betrayed indeed. And dispensationalists like Mike Evans continue to seek positions of political influence from which they can encourage Israel to do things like annex the Golan Heights.
You mean like how the Scientologists were, again, in the previous video, vying to get their own friendly actors into government positions so that they can entrench their own position, right? Except this one is a little bit more dangerous because this one has much bigger levers to manipulate.
Which I happen to be one of the 25 evangelical advisors to the president. Now, I've got 73 million evangelical Facebook followers. By the way, this is the first time in history you had an evangelical Secretary of State, an evangelical Vice President. So if there's anybody to blame for all this, blame us, because we're pushing this hard. This is Bible land and its sovereignty.
Yeah, this is why when Trump said that, like, I may have forced Israel's hand in this conflict, I actually don't necessarily disbelieve him. It is actually very possible because, again, some of his advisors, and he has told some of his advisors to fuck off before, right? On certain issues, not necessarily all of them, right? But, you know, this is not the kind of person I would personally want in my cabinet, to be perfectly honest.
Evans is not an outlier. You can find plenty of dispensationalist speakers who dream of bringing about Christ's return through the outpouring of a lot of Israeli and Palestinian blood. Now,
yeah, I mean, this is basically sorcery. He's basically trying to manipulate base reality, which is what God is, right? He is the subsistent existence, the reality from which all the necessary reality from which all other necessary and contingent realities flow, right? They're trying to literally manipulate base reality in time. That is a wildly prideful and straight up almost Luciferian, because in a sense, you're kind of making yourself into God himself, right? By trying to manipulate God in history, you kind of turn yourself into a false God doing so, even if you are allegedly in pursuit of God.
Now, one of the underlying issues here involves how we read the Bible, and particularly how we read Bible prophecies. Dispensationalists will often defend their theological conclusions by explaining that they're just trying to take things literally, that they're rejecting spiritual or allegorical meanings to God's promises.
I mean, I already covered this part, right? Again, I gave examples of where it's like, yeah, it's very clearly not true.
Dispensationalist does not spiritualize or allegorize away the meaning of Scripture. What he does is take the literal, historical, cultural background of the Scripture and takes all these things in consideration when it comes to interpreting the Word of God.
I would actually agree. I would actually disagree here, because if you are, for example, because it strikes me as like intrinsically abstract, right? Intrinsically like to decontextualize a work from a genre, right? So if I'm going to read an apocalyptic text and I'm not going to pay attention to the conventions of apocalyptic literature of the time, and I'm going to read it as if it's purely literal, it seems to me like I'm removing context from how the text is supposed to be read and how it would have been read in the time. And in doing so, I am removing it from the concrete and making it completely abstract in the process, right? And it seems to me that, again, when you ignore that Genesis chapter 1 is very clearly a Hebrew poem and you read it completely literally, then you're doing the exact same thing. You're moving it from the concrete reality for which it was made, and you're making it completely abstract. And it just seems to me like a totally literal interpretation of the text, regardless of genre or background context for which it was written, is itself just spiritualizing the entire text. You are removing it from its material, from its material reality, it's concrete, and you're making it just abstract. I can't really see how you would get around that, to be perfectly honest. Like, it seems to be an inversion of the term. Again, like, this is what he's describing, abstracting, spiritualizing a material concrete. I can't really see. I have a hard time understanding how he may not. Well, I mean, actually, I do know how he doesn't see it, but I have a hard time seeing how some people would buy that unless they're not paying attention.
I believe we should interpret the Bible literally, not figuratively, which is why I hold to the premillennial view of the end times. And yes, I believe there will be a literal Antichrist revealed to the world very soon.
Now,
I do have to point out, though, that like when the pre, post, and amillennialist positions, historically speaking, from the patristic age to the medieval era, all the way up to even the Reformation, basically all of Christendom were amillennialists. Just gotta point that out.
That is how dispensationalists understand what they're doing when they approach scripture. But I do think it is fair to ask how much that's what they're actually doing. How much do they actually take biblical prophecies literally?
The Bible tells us in Ezekiel 38 that eventually Libya, Sudan, Turkey, and Russia are going to join Iran in an attack against Israel on their northern hills, known as the Golan Heights today.
But here's the thing, Ezekiel 38 doesn't literally say anything about Russia invading Israel. You won't find Russia or Turkey explicitly mentioned anywhere in the Bible. Rather, it describes how Israel will be invaded from the north by Gog of the land of Magog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal. Now, even though this literally refers to a prince over two cities, dispensationalists read this instead as a prophecy about Israel being invaded by two countries like Russia and Turkey, basically on the grounds that these countries both happen to lie north of Israel.
Yeah, remember when I was talking about spellcraft earlier? Again, it was pretty easy to see the spellcraft in the Scientology episode where they would use rhetorical tools, they would use sophistry, and they would use confidence epistemology. Here we have an example of that. Again, we have a rhetorical tool. The rhetorical, the sophistic, and the confidence epistemology all like being used together. So, we read the Bible literally to speak with the confidence of like a complete non-fact about, like, again, prophecy of Russia, waging war against Israel, and then it turns out, one, Russia doesn't appear anywhere in the text, and they're just using sophistry to try to reason that Magog is actually Russia, when no historical entity would have ever come up with this particular interpretation. Right? They're playing on American conceptions of reality and intentionally manipulating American signs and symbols in order to justify their particular theology. This is, in fact, spellcraft just done from a theological bend.
Now, bear in mind, the nations of Syria and Lebanon actually border Israel to the north. Russia and Turkey don't. But no matter, whether you agree with this interpretation of Ezekiel 38 or not, it's simply not looking at the literal, historical, cultural background of Scripture to understand what the words would have meant in the context in which they were written. It is instead attempting to decipher a deeper meaning on a non-literal level that almost invariably happens to involve 21st century politics. Well, how trustworthy is dispensationalism in interpreting Bible prophecies this way?
Not very. I mean, dispensationalists have a cartoonishly bad history at predicting the future. Like they have a very funny history of trying to predict the future, and then consistently their predictions just don't happen.
Well, obviously, I cannot prove to you yet that dispensationalist prophecies made today about tomorrow are false predictions. But dispensationalism has been around long enough. We have a lot of yesterdays that didn't come true today. There's a long accumulation of false promises and a long track record of false predictions. Let's start with Hal Lindsey's late great Planet Earth. Now, here's Hal Lindsey in 1980 attributing the massive success of his book to the fact that it could only come from God.
How many copies has Late Great Planet Earth sold?
It's over 18 million now, and it's in 31 languages. That is, by the way, that is something that is a sign of the times. Only God could do something like that. It's not that it's such a great book or so well written, but it's that the information in it, I believe, is so important and God has blessed it. The New York Times designated that the bestseller of the decade, which, you know, when you take a book on Bible prophecy and God does something like that, that's a sign of the times.
Now, in his book, which came out in 1970, Lindsey acknowledges that many Bible students in recent years tried to fit the events of World War I and World War II to the prophetic signs which would herald the imminent return of Christ. Their failure discredited prophecy. So, as I say, a long track record of failure here. But Lindsey argued that the problem is that all of those other authors just didn't have the faintest idea how to understand Bible prophecy correctly.
Yeah, this is a recurring pattern in dispensationalist history. It's like, he got it wrong. He's like, I got it wrong, but I figured out my mistake. I got it wrong. I figured my mistake. And then it's like, wait, he got it wrong. Well, I figured out the mistake. Every time. It goes every time. Dispensationalism has a very well documented track record of failing to predict the future, because let's be fair, if any of them were ever actually right, we wouldn't actually be here right now.
Lindsey was convinced that he did. And judging by the success of his book, many evangelicals agreed. And for Lindsey, one of the critical biblical prophecies was Jesus' lesson of the fig tree in Matthew 24. After predicting the destruction of the temple of Jerusalem, Jesus' disciples ask him, "Tell us, when will this be? And what will be the sign of your coming and the close of the age?" Well, the first red flag here is that the apostles appear to be asking something of a muddled question. They're asking about both the destruction of the temple, which we know is going to happen in about 40 years, but also about the close of the age and seemingly about Jesus' return. And so when we listen to Jesus' response, we should heed St. Augustine's warning that sometimes the things that sound like they're going to be about the last judgment and the end of the world are actually Jesus answering questions about the destruction of the earthly Jerusalem in the year 70, or even about Christ coming in glory through the church.
Okay, so this is almost certainly an excerpt from New Advent, which is actually a really good source for like a lot of things like Catholic history, to be perfectly honest. So it reads, the highlighted passages are, many passages I omit because though they seem to refer to the Last Judgment, yet on closer examination they are found to be ambiguous or to allude rather to some other event, whether to that coming of the Savior which continually occurs in his church, that is, in his members, in which comes little by little and piece by piece, since the whole church is his body, or to the destruction of the earthly Jerusalem. For when he speaks even of this, he often uses language which is applicable to the end of the world and that last and great day of judgment, so that these two events cannot be distinguished unless all the corresponding passages bearing on that subject in the three evangelists, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, are compared with one another. For some things are put more obscurely by one evangelist and more plainly by another, so that it becomes apparent that these are meant to be referred to one event. Okay, so, and yeah, he's correct about this. Augustine is actually a really good source for a lot of this stuff. There's a reason why Aquinas, foremost Aristotelian in history, his number one source of citation is actually not Aristotle, it's Aquinas, and then followed by it's Augustine. Like, obviously he cites the Bible, and then the most commonly cited individual is Augustine. So obviously Aquinas quotes scripture the most, but then scripture isn't written by a single person. If you're going for a single person, then it's Augustine who is the most quoted, and then followed immediately by the philosopher, which is Aristotle. Although Augustine was a Neoplatonist and Aquinas was an Aristotelian, so different historical traditions.
And that, by the way, is what it actually looks like to be sensitive to the literal, historical, cultural background of Scripture. You listen to what the words meant to the speaker and to the listeners at that time, which may not be what they mean to you today, just reading them by yourself.
Yeah, it's a solipsistic way of looking at the text. It's like, oh, it's my plain reading of the text is what I'm going after. Well, I mean, you didn't write the text, right? All reading is inherently interpretive by nature. So we have to ask the question, what is the text in its form? What is the text in the signs and symbols that it uses? How does it articulate it? What context was it written? Right? How was it historically understood? These are all important questions, and it goes to a bit of like an ethical. It goes to a bit of a interpretive solipsism if we just take the clear reading to us as the issue, right? Basically, saying that yeah, all those people who came before us who spent their lives literally studying this exact same text, they had no idea what they're talking about, right? A little prideful.
And that's true even when we listen to Jesus talking about the sun and moon being darkened. Because as N.T. Wright has pointed out, you can find plenty of passages in the Old Testament that use that same language to describe God's judgment on individual nations. Now, that matters because as Jesus is answering their questions midway through this discourse, he then says to them, "Truly I say to you, this generation will not pass away till all these things take place." Now, if Jesus means the destruction of the temple, that prophecy came true. If he means his glory in the church, it came true. But if he means that the world is literally going to end within a generation, well, that didn't come true. Well, dispensationalists actually offer a different approach. They say that when Jesus says this generation, he doesn't literally mean the generation that he's speaking to. He instead means some other generation, which happens to usually be one's own generation. And so when he talks about the temple being destined,
yeah, the reasoning being when he says this generation, it's like this generation is the generation of the person reading the text, right? That's the underlying logic. It's also, again, a very solipsistic way of reading. It's like, oh yeah, they weren't really writing to everyone else. They were writing specifically to me, right?
Desecrated and destroyed. He wasn't literally talking about the first century when there was a temple that was in fact desecrated and destroyed by the Romans. Instead, they argue that Jesus is telling us that there's going to be a new temple that's going to be built at the same spot on the Temple Mount, and then that temple is going to be desecrated, and that temple is going to be destroyed.
Now, Third Temple Judaism is also the thing we're going to talk about after this whole dispensationalist thing. But yeah, the Third Temple is actually Jesus himself in the Christian tradition. Again, he said he would rebuild the temple in 3 days. Well, here's the thing. What is the house of God that was rebuilt in 3 days, right? It sounds like the body of Christ. That just, I don't know what to tell you, man. It seems pretty bleedingly obvious to me, right? I didn't even have to, it seems like that's the obvious interpretation of that particular thing. It's like, oh yeah, I can tear this down and build it back up. I can tear this temple down and the temple of God will be rebuilt in 3 days. It's like, oh, okay. I think the implication was pretty obvious. But Third Temple, there's no reason for Christians to be interested in a third temple, to be perfectly honest, because there are no accepted temple sacrifices anymore in the Christian tradition, right? Because guess what? We have a sacrifice in a temple that is accepted every Mass, according to the Christian tradition, and it happens to be Jesus himself. Jesus comes every Mass as the body and blood, right? His full body, soul, and his full soul, humanity, and like divinity and body are the Eucharist and the wine. The blood and the blood, which comes in the appearance of wine, and the flesh, which comes in the appearance of bread. So yeah, you know, the whole idea of like the perfect sacrifice, if they've already provided, if God himself is already providing the perfect sacrifice, why would he accept an imperfect sacrifice of animals? Right? The New Testament also very clearly states that like animal sacrifice couldn't make up for sin anyway, right? So it's like, what are we doing here, right? Why are dispensationalists wanting the building of the third temple, especially when the building of the third temple will require the destruction of an Islamic holy site, which, by the way, will set the entire Muslim world on fire? So it's like, we don't have to live like this. right? Just like I said with some of the other videos talking about leftist nonsense, we don't have to live like this. Whether it be in the United States, whether it be in fucking the United Kingdom, whether it be in Israel or Japan, or whether it be in fucking like Iran, to be perfectly honest, we don't have to live like this. I'm tired of these fucking apocalypticists trying to make everyone else's life better. Not better. They're trying to make everyone else's life worse so that they can make their life better for like all time, right? Just I can't stand apocalypticists.
Now, this is part of a pattern of dispensationalist interpretation. Rather than trying to read Jesus' words as applying to his time and place and audience, dispensationalists turn his words into a commentary about our time and place in which we get to be the audience. As the subtitle of Hal Lindsey's...
Okay, I will admit I have seen this video before, but I did not remember that particular one. So yes, pre-watch, but I actually literally did not see that one coming. It has been forever since I've watched this video.
Book proclaims it's a penetrating look at incredible prophecies involving this generation. You can see why this would be incredibly popular. People are kind of narcissistic, and we care about what's happening to us right now. Okay, so how does Hal Lindsey...
narcissistic is way kinder than the word I used, to be perfectly honest.
Handled Jesus' promise that this generation wouldn't pass away until his words had been fulfilled. Well, quite simply, he applies it to his own generation in the 1970s and suggests that since a generation in the Bible is about 40 years, this means that the world is going to end within 40 years or so of 1948.
Okay, so I want to read this passage. The rebirth of Israel, if this is correct, if this is a correct deduction, then within 40 years or so of 1948, all these things could take place. Many scholars who have studied Bible prophecy all their lives believe this is so. It doesn't seem to have happened, I'm just saying.
And sure enough, as 1988 approached, he's joined by others saying the same thing. A NASA engineer named Edgar Weisenat published his own pamphlet, 88 Reasons Why the Rapture Will Be in 1988, in which he claimed to have narrowed down the exact time of the rapture to between September 11th to 13th of 1988. In fact, he thought he'd figured out all of the major upcoming world events, confidently declaring that we now know all the events of the 70th week of Daniel, 3 world wars, 3 raptures, 3 judgments, and all the events of the millennium and their dates. Now we'll just sit down in front of the evening news and watch the events unfold.
How do we not see this as witchcraft? How do we not see this as like sorcery in the highest degree? Fucking legitimately speaking, right? How do we genuinely not see this as like actual magic? Like trying to be hoisted upon us? I mean, it doesn't work, right? You're not going to be able to force the hand of God in history. God works on his own time. But how do we not see this as what it is?
But unfold the events did not. Lindsey and Weisenat were completely and utterly wrong. None of their predictions came true. And yet they just stuck at it. Weisenat updated his predictions to say that the world would actually end in 1989, and then 1993, and then 1994. But by the next year, this embarrassing string of false predictions gave way to a new craze among dispensationalists as Tim LaHaye and Jerry Jenkins released the first book of the wildly popular Left Behind series. Now, this was an adventure series in which the protagonist has to navigate a world in which all the Christians have been raptured and the Antichrist is on the rise. Now, they sold 42 million copies of their books, and Jerry Falwell described it as probably greater than that of any book in modern times outside the Bible in terms of its impact on Christianity.
All right, I'm going to let you sink. I'm going to let this sink in. He just said Left Behind was better than The Lord of the Rings. Yeah, let that set in. Shameless Popery actually has a video on the rapture as well, where he pretty solidly and roundly like deconstructs the entire idea. I would suggest giving that a watch.
In the series, for instance, the Archbishop of Cincinnati becomes
the amalgamator of nearly every religion on the globe, save Judaism and Christianity.
So this is clearly the expression of a very particular form of evangelical Christianity. And now, while these books are obviously works of fiction, they're rooted in the actual theological beliefs of LaHaye and Jenkins, who believed that we have more reason than any generation before us to believe Christ may return in our generation. And what was their basis?
Okay, so I'm going to say this. I actually don't have a problem with fiction being told from a particular like theological, philosophical, or like ideological perspective, so long as we recognize that it is fiction and probably exploring the implications of the ideas, right? That's the whole point of speculative fiction, after all. But This book had a disproportionate impact that we are still dealing with the effects of.
The same discourse in Matthew 24, of course. Now, they insisted it doesn't seem possible Jesus had the disciples' generation in mind when he said that he was talking about this generation to them, saying this generation wouldn't pass away. And so they instead offer three other possibilities of what he could mean. They acknowledge many fine Bible teachers thought it might mean the generation that lived during World War I. Then they suggested maybe it instead meant the generation that saw Israel become a nation in 1948. And then they opened the door that maybe it was instead the generation that lived through the Six-Day War of 1967. Now, they actually rebuked people like Weisenat for his 88 Reasons book, and they said that such speculations bring only harm and disillusionment to the body of Christ. For their own part, they speculated that Christ would return sometime between the turn of the century and the first quarter of the 21st century. And like all those who came before them, LaHaye and Jenkins were completely wrong. And just like Hal Lindsey and Edgar Weisenat, they continued to have successful and lucrative careers in the world of evangelicalism by preaching about Bible prophecies and continuing to make unfounded and false predictions. But don't worry, Mike Evans now says that Jesus is going to return soon, claiming that actually a generation is about 70 to 80 years. So perhaps it's not too late for me to write my new book, 28 Reasons the Rapture Will Be in 2028. Look, it's tempting to refer to these dispensationalists as false prophets, as their predictions are repeatedly proven false. But I want to
I mean, that's a nicer way to put it than I did.
be fair to them. They're not claiming that they've got some new revelation from God. They're just claiming that they understand what God has already revealed in Scripture by using their dispensationalist system to interpret the Bible.
I think that's also a very kind way of saying that, because again, I think we're missing the part where, again, you're trying to bring about the end of the world, which is still good. The world we live in is still objectively good, even if it's corrupt. That's the thing that people keep forgetting, right? Existence is per se good, right? That which does not exist is, if you root, in order for goodness to make any kind of sense, it has to be in something that exists. So identifying goodness as being in and of itself makes more sense than, again, trying to append it to some kind of speculative thing that doesn't exist. Because reality is only accountable to reality. But here, they're trying to, it's not even just like they're trying to bring about the end of the world. Is he himself has already admitted that's already a, oh my God. And that's not already a wildly dangerous thing in and of itself, but they're trying to frame, again, bringing the world to an end and doing so in an impatient way, as if it's virtuous, as if it's holy, when it's like, no, this is ironically one of the most demonic things you could possibly do. Try to bring like the world that exists now, the world that exists, where God is still in the process of, like, again, creation and formation. You want to bring all that to an end? Like, really? Absolutely fucking not, right?
So they're not technically false prophets, but they are untrustworthy theologians and unreliable Bible teachers. And the false predictions they're making about the end of the world are embarrassing, but they're only a symptom of a much deeper problem. Namely, dispensationalists' thorough inability to understand the Bible. Insisting that you have to read Israel literally while reading Gog and Magog and the rest allegorically is an obviously bad hermeneutic that leads evangelicals to make Christianity look ridiculous by declaring that Jesus is going to return in 1988, and then 89, and then 2000, and 2025.
Yeah, again, because once the spell is broken, it's kind of hard to put the spell back on, right? Just pointing that out there, right? A large part of the disillusionment with Christianity in the West is the result of dispensationalist type thinking. Just this ridiculously oversimplified view of, again, the Christian faith, which is just not conformed to reality.
At the heart of this is a pretty basic misunderstanding involving God's promises to Israel. Now, to be clear, Christians agree that God blesses something called Israel because of his promises to Abraham. But the whole question is, what Israel is he talking about? To whom do these blessings extend? And the New Testament answers this directly. St. Paul, for instance, shows how God's promises don't go according to the flesh, they go according to faith. So ethnicity doesn't matter for your salvation or your standing before God. There is simply no reason for Christians to say.
This is also kind of a bizarre thing, because again, Judaism, the Jews aren't an ethnicity per se. They're a nation. But that being said, I get what he's saying. It's the wrong word, but it is, you know, his point still stands, right?
Humiliating things like,
I, as a Gentile, no, I'm not Jewish. Wish I was, but I'm not. I, as a Gentile, have been grafted into the promises of God.
Now, Greg Laurie there is referencing the imagery St. Paul uses in Romans 11, where it talks about how Gentiles will be grafted into the tree of salvation. But some Gentile Christians continue to act as if they're only second-class Christians, or worse, that they're fake Jews, and that the promises made by God to Abraham really only apply to ethnic Israelis. And we see this not just from YouTubers or popular dispensationalist preachers. We even see it from senators like Ted Cruz, who uses a dispensationalist misinterpretation of Genesis 12 to encourage the U.S. to support Israel to go to war with Iran.
I'm talking about the political entity of modern Israel.
Yes, and that is
You
that is
believe
Israel.
that's what God was talking about
Yes.
in Genesis.
I do.
So what is the real answer to the argument?
Yeah, Ted Cruz is an idiot. Like, I'm not a big fan of Tucker Carlson either, but Ted Cruz is a fucking moron, to be perfectly honest. And maybe not. Like, there does come a point where it's like your behavior isn't necessarily explicable by stupidity, and it might actually be malicious. And I do definitely, because he's a dispensationalist, I do think that there is at least a significant degree of non-negligible malice in the way he behaves, right? He thinks he's doing the right thing by trying to, again, bring the world to an end, but to whose benefit is bringing the world to an end, to be perfectly honest, right?
That Scripture says we are to bless Israel. How were those promises understood in the New Testament? You're going to have to click here to find out.
Oh,
For
look
Shameless
at that. We
Popery,
just did that video.
I'm Joe Heschmeyer. God bless you.
All right, so we continue trucking on, right? So yeah, I mentioned this earlier, but like, yeah, it's just not objectively possible for the Christian or the Jew to actually have lasting peace as Islam is collapsing, because Islam is collapsing, as I said in the last video, and as it collapses, it's going to get more violent. But yeah, so again, pointing out again, Book of Tribulation's importance, the last hour. This is chapter, the hour will not begin until a man passes by another man's grave and wishes that he was in the place of the other deceased in the calamity. Let's see. Yeah. Abu Huraira reported Allah's messenger, this is peace be upon him, as saying, the last hour would not come unless the Muslim will fight against the Jews, and the Muslims would kill them until the Jews would hide themselves behind a stone or a tree, and a stone or a tree would say, Muslim, or servant of Allah, there is a Jew behind me, come and kill him. But the Garka tree would not say that, for it is the tree of the Jews. This is Sahih Muslim 2922. In book reference, it's book 54, hadith 103. So I don't like reading from the hadith very often because it gets really fucking repetitive. But yeah, so you can't exactly have peace with people who, again, think that in order for the last hour to come, your people have to be genocided. And again, Islam teaches the complete subjugation of the Christians as well. So it's like you're not going to have very lasting friendships with any of these Muslim nations. And it's not like we really had peace with them at any point anyway, right? It's like we ended up going to war with the Ottomans in World War I. Not that World War I was necessarily like a mark of moral standing for anyone. It was a thing that collapsed the Christian worldview across Europe, to be perfectly honest. We saw one of the great miracles, the Christmas truce during that time. But yeah, the collapse of Christendom across the Western world was largely due to the horrors of World War I. That being said, yeah, it's like, how did the Navy in the United States start? Well, Barbary Wars. Why did the Barbary Wars start? Well, it's because you ended up having Muslims keep kidnapping American ships and, sailors and American, tradesmen. And then it's like, yeah, Ben Franklin writing to these people. No, not Ben Franklin, Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson writing to these people is like, hey, bro, what's going on here? Why are you doing this to my people, right? What did we ever do to you? And then they get the response back of, well, shut up, you, because shut up, kafir, right? It is our right to do this because we are Muslims and you are kafir, and it is our right to take what you have and plunder you and take you as slaves. And that's why the Navy was formed, basically. I'm highly oversimplifying that just for the sake of humor, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, there's that. What did I have this pulled up for? Oh, let's check. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, dispensationalism seems to be a direct challenge to this particular segment. Jesus answered him, "It is also written, do not put the Lord your God to the test." You know, so I mean, it is written, so that he's quoting a Old Testament passage, specifically Deuteronomy 6:16. Do not put the Lord your God as you tested him at Massa. Why do you contend with me? Why do you test the Lord? Yeah, so it's like, it's not like that this is not a constant thing, right? I will not ask, I will not test the Lord. Yeah, so. Alright, so we're gonna skip over the Talmud thing, because if we're gonna do anything about like responding to the Talmud, we can do it after we get through the, hold on. Actually, hold on. We might have to, because before we get to the podcast of the Lotus Eaters episode, where did I even put this? Oh yeah, here it is. So again, I disagree with some of their assertions about the current conflict, but I think that this episode is worth paying attention to. I don't remember if they talk about certain things, so I have certain things pulled up just in case they talk about it. But here we go.
I want to talk a little bit about the Middle East.
I will, for the sake of us all, just slightly increase the pace, just because, again, this is getting very long.
And the war that we find the West engaged in the Middle East, with more and more countries being drawn in. And I want to talk about it really from the religious dimension, because I feel that this isn't discussed enough, unfortunately, and when it is, it's a bit one-sided. We can all agree that the Muslims have a bit of an extremism problem. Can we?
Putting it a touch lightly.
Can we agree on that?
Get where you're coming from. Though, I could argue, you know, that old line of the problem with Islamic fundamentalism are the fundamentals of Islam. So is it really extremism? But
I mean, he has a point. The problem with Islam is Islam itself.
100%.
Agree with the point you're trying.
100%. And you had the former president of Iran, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, saying to European foreign ministers how chaos is actually a good thing, because when chaos comes, you see God more clearly, and maybe it'll bring about the Mahdi and the end days.
Again, I wonder where we heard this from before, like, right? It's almost as if I brought this up last time when I spent 5 hours talking about the Iran situation.
I always thought that God was meant to symbolize order, a divine order, not a divine chaos.
You'd think so.
That seems to be the other guy.
Symbolize, no. He's meant to be the divine order.
And incidentally, that is mainstream Shia thinking, including by people like Khamenei, for example, who just got whacked in Iran. So Ahmadinejad was sort of riffing a little bit on his own, but we can agree that he's insane. We can broadly agree that he's insane. And then we can say that widely in Islam, you get statements like this one. The end times shall not come until the Muslims fight the Jews, and the Muslims shall kill them until the Jew hides behind trees and rocks. And the tree or the rock will say, "O Muslim, O slave of Allah, that is a Jew behind me, come kill him."
This was one
Except for this tree, because it is a tree of the Jews. This is the
Jewish tree, okay.
Apparently. And this is from the Hadith, the statements of Muhammad, so it's not actually from the Quran, but it's accepted as true by pretty much all mainstream Muslims.
This was one of the favorites of Callum, the late Callum, peace be upon him.
Right.
I'm not entirely sure. Did Callum die? I don't think he's dead. I think that might just be a jab at him, but I genuinely don't know. I haven't checked that out. Who knows, right? Who knows? But yeah, so apparently that's the tree.
He pointed this one out to me.
Yeah.
It's very interesting, isn't it? It's written right there in the Hadiths, which are still very important. Yeah.
Extremely authoritative. Like you can't go against what's in the Hadith. If you are going to be a mainstream Muslim, you have to accept that this is part of your thinking and that this relates to the end times. The issue is that it's not just the Muslims, and we have to be a little bit honest about that, and it's uncomfortable. You have a growing movement within Judaism that is trying to build the third temple, and that requires destroying what is called the Aqsa Mosque.
All right, so it's not just Judaism. We didn't really talk about this during the thing, but again, dispensationalists they also want the third temple to be rebuilt as well, because again, they want the world to come to an end. And so yeah, again, you don't really need conspiracy where interests converge, right? If you're all already on the same page, even if you're doing different things, then yeah, you're going to cooperate with each other. This is the reason why, again, like you have Muslims and communists working together, right? Interests converge. They have a shared interest in the destruction of Western culture. So then guess what? They cooperate with each other, even if they know that they're going to kill each other, you know, at the end of that particular endeavor. And you have the same thing with this dispensationalist and, you know, the, what would you call it, like Chabad Messianism, is that you have this issue where, again, the Jew and the Christian mystic have a shared interest. So they don't have to control each other, because it turns out they actually just, they have a similar goal. So then they're incentivized to simply work together. Like, that's it. There's no need for some overarching conspiracy. I don't have to believe that the Jews are some kind of master race that took over the whole world, because it turns out, again, the dispensationalist and the Jew, like as far as like the mystics in these, right? Like the Chabadist mystic and the what do you call it? The the dispensationalist. Again, they have a shared interest. They are going to work with each other, regardless of anything. And as we already saw that the Scientologist and the dispensationalist have invested interests in subverting government authority, you know, in government structures to their own ends. And yes, turns out some of these Chabad apocalypticists also have vested interest in subverting governmental authority within Israel and outside of Israel. I think I don't have to remind everyone about Nick Oliveira, and his video where he exposed Jewish fraud in New York, right? And how that was subverted for the community, you know, how they used not only fraud, but also, you know, they subverted the local elections in order to, you know, advance their own community interests. So, yeah, this is the thing with all apocalypticists. You should care about what your government officials actually believe, because if they're apocalyptic, they probably are going to be willing to throw you under the bus. I'm just saying.
Allegedly on the site of the Third Temple, this is supposed to be the third holiest place in Islam. And it's the place that Muslims originally prayed towards. They prayed towards Jerusalem and the temple before beginning to pray towards Mecca. And here there's a collection of Jewish rabbis explaining that they want to rebuild the third temple.
Great thumbnail pick as well there, by the way. Just Jews.
I mean, I didn't choose this. This is how it shows on YouTube. I have nothing to do with it. But let's listen.
Yeah, just heads up. I actually have, I think, all of these videos pulled up. That way we can watch all of them in full. So, again, this is part of why the video is going to be long.
Listen to a couple of these guys, and then maybe we can see whether or not we should be worried about this kind of extremism as well.
Mashiach is coming, and all the Jews are about to be brought back to the land of Israel. And the third temple is about to be rebuilt. Many people forget this detail about October 7th. But if you look at the name of the operation, what was it called? Remember, Storm Al-Aqsa. If you think about it, what did it have to do with Al-Aqsa? It was miles away. But herein lies the secret to what's going on and the chaos in the whole world. The whole world knows deep down inside. The Muslims, the Christians, the atheists, the Buddhists, you name it. Everybody knows it. Mashiach is coming.
What's Mashiach?
The Messiah.
Okay.
So
that was one of those things where it's like, I thought it would have been kind of obvious just based off the name. Oh wait, hold on, I may be obstructing one of the gentlemen's faces. Hold on, let me move over here. Okay, hopefully, yeah, that should be fine. But here we go.
So this guy is saying that the Messiah is coming, and that the war that started on 7 October is intended to pave the way for that, and for the destruction of this mosque squatting on top of the alleged site of the Third Temple, and you're going to get this happen.
Just for the idiots here on this topic, which is me, what's the Al-Aqsa point that he's making there?
So basically, like I said, on the site of the Temple Mount, there's a mosque, and it's called Al-Aqsa, and Hamas named their 7 October operation the Flood of Al-Aqsa. Big, not the storm, which because they cast it as a defense of the Muslim holy sites, because over the last few years, the Jews have been going into the site of the Third Temple more and more often and praying there, and Muslims find that insanely offensive. How dare the Jews pray at the site of the Third Temple?
Well, I mean, to be fair, the Quran does say that the Jew and the Christian are the lowest of creatures, right? The Quran is very clear that it's not just the Jews, but it's also the Christians that are lower than, you know, dogs. You know, if anyone knows anything about, like, the Muslim opinion on dogs, you know, just look at New York and the issues they're having, right? We are apparently lower than cockroaches. We are apparently lower than you know, bacteria. Just point of, you know, we, again, the lowest of creatures. Allah doesn't exactly mince words about this. So, and also we are the scapegoats, by the way. According to Islamic soteriology, the punishment that would have gone to the Muslim actually goes to the Christian and the Jew in the afterlife. So, yeah. As, yeah. Yeah, so like the lowest of, you know, the unclean, lowest of the low, going to pray at the third holiest site of, you know, the Muslim worldview. Yeah, I could see that causing a fucking tantrum, to be perfectly honest, just based off of Muslim logic.
So there is this extremism here. Now, there are other views. This rabbi explains that the Messiah cannot come through war. And so I just wanted to point that out, that it's not everybody who believes that it has to be through war. And this gentleman makes that point clear, that it's not going to come through bloodshed. It's not going to come through war. But then you have the Rebbe of Chabad. Chabad Leibovich are a Jewish supremacist sect within Judaism. They believe that other people don't have equal souls to the Jews, and that they only have animal souls, and only Jews have truly elevated souls. Again, this is not all Jews believing that.
I learned that from the Epstein.
Yeah, this is a... Shit. Yeah, this is a particular sect within it. Sect is... Okay, so sect is very odd to use in Judaism. Stream is probably a better word to use, because Judaism doesn't function like Christianity at all, to be perfectly honest. It doesn't even function like Islam. But yeah, this guy right here, Rebbe Schneerson, is an interesting figure, and he has a cult of his own. It's not as popular, but the Chabad is largely, you can probably find some people who disagree, but there's a large agreement in Chabad that Rebbe Schneerson is like one of the most holy people to have ever existed. And there was a large contingent of people who regarded him as the Messiah. And in fact, there is a contingent of people who refuse to believe that he actually died. So there is that, and there is a small contingent of people, this is not everyone, but there is a small contingent of people who believe that this Rebbe is actually, unironically, God. You know, yeah, I have a video on that. I don't know if I'm going to incorporate it into this particular video, but it's interesting. I might incorporate that later, because it's not really relevant to the apocalyptic elements that we're talking about today. But I have that just in case it pops up again. And hold on, I have that video we skipped over somewhere. Hold on. Okay, so we already saw this one. Here we go.
You don't build a Beis HaMikdash in a state of war, a state of violence, because the world itself has not reached that stage. I remember that the Beis HaMikdash is designed to be a house of tefillah for the entire world. You don't build...
So yeah, unironically, one of the things that people don't really understand about like Judaism is that there's not a lot of settled doctrines. Like there are settled doctrines, right? Obviously. But there are a number of like very contentious issues within it. And like for example, if you read the Talmud doesn't really give a lot of actual genuine rulings on a lot of things. A lot of it is just literally rabbis talking shit to each other, to be perfectly honest, and like debating shit. Hold on. I have an example to show this particular issue. Where did I put it? It's probably all the way back here. Let's see. No? Okay. Oh, whoop, there we go. Sorry, it's freezing. Let's see. It seems I don't have it up. I might have closed it out because I didn't think I was going to talk about it. but I actually have archived a rabbinical Jew rabbi who actually, rabbinical Jew rabbi, right? What else kind of rabbi is there, right? Oh my God, I'm tired. There was a rabbi, long story short, who was talking about the ruling that very clearly, like, Messianic Jews, so Jews who believe that Jesus was the Messiah, even if they believed that Jesus is God, right? They are still Jews so long as they keep the Torah and so long as they keep kosher. And it's like, yeah, again, like, you would think that this is a settled debate topic, but no, it turns out there is not a settled debate topic. And I've heard a couple people. So long story short, there's a lot of misconceptions about Judaism. It's still a false religion, but you have to be honest about false religions too, right? It's just a principle. You have to actually be correct and accurate about the things you're talking about. But let's go now.
In emails.
Yes, yes. So it kind of matters, because Chabad was asking Epstein for money, by the way, for just as a bit of a side note. But this man is incredibly important. He is the most influential Jewish leader in the 20th century, on the religious front, not on the political front. And he is saying here something that I think we should listen to. It's in Yiddish, but you can see the translation.
If
the temple was not rebuilt in your lifetime, it's as if it was destroyed in your lifetime, emphasizing the duty of Jews to rebuild the temple by removing Al-Aqsa Mosque.
But wasn't it destroyed in the time of the Romans? Wasn't it Trajan?
It was destroyed in the time of the Romans, and mainstream Christian theology is that Jesus Christ is the temple, and he is the living temple, and there is no need for a new temple. But as we will see in a moment, that is not a point of universal agreement among Christians.
Yep, he's going to start talking about the dispensationalists here too. I just wanted to have Shameless Popery give his take on it, because Shameless Popery has a lot more work shown in his video.
1900 Jahre, mit noch Jahren Lachlise. Wie bald aber jem Chamishi Pasche Pinchas. Und schon lachrit vieles Meile. Wir leben even a Beis Hamikdash, darf im Wissen sein, dass darf sein der Geschrei. Auf der Geilu, Kiilu, Chorov, der jem Chamishi Pasche Pinchas.
And this man used to be incredibly influential. There are videos of him meeting with bankers and with business leaders and with all kinds of others, and his word was massively respected. I think his birthday was made the National Education Day in the United States.
Yeah, if anyone can, I'm going to double check this and later, but I don't know if this is necessarily true. It's not really relevant to... Actually, you know what? It is kind of relevant to this conversation. Hold on. I'm going to look this up right now, because if this is true, this is, again, one of those examples of where dispensationalists and, Jewish messianists come together to, because they have a shared interest type deal. So give me one moment as I look this up.
United States or something like that. And he received the Presidential Medal of Honor posthumously. So he's a genuinely important person.
That's an interesting thing to happen, where he's saying that the person awarding him the presidential medal, presumably the president of the United States at the time, would not have an actual human soul. They would have an animal soul, and yet they're awarding him a medal. Okay, interesting.
All right, so I need to double check what Sneerson actually said about this topic, because there is an often misquoted thing in some Jewish writings. It wouldn't surprise me if some Jewish writings actually do say that, to be perfectly honest. Especially, you could find Jewish writings that say all kinds of wild and wacky shit, to be perfectly honest. But at least in Kabbalistic writing, and yes, that man on the screen earlier, Rebbe Sneerson, actually does have a large degree of Kabbalistic influence in his teaching. That the Jewish soul is distinct from the soul of the Goyim, in that there is a part to the Jewish soul which makes it distinctively Jewish, right? And yeah, so that might be what they're referring to. It is something you have the issue where, when it comes to this one particularly, and Ashmize is a good person to point this out, that there are real and genuine criticisms to make about Judaism, but there are times where it's sometimes a criticism is overgeneralized when it should be to a specific stream. Like, again, like the idea that's like, well, Jesus can't be God because, you know, God can't be a man, but Rabbi Schneerson can be God. It's like, wait, that doesn't make any sense. Hold on. That completely undermines your entire argument against Christianity, right? Like, that would be a legitimate criticism of a Jewish belief, but it would not be a legitimate criticism of Judaism per se, because it's only a specific stream within Judaism. So yeah, this is a thing that we do have. But yes, the actual apocalypticists, the messianists, are a real problem. That is a thing that people actually do have a point on.
You have to make do with what you can. And here's another person in Israel explaining that the third temple is going to be built and that this is absolutely necessary. And another person, also a rabbi, debating whether or not the Levites, whose last name is Cohen, essentially, are going to go back to being, Cohen means priest, are going to go back to being priests when the temple comes, when the temple is rebuilt. So this is an animating principle for a lot of Jews, but there is debate on how it is going to happen. And for some, the war is an opportunity for that to happen. And we should know this, because just as we need to know about Sunni radicalism and act accordingly, we should know about this kind of radicalism, given its ability to aggravate some Muslims, say from Indonesia all the way to Morocco, which is definitely going to affect Europe. Just in that spirit of understanding what is going on, this should be understood. And then you see people preparing their red heifer. Now,
okay, again, because I have this pulled up, we might as well pull it up. Oh yeah, I'll put this in the description too. The Ludovich Rebbe was called God. I love the Messianic Drew's sense of humor. The divine Messiah, just like Jesus, but 100% less resurrection. So here we go. This is the video they're talking about. Hold on.
Wait, if we got the temple back, would they be reinstated as priests? Hi, my name is Rabbi Raps, and I teach you everything you should have learned in Hebrew school. So this question was about someone who's a Kohen, someone who's a priest according to the Jewish religion, his father's 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 father, going all the way back to Aaron 3,300 years ago, was part of the tribe of Levi. They were the priests in the temple. And the question is, when the Mashiach comes and we build the new temple, the third temple, very soon, please God, would they be reinstated? And the answer is yes. And that's why someone who's a Kohen is supposed to maintain a certain level of ritual purity. A Kohen, according to Jewish religion, does not go into a cemetery to stay ritually pure, unless it's an immediate family member that passed away. So yeah, we can't wait till we build the third temple and the Kohanim are back in business.
That's the part that should bother you. The we can't wait, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so, what's going to be required to rebuild the third temple, right? just pointing that out there, right? Hold on. Okay, so it's over here.
Now, to rebuild the third temple, according to some Jews...
So I did find it. So, according to this, National Education Day, more precisely called Education and Sharing Day USA, is directly tied to the birth of Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the Lubavitcher Rebbe. Let's see. Was established in 1978 when the U.S. Congress passed a joint resolution asking President Jimmy Carter, of course, to proclaim a day honoring the Rebbe's contributions to education, morality, ethics, and charter building for all Americans, Jewish and non-Jewish. Carter designated April 18th, 1978, the Gregorian date that year corresponding to the Rebbe's Hebrew birthday, 11 Nisan, as Education Day USA. Interesting. So, purpose of the day. It's not a general national education day unrelated to him. Proclamations explicitly honor the Rebbe's legacy and call on Americans to focus on education, sharing, and ethical values inspired by his work. Congress and the presidents have continued this for over 45 years, and many states and localities issue similar proclamations. Interesting. Today I learned something.
Including this gentleman, a red heifer, a perfect red heifer without a blemish, must be slaughtered and then burnt and then the ashes would be used to consecrate the vessels that will be used in the service in the temple, and this is seen as a required preliminary step.
So you have to conduct animal sacrifice of a red cow that can't have any spots on it.
Yes, and apparently they are being bred in Texas, and a bunch of them were moved to Israel, and then they finally
And
did
then last night, Byron Stinson posted a video.
This was the first red heifer sacrifice in over 2,000 years, done with a perfect priest. The ritual was completed outside of the camp, aligning with Numbers 19.
It was the perfect one. It was a ceremony. They did sacrifice a heifer, red heifer, and they do have the ashes for the purification ceremony.
It was a legitimate ceremony that was done with a Kohen, a priest, that was done with a very qualified red heifer.
What if I told you that?
So,
I love the
in
guy
the
with the
same
guitar. Was he
way-
about to sing about the red heifer? That was mental.
I don't even want to know where this would have gone. But in the same way that we need to understand the sources of Islamic radicalism, which are the Quran and the Sunnah, the sayings of Muhammad, we need to understand what's going on here, because some people believe that this pathway is going to lead to the rebuilding of the temple, and that includes the current American Secretary of War.
Now, look, I'll give Pete Hegseth his accolades for just straight up saying that, yes, the conflict that we're experiencing now with Iran is a conflict with Islam. And that, yes, you can't really have peace with Islam, and that we should be fighting Islam from the root, right? We should actually be encouraging basically any alternative to Islam, in these countries, because let's be perfectly honest, you can't have peace long term with an Islamic nation, and Islam is already globally collapsing. So it's like, yeah, fair enough. But yeah, Pete Hegseth, outside of that one W, is not the best of people for this particular role. Again, as you said, as you saw him say, he himself has dispensationalist leanings, and I have this full video up too. God, this is gonna be a long video. Okay, so did I miss one?
The universe made it clear.
Did I miss this one? Because Pete Hegseth is here, so then this one should be, yeah, here it is.
And then last night, Byron Stinson posted a video.
Okay, so we are going to skip to where we were, which I think is like 311 in the original. Oh no, it's about right here.
That Chabad 2025 is the last.
Again, recall that in order for this to be useful, that the third holiest site in Islam has to be destroyed, which I'm not particularly, even if like Islam collapsed, I would prefer it be turned into like a church or something, to be perfectly honest, right? Turn all mosques into churches. That's, right? But that being said, the building can be repurposed for something else. Like, we don't necessarily have to destroy it. It is a historical, like, a site. Probably should be preserved, even if reconsecrated as a church, but still.
Last time Jews have been known for the temple. In 2026, they will have their own temple back. Most people have no idea how the third temple could actually be built. But once you see the plan, it might just shock you. Byron Stinson, the man who has been taking care of the red heifers, recently shared surprising news. He said that on July 1st, 2025, Temple Institute really did the actual red heifer ceremony. They sacrificed a perfect red heifer supervised by the Rabbi Azaria Ariel. He said in a Facebook post, the ceremony went perfectly with a perfect priest in a place outside of the camp. And in that respect, we use a perfect red heifer. This ceremony was done before Hashem. He is merciful and faithful.
Okay, so to anyone who doesn't know, whenever they say Hashem, I should have had my thing on mute. Oh, blasted. Whenever they say Hashem, Hashem means the name, because you'll notice this in the Jewish community oftentimes, even when they write God in English, they'll oftentimes just omit the O, because they're avoiding saying God's name, which includes his title. So like the very act of, like the very description of God is also his name. So they go around it by saying the name, right? So they're identifying God as the name. So like, anyway, so that is just an explanation for what that is.
Exactly.
Yes.
A lot of people confuse the red heifer ceremony and sacrifices that are done on the altar. So every sacrifice is done on the altar, must be done on the altar on the Temple Mount.
Right.
And the red heifer ceremony is done outside of the Temple Mount and not on the altar because it's a ceremony, it's not a sacrifice.
The red heifer ceremony is the most mysterious ritual in biblical and Jewish tradition, performed outside the camp, where no one is allowed to watch except the designated priest, purifies, then periodically defiles, enacting a sacred drama so rare that even rehearsals are attended by only a few, with no full video ever posted, preserving its secrecy and prophetic weight.
Okay, so this is all. Why is it saying I'm muted? Okay, there we go. So this is another thing that people sometimes have a hard time understanding, especially about Judaism, is that Judaism doesn't really have when we talk about like defiling in Judaism, we're not necessarily talking about it in the way that like a lot of Western cultures would understand. In the case of Judaism, a lot of it is also just like context type stuff. You don't want the sacred and the profane to mix together. This is why, for example, the Jewish teaching of the scriptures, like the sacred scrolls, defile the hands. Well, defile is not necessarily the correct word in English. A better translation is like they are taboo, in that they are too sacred, too profane. So what ends up happening is that, again, the priest has to be purified before interacting with the sacred scrolls, and then has to be purified after interacting with the sacred scrolls, so that he can move from state 1 to state 2. So move from the profane to the holy, and then from the holy to the profane, so that there is no degradation of that which is holy by intermingling it with that which is profane. It actually does make sense in like this is something that may not necessarily be immediately apparent to to a Western mind, but it is just how it functions. Let's see.
According to Rabbi Isaac Momo of Boneh Israel, the red heifer ritual described in number 19 must be performed on the Mounts of Olives with a direct view of the Temple Mount. This is based on traditional Jewish interpretations of the biblical command that ceremony be held outside the camp, which in the temple time mean east of the temple, across the Kidron Valley. The Temple Institute, a leading organization in red heifer preparation, also affirmed that the actual burning must take place on the Mounts of Olives. But in the absence of the temple, the red heifer ceremony may still be performed so long as it takes place at a site where a clear, unobstructed view of the Temple Mount, remote hilltop and elevated location have been quietly chosen for this purpose. These efforts are closely tied to Zionist and Messianic movement that aim to gradually restore temple practice and prepare for the rebuilding of the third temple. Many people believe this could be the last step before the third temple is built. So what will the Jewish people do next? Let's watch closely. Big things might be about to happen. Share your thought in the comment.
Again, I'm not a big fan of apocalypticists, so this does actually concern me. But it mostly concerns me, again, because it's like I'm tired of apocalypticists getting away with shit, to be perfectly honest. Okay, so we were at the part with Pete Hegseth. Let's see. War is Madness.
And let's listen to him for a moment.
And today, Jennifer and I and others had a chance to go see the western wall of the Temple Mount, the western wall tunnels, so much of the old city. And as you stand there, you can't help but behold the miracle before you. And it got me thinking about another miracle that I hope all of you don't see too far away. Because 1917 was a miracle. 1948 was a miracle.
War of Independence.
1967 was a miracle.
Six-Day War.
2017, the declaration of Jerusalem as the capital was a miracle. And there's no reason why the miracle of the reestablishment of the temple on the Temple Mount is not possible.
What a load of rubbish. Like, no, these were things done by people. They're not miracles. Much of it was drawing up legislation.
I personally...
Again, I refer you to the old rabbinical argument against the foundation of Israel in the first place, right? is that, again, this isn't a miracle. This is the Israel should be reformed through the hand of God, a miracle, right? But instead, you're trying to do this through the hand of man. This is literally a moment of acts of men are better than acts of God, except we're going to claim that these acts of men are acts of God kind of deal. He is ascribing, again, human works to the divine where would not traditionally be associated. This is a issue, again, of spellcraft. It is, again, posturing human events as if they were theological or divine events. These are not miracles. As stated a moment ago, these are the works of human hands. These are human accomplishments. Yeah, so there's that. Be very careful of people who say shit like this, to be perfectly honest. And if you really did want a example of a miracle in like a political context, right? Again, I point you to the Christmas truce. And the Christmas truce is actually in modern, I guess, like political history in wartime, the closest thing to like a legitimate miracle that has possibly actually been documented. Right? It's kind of hard to explain how the Christmas miracle actually, the Christmas truce, not the Christmas miracle, how the Christmas truce actually happened without recourse to divine intervention, even if it was very subtle. The rest of this stuff that we had here, no, this is completely explicable. Like, none of this was subtle. Many of these events are just the natural result of like human activity. Some of this stuff, again, like the foundation of Israel in like, modern times, was drafted up legislation, right? It was a colonial power doing these works. It wasn't, it was not God establishing this nation miraculously. Right. Unless you take the idea that, no, I don't even think in that case it would be really a miracle. Anyway, so yeah. So I guess the only way you could have this be a miracle is if you said that, like, God creates miracles through natural processes, which I guess which dispensationalists don't usually like to, like, when you try to apply it to like the plagues of the Exodus, right? They'll do it, they'll kind of say it here, even though they'll say, well, it was God who did this, even though it's just natural processes that did these particular things. It was human beings acting in time for their own individual self-interests.
We do believe in the miraculous. That's a different conversation, but so does he. And as a Christian, you're supposed to believe that Jesus Christ is the temple and that there is no need for another temple. And indeed, the physical destruction of the second temple was precisely because it has been replaced by Jesus Christ. If you're a Christian, you believe that this is part of God's divine plan. Pete Hegseth disagrees, and it really matters. Because right now he's engaged in a war against Iran, which is going to encourage certain elements of Israeli society, and I'm not saying all, and I'm not saying all Jews, but I am saying that this is real, because we've just seen it on video. It is going to encourage them to attempt to build the third temple, and this is going to have at least some consequences.
It's surprisingly prevalent, this Christian Zionism, amongst the American administration. Obviously, Ted Cruz, with his famous interview with Tucker Carlson, Huckabee, I know you've got coming up, Hegseth. It's quite strange how because we don't really necessarily understand that in Britain, how widespread that is.
It is very widespread, and it.
Yeah, and that's a good point. Like, again, the rest of the world doesn't really understand how much dispensationalism informs the American experience of politics and Christianity, and that alone should be a rather large eye-opener. That being said, obviously the United Kingdom has its own problems, right? I kind of wish the Supreme Governor of the Church of England, i.e., the monarch of the United Kingdom, would put his boot down on the Prime Minister, right, and actually remigrate all of those invading aliens and send them back to wherever they came from, or if they won't tell you where they came from, like fucking deport them to Rwanda, right? I'm just saying, I'm just saying, if you believe that the Israelis, that Israel is for the Jews, then it would logically follow that India is for the Hindustani, and that Japan is for the Japanese, and that England is for the Anglos, and that Ireland is for the Irish, and that they have a right to control their borders. Who gets deported as foreigners. I'm just saying, right? That you can't. Oh my God. Sorry, bit of a tangent. What's being done to the United Kingdom is monstrous, and it is still apocalypticists doing that to them as well. All of the whole Marxist vision is apocalyptic as well. I've covered that in previous videos.
It is seen as part of a divine plan, and there is some disagreement as to who wins out in this, because if you're a Protestant, you might believe that the Jews would be condemned. You might not believe that. That is a point of debate within American Protestantism. And if you are...
I don't necessarily consider these people Protestant. In order to be Protestant, in my opinion, I actually agree with Redeemed Zoomer on this. I think that your church actually has to be derived from the Reformation movement. There are churches that are not derived from the Reformation movement, but are also not apostolic, that come from the United States. And these are oftentimes what you would call restorationists, not reformationists. And the way to understand the difference is that the Reformation believed that they were continuations from what they believed to be the Catholic Church, right? But they were trying to reform the Catholic Church. That was their internal thought process. Whereas the restorationists, often they come from quite a bit long after the Reformation, and the restorationists, they have a different view of what they were doing. They have a view that there was a great apostasy, so Christianity in a sense really did die out, and so that they were now restoring the church, not reforming it, restoring it, which is why it's also called Christian primitivism. And some dispensationalists are restorationists. That is definitely true. I don't know if all of them are. There could very well be a dispensationalist infection in Protestantism, but Protestantism shouldn't really work very well with dispensationalism, because it's like dispensationalism isn't very Lutheran, it's not very Calvinistic, it's not very Methodist, right? It's not Anglican, so I don't really see dispensationalism being very compatible with Protestantism. But then again, right? What the fuck do I know, right?
Jewish, you believe that the righteous among the nations, which would include people, in their view, like Hexeth and Huckabee, would have a portion in the world to come, however that is defined. So there are these theological issues that are animating people.
And yeah, this is one of the things I was leading on. It's like, yeah, he is right about that. It's like the Jewish eschatology does have the righteous among the nations do have a portion in the world to come. So this gives a reason to, again, cooperate with other people that they would consider the righteous among the nations, which would be dispensationalists in this case. Just as the dispensationalist doesn't really have any animosity towards the Jew, because it turns out they believe that the Jew has a portion in the world to come as well. Again, dispensationalism and Jewish Messianism is actually not that dissimilar from each other. They are very similar errors that come about for wildly different reasons. And they have an incentive, again, like the Red-Green Alliance, to work with each other.
And it's one thing for this to be some random guy in Israel saying, I'm going to burn a cow, and it's going to bring about the temple. It's a fundamentally different issue when it's the Secretary of War and the ambassador to Israel and I think Ted Cruz is the head of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the Senate, and others of that caliber who have that role in informing foreign policy.
You see,
I just realized, hold on, did we actually watch the Pete Hegseth one? Hold on, did we actually watch that? Okay, we did. Good. Sorry, I just lost track of where we were.
Intuition, my thinking would be that surely Christians should be against ritualistic animal sacrifice. I know I am.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's kind of my view.
I would agree with that.
It seems...
Especially since it's settled in the New Testament, that it is not what goes into a man that purifies him or soils him. It is what comes out of him as in what he says and how he behaves in the world. That is what makes you dirty, not what meal you had for breakfast.
Once again, this highly alludes to virtue ethics, which is another thing that I've been complaining about. It's like the Christian world should be heavily virtue ethics based, because it is the underlying ethical framework that the Christian world is actually based in, not consequentialism or deontology.
If you had bacon for breakfast, you can still be clean. It's fine.
It makes intuitive sense, yes.
You'd think so. You'd think so. And this is the mainstream Christian position. So these guys are engaged in a word that I love to use, which is heresy. And it really matters when the ambassador to Israel, the American ambassador to Israel, says things like that.
I'm trying to understand the implications of your theology for geopolitics, because you're saying that the present government of Israel has a moral right to take over what are now other people's countries.
No, I didn't say that.
Then what are you saying? I saw this recently in an extremely telling exchange between the lieutenant governor of Texas, who I know and I've always liked.
Kerry, excuse me. I'm going to interrupt the discussion. This is not a commission on defining religions or calling out any theology, or this is not the commission for that.
And a woman I don't know, never met, who's on the Religious Liberty Commission or something. And she said,
I'm a Catholic, and Catholics do not embrace Zionism, just so you know. So are all Catholics anti-Semites, according to you?
He kept saying, and everyone on the panel seemed to keep saying, you have to believe in Israel's right to exist. But it did raise two questions I think are really important, and I hope you'll answer them. One is, where does that right come from?
You could say it comes from the Bible. I would say that it does. They have a biblical right.
I just read Genesis 15, as I have many times. And that land, I think it says, from the Nile to the Euphrates, which is, once again, basically the entire Middle East. So God gave that land to his people, the Jews, or he didn't. You're saying he did. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis. No. You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all. It would be fine if they took it all.
Yeah, that won't cause problems, right? Again, this is actually one of the reasons why I think that the Iranian regime called the United States the Great Satan and Israel the Little Satan. It's because we actually have our own motivations in this, and we are obviously interconnected with each other. And sometimes America does actually push conflicts that Israel doesn't necessarily want. For example, obviously, both the United States and the leadership of the United States and the leadership of Israel was aware of what kind of danger Iran actually fucking was, right? So they understood that conflict was kind of inevitable. And I'm pretty sure if you put secular governors who weren't apocalypticists and you gave them access to the exact same information, most of them would actually, now given the actual the responsibility, would probably make the same decision. Regrettably so. That being said, you got to remember that, again, Israel actually lobbied against the war in Iraq, right? They actually didn't want to do that. So sometimes it is that Israel does do something and then America responds, and then sometimes it's America that actually does the thing and then Israel responds, because it turns out if either one of the two act, then basically any of the enemies of Israel are going to just assume that they're both in on it. So I think that's just a stupid relationship. I hate this stupid World War I style entanglement, but that's just objectively how that works. At least from the understanding of the retards who, keep marrying their cousins and then think that they need to wage a forever war against people because, again, they're apparently lower than roaches. Just pointing that out.
I understand if you feel that way and you say it in church, religious liberty and all of that.
I would be pretty fucking concerned if someone said that in my church.
If you are an ambassador to a foreign country, it's different.
Yeah, I mean, obviously so, right? It's just that would be kind of upsetting. And if I was, again, any of the representatives of for example, fucking Lebanon, Iraq, any of these places, I'd be kind of annoyed too. It's wait, hold on, what the fuck?
Yeah, I thought it was bonkers. There was even that rumor that delayed the US military action in Iran because it was so mental.
The entire Middle East went crazy over this. They all went crazy over this because essentially a key part of the American administration said to all of their allies, we're going to let the Israelis take over. It's fine. It's fine if they take it all. His words. So it really matters. And the connections around this kind of stuff are kind of important because Netanyahu and Jared Kushner, the current American envoy to negotiate with Iran, are very old friends. And apparently, Netanyahu used to sleep in Jared Kushner's bed when he visited New York.
Was
He
Kushner
would
in
say,
it? Do we know if Kushner was in it?
no, there's nothing inappropriate going on. There's nothing inappropriate going on. He was a very close family friend, and we have a clip of Netanyahu confirming it. But you can see it in the segment, in the comments. Like, it's fine.
Quite well known, isn't it? Really,
It's quite well known that they're very old friends, and you have here Kushner visiting the Wailing Wall with Ivanka and Steve Witkoff, the other envoy negotiating with Iran.
It seems I forgot. Hold on, this is on. It seems I forgot to get some of these videos. Damn. Okay.
But Kushner is also a big supporter of Chabad.
Yeah.
The people who want to destroy Al-Aqsa Mosque and build the third temple, whose Rebbe is on record saying that this is kind of important and the temple has to be rebuilt. And that is according to him, the accepted site of the temple. So I'm not going into a sort of history of archaeology here. Are they right or are they wrong? Completely separate from that. Completely separate from that. It's actually something that I don't know.
That's the thing that also people kind of forget is that, like, again, it doesn't really matter what the external reality is for a lot of these groups. What matters is what their perception of reality is, because that's what actually motivates their behavior, right? So it's like, it doesn't really matter if that's like if any of these people have a correct reading of the Tanakh or like the Talmud or the fucking Greek New Testament or the like the Quran or the Hadith or the Dianetics or any of this shit, right? None of that matters whether or not any of this is the accurate reading of any of this stuff. What matters is, what do they actually see as what do they actually understand reality to be, and what are their driving, motivating factors? That's the real issue. So it's like, because wrong information can still be believed by people, and wrong information can inform beliefs. I think we've all met leftists before, right? Where it's like very clearly wrong information has motivated their beliefs and behaviors at times. So it's like, that should be pretty obvious. Just because you understand someone's motives doesn't necessarily mean you agree with their historical, archaeological, or theological analyses. You just understand where they're coming from, even if you disagree. It's actually not that hard to understand evil people. Like, not at all. You just have to understand that, like, they are operating sometimes under different information with different motivations. But once you understand what the information and the motivations are, you can get a pretty good understanding of the people in question.
Enough about to say. But he gave them, his family gave them $350,000 almost. And then Jared Kushner himself gave Chabad $1 million for their center in the United Arab Emirates. And he did that actually quite recently in 2024, right after Trump won the elections. So you can kind of see that this ideology is held by people in power. Some of them are discreet about what they say, like Jared Kushner, although their donations make their beliefs more evident. And some of them are stupidly indiscreet, like Mike Huckabee, who as a diplomat should slightly know better. But this isn't the end of the extremism here. This isn't really the end of it. You have...
Oh, yeah, no, it is not. There are significantly more levers to cover when we're talking about, like, apocalypticists trying to subvert government authority across the world in general. Again, communism, for example. You think that, for example, just because China allowed markets back into its borders, that they're not still communists? No. Deng Xiaoping theory is just the communists figuring out how to get markets to serve the communist agenda, right? It doesn't matter whether it's black or white, so long as it catches mice. Well, it doesn't matter if the cat is black or white so long as it catches mice. That was Deng Xiaoping's explanation for why to let markets back into China. It's like, it doesn't really matter whether or not it's a market or a command economy so long as it forwards the dialectic of history, which is the entire socialist project. So yeah, China itself is also run by an apocalyptic, mindset. Xi Jinping thought. That's why they were so hell-bent in giving weapons to Iran, by the way, something that a lot of these people seem to be forgetting is a real thing that was an actual issue, because they wanted to be able to take Taiwan. Why do they want to take Taiwan? Well, one, because it's a blight on the Chinese claim, because it's like if Taiwan exists, then there is a secondary claim to Chinese identity that is distinct from the CCP, and it potentially shows the people in the CCP that they don't need the Communist Party. So it's a direct threat to not only their existence, but if they take Taiwan, well, Taiwan also produces the majority of computer chips, and it gives them the potential to again reassert themselves as a geopolitical superpower, even though it's an unstable one, and potentially seed communism in its various forms across the world. They're already, doing this with the Confucius Institute in the United States, and wouldn't be surprising if a lot of these leftist organizations are actually also funded in part by China, right? Because let's be fair, wokeism is basically just American Maoism. So it's like, yeah, again, there are multiple apocalyptic, literally end of age movements that are in control of genuinely dangerous levers, and I'm personally sick of apocalypticists in general.
Of Ben Gvir, the security minister in Israel, who leads a party called Jewish Power, and he accepted in 2020 that he needs to take down the photograph of a mass murderer who shot 29 people while they were praying, 29 Muslims while they were praying, in Hebron, a city that is believed to hold the grave of Abraham. So that is quite substantial, and that's exactly where he shot them. And he had a photograph of this guy up on his wall and took it down in 2020 so that he could be part of the next cabinet. He's a supporter of Meir Kahane. He says that he doesn't want to expel all the Arabs, but when he said that he doesn't want to expel all the Arabs, he was roundly booed by the audience, according to the Times of Israel. So we're not cherry-picking sources or choosing sources that would be unacceptable or anything like that.
I mean, to be fair, I'm not totally aware of, like, kind of like how, like, let's be fair, Israelis and United Kingdomers, right, the Brits, weren't exactly familiar with how much dispensationalism has, like, affected American politics and really, really affected it. So too, I'm not entirely sure what the ground level is on Israel, so I can't really confirm or deny any of those claims, right? It would be interesting to see whether or not that was like a fringe movement that just had a decent collection at the time, or if that's an actual substantial portion of the country. I would actually genuinely like to know if anyone has any information about that.
And Meir Kahane, the guy that he admires, actually started a terrorist group and was convicted for it. And one of his fans is now sitting in the Israeli cabinet. And he tried to pass a law saying that non-Jews in Israel will be obliged to assume duties, taxes, and slavery. If he does not agree to slavery and taxes, he will be forcibly deported. Now, I'm not sure if slavery is an accurate translation, because it could mean indentured servitude, it could mean a bunch of different things. So I just want to highlight that. He says that a non-Jew will not live within the jurisdiction of the city of Jerusalem, which is kind of how the Muslims don't allow anybody who isn't Muslim from entering into Mecca and Medina.
Yeah, this is a real thing. This is actually real. This is the thing. Not again. In Judaism, there is a very wide range of opinions among the rabbis, some of which are definitely objectively just evil and vile, to be perfectly honest. That's not all of them, obviously, as we just said, but that is a real strain that does exist.
And any non-Jew who has a relationship with a marital relationship with a Jew is liable to 50 years in prison. These were part of the legislations that he supported. And one of his acolytes is now Minister of Security in Israel. And the Minister of Finance is somebody who kind of shares the same views. So to object to Ariel Sharon's plan to withdraw from Gaza, and this is according to a former deputy head of the Shin Bet, the Israeli Internal Security Service, this guy, the finance minister, is described as a Jewish terrorist who planned to blow up cars on a major highway during the 2005 Gaza disengagement. He is a terrorist, he's Jewish, but he's a terrorist, Ilan reportedly said. At the time of the disengagement, he wanted to blow up cars on the Ayalon highway at rush hour with gasoline. We caught him with 700 liters of the stuff. Now, Smotrich denied that this ever happened, but a former deputy head of the Shin Bet versus a politician, I'll choose the security guy. They tend to be a little more honest, but I don't know for certain.
I mean, I would agree with that. Yeah, head of security versus like... yeah, I would agree with that. Certain positions oftentimes do tend to be more honest than others. Like, I don't really trust intelligence agencies in general. Like the CIA, MI6, Mossad, any of them. They're all basically the same. All of them also have historical ties to occult organizations, because let's be fair, there was a point in time where like everyone was interested in the occult, and like all the intelligence agencies kind of like actually dived into that to see, it's like, ooh, hold on, is this a real thing we might actually be able to exploit? Turned out most of it not really. But no, the intelligence agencies are often fucking just objectively wrong, to be perfectly honest. Just if you've ever had the displeasure of talking to someone who's ever had the pleasure of talking to someone who's like actually had to deal with the CIA in the field, and we're like, oh yeah, these people are wrong all the fucking time. It's like, okay, yeah, fair enough. And it's the same thing with the other intelligence agencies across the world. Oftentimes they're just flat out incorrect in their own, they just can't do their own fucking job. But they're also all involved in weaving webs upon webs of lies to manipulate societies in general. Again, it's not just Mossad. The CIA does this shit too, and so does MI6, and so did the KGB. All of them do the exact same thing. Intelligence agencies in general just seem to be a generally bad idea, because they are. It seems that they're incentivized to play these stupid games. But yeah, I would trust the security guy over the yeah.
And then you have Rubio saying that the Israelis kind of forced America's hand into this war.
I found that very interesting, that it seems like the United States, despite all of their martial power, are following in the footsteps of Israel and being led by them, basically.
When they're the ones funding it and arming it, and presumably they'd be able to say no.
I don't know. I don't really care who started this particular conflict, because it's not very clear who actually did. Because Donald Trump just came out and said, no, I may have forced their hand. And then Rubio comes out and says, like, Israel forced our hand. It's like, okay, who the fuck do I believe, to be perfectly honest, right? Like, who do... Like, at this point, it's like, okay, now I'm going to need someone else to actually explain to me why I should have a particular position on this, if I'm going to have a position on this at all. But... it doesn't really matter who started this conflict. The conflict was going to happen anyway. I have a 5-hour video on that exact issue. So, you know, check that out, I guess, if you want.
Well, yeah, it's sort of a fundamental problem whereby you're a significantly more powerful nation being led around by the nose by a weaker nation who actually, their existence relies on the United States. If the United States didn't defend them, the nation of Israel probably would no longer exist.
Well, I mean, we did just cover the part where, again, dispensationalism teaches that those who bless Israel are, you know, going to be blessed themselves. So there's an inbuilt... Did that just only not... Oh my god. I don't know how much of that was caught, so I'm going to have to say that again. Well, there is, again, this dispensationalist view that we were just talking about in the Shameless Popery video, that again, those who bless Israel are going to be blessed themselves. So yeah, it does make sense that like dispensationalists would allow Israel to take the reins sometimes. It's not because Israel is in charge, but it's because, again, they believe that they can use Israel to their own purposes, which is in all honesty to bless themselves, right? That's the whole point. The reason they bless Israel is not because Israel is itself worthy of being blessed, but specifically because they want to themselves be blessed. So yeah, that's why that happens. That's why that, you know, that's the underlying reason.
Exactly. So there is this reality here that, and Rubio is a very hardcore Israel supporter, full on, like Hexeth, like obviously Jared Kushner, like Witkoff, the other guy negotiating with the Iranians. And so the picture that you end up getting is somewhat problematic, really. And what you're getting is that Netanyahu is fulfilling his dreams, that he's longed for 40 years for a strike on Iran, and now the Americans are delivering it. They are delivering it because a bunch of insane extremists are running the Trump policy team when it comes to Israel and the Middle East, and they are associated with people who want to rebuild the Third Temple, triggering a bit of a problem with the Muslim world. All of Europe would feel the repercussions of that problem, but that is how policy is being made. Because it's not clear that there is a plan for what to do about Iran. It's not clear that Iran can be, you know, defeated in the conventional sense, because you will get Hashashin in the mountains with drones, lobbing drones and missiles at everything that passes through the Persian Gulf. That's completely discounted from the planning. And that's how the policy is being decided for the benefit of people who believe things that I would argue are a bit extreme.
I genuinely don't know if this guy is actually paying attention, because like none of that is actually like legitimate, because like, again, so the whole point of the war against Iran is the fact that, again, they were stocking up on drones that they themselves were not making. They could not actually make this stuff. They were actually getting these supplies from China. China was supplying them. We've already cut off their ability to receive supplies from China. That itself is a massive handicap. We came in and we decapitated their entire governmental structure. Now, granted, Iran has the capacity to actually operate in a more guerrilla fashion with the IRGC, but again, we just keep massacring them. The majority of Iran is not even Muslim anymore. I think we completely forgot that part, right? So, and Iran doesn't want Sharia law, so we actually have the people on our side. Like, what the fuck are we on about, right? In fact, part of the reason why we had to go to war in the first place is because of the weapons that they were receiving from China. So, and like, by the way, by cutting off Iran from China, we also cut off one of their major oil exporters in importation. So that entire oil fiasco is completely like cut off there too. So that hurts China bigly. So it's like, I don't know where the fuck these people are coming from. It's like, yeah, sure. Just don't bother the Iranian regime when they're killing tens of thousands of their own protesters, if their own people and their own people, right? Like ASAT are literally begging for Americans to come and save them, right? Because they're getting slaughtered in the middle of this, because they're being slaughtered by their own government. What the fuck are we doing here? What is this moral fagging? What is this moral grandstanding? It's like, can this war be justified? Yes, the war against the fucking baby prostitution allowing Iranian regime is, you know, which has been oppressing their people for decades, where the people are literally begging for external help because they don't have any guns. They can't do it themselves, right? And, you know, the regime that said multiple times, we're aiming to build bombs, nuclear weapons to destroy you because we want to bring about the end of the world. Yes, we can actually morally defend this war, right? In fact, I'm going to go with Asmongold on this and say most of the people who are against this particular conflict are just moral fagging, right? It is very difficult to look at this and what's going on and say, yeah, how is this any different? Oh my god. God, I can't stand this fucking moral fagging, to be perfectly honest. Again, I spent 5 hours talking about this, and yes, there are potentially like nefarious motivations behind some of the people involved in this conflict from the Western world. Yes, not everyone in the Western world who is actually supporting the war is actually motivated by these apocalyptic fantasies, right? Some of us actually just want to see the non-Muslims, like the non-Muslim Persia, actually be able to choose its own destiny, which it can't do right now because, again, all the guns were possessed by the IRGC, right? I'm sorry, but I don't think we should have just sat down and let tens of thousands of protesters be murdered by their own government. I mean, far be it from me to tell the British man what, you know, the power projection to the rest of the world for moral purposes should be, right? It's not like that's not like the large majority of the history of British colonial power, right, is power projecting to savage lands to like reform them and try to like alleviate suffering. But, you know,
say so. I mean,
you argue that they're a bit extreme.
I think that's putting it light.
And yeah, you know what? We can give them this again, like the Chabad Messianism, the fucking Dispensationalism. Yeah, these are extreme organizations we should be worried about. We should be worried about what they are trying to do and why they are trying to do it. But the Iran issue is not the issue where you're going to get this particular win. Because again, it's like, what the fuck is the alternative? Just leave Iran alone so that they can actually proceed to make nukes and like missiles. Again, a Stalin's quantity is its own quality style missile reserves. So it can just like stockpile these weapons to destroy the little Satan and then attack the great Satan, right? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? How is it that like we can all just pretend as if there's a solution to these? Oh my god. Sorry. I fucking hate listening to geopolitical analysts just not be able to understand really basic ideas.
Yeah. So it seems that the West is strapped between two kinds of fanaticism. Both of them are quite destructive. Both of them don't particularly like mainstream Christianity, as far as I can.
Okay, so if you're saying right here that like the two fanaticisms that we have right now strapped against are the Chabad dispensationalist fanaticism versus the Islamic fanaticism, the red-green alliance. Yeah, I can actually agree with you. This is something I actually could agree with. Maybe if I had just let this play on for like 2 more seconds, I'd have a better understanding of what you're saying. If that's what you're saying, then I totally agree. If that's not what you're saying, then I may have a stroke.
Can tell. And that's a bit of a bad situation to be in.
It's also a situation we have no control over. Just straight up, we don't have any control over that. What is your solution to this particular problem? The problem is there is no solution. There is only the ability to negotiate with reality. There is no solution to these issues. The only solution to this issue is we can do our best to get these people out of power, and then do our best to pay attention to what people actually believe, not just by what they say, but what they actually do, and then hold them accountable to that, and then try to keep these like apocalypticists out of the control rooms. The problem is that they are incentivized to be behind the wheel. The majority of realists in the world are incentivized to just live their lives. The majority of apocalypticists are incentivized to be concerned with the levers of power. That is the major asymmetry we have here. A lot of the realists just want to grill. The problem is that apocalypticists do not care if you want to grill. They want to take your ability to grill away. They want to take everything you have away. They literally want to destroy everything you love. That's because they hate this world. Everything you love, for the most part, is in this world. They seek to destroy your life in a very real sense. Be concerned about all of these people.
What do you think?
It's quite weird to think about. I was just thinking it's weird to think about what would have happened if the Democrats had got in, because as you say, it's
a fair point.
It's something quite unique to this Trump administration, it seems to me.
Not really.
You don't think so? You think it's the deep state, the permanent state?
The Republicans have always been very pro.
Oh yeah, not just the Trump administration, but would the Democrats have done this? That's what I'm interested in that.
I don't think they would have done this in quite the same way. And in fact,
the likes of Hegseth and Cruz wouldn't be around.
No,
Yeah.
I don't think they have the same
Lindsey
religious.
Graham wouldn't have the ear of the president if Democrat had won, but
It's perfect timing for Netanyahu to say that, this is what I longed for 40 years. This is the moment.
Pretty much. And you know how much money the Adelsons paid, and the Adelsons are fully on board with this belief system. And you know that Ellison has funded Rubio, and you kind of ask yourself, well, is this really how foreign policy should be done on behalf of donors associated with religious fanatics? And I don't think that's a very good idea.
You get in trouble, don't you, for saying it? I mean, because people say, why, as Josh has said, why does Israel lead America? But it's really not, as we're pointing out here, it's not really Israel. It's people within the institution, within the administration in America who happen to have these views.
Yes.
Slightly
But they've also been selected for by financing, haven't they?
Yes.
In that they've got to their positions because they've been propped up by wealthy benefactors.
Exactly.
It took this long to realize that It took this long to realize that Americans can be retarded on our own. Why is my fucking model taking so long? It says it's recording sound, so I mean, it should be good. Okay.
So, yeah, it seems to me that they're both a bit fanatical. That's what I'd say.
Troubling times.
Very.
Okay, testing. Well, it seems my avatar may have broken. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, we forgot to watch the Red Heifer video.
This is Josh Wander. I'm standing here on top of the Mount of Olives, directly across from the Temple Mount. The place where I'm standing is very close to the place where the red heifer will soon be brought and slaughtered, burnt. Its ashes will be mixed
And you can see the mosque right there in the actual video.
with water, and then that will be sprinkled onto Jews and their vessels in order to access the place behind me on the Temple Mount, which has been pretty much inaccessible for thousands of years, and we can start the process that we've been waiting for thousands of years of exile.
Interesting. Hold on. I'm going to try something. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Well, I mean, it's... I don't know what's going on here. Hopefully it's catching, but...
To rebuild the temple and start our sacrifices as was intended by God.
So, again, you can see where the apocalyptic concern comes in, right? Let's see. I think we got all of these. Okay. So, I guess to finish this off, I'll talk about the Talmud at some point. It's not really relevant here. I brought that up just in case they brought that up in the video, but since they didn't bring it up from the video, it's not really that important here. We'll talk about that later. So here, I guess we will talk about the historical impetus for Chabad and Messianism, because it's actually kind of interesting. So we will, let's see. Oh yeah, again, the whole, I'm not watching this here. That would actually kill me because we're already like 5 hours into this video. So let's go to the false messiah that broke Judaism forever, and the modern rabbis removed God from salvation. So these will be pretty enlightening for most people.
There's a story that Judaism doesn't like to tell, a story that is too embarrassing, too catastrophic to process, but dangerous to forget. It's the time that the Jewish world thought that the messianic redemption had finally arrived. But instead, they got betrayal. Today, we'll be discussing the catastrophic events surrounding the false messiah Shabtai Tzvi. But more importantly, the damage that it caused to the Jewish world, a trauma that has shaped the Jewish world until today. And by the
this is like multi-generational trauma here.
way, don't forget to like and subscribe and leave a comment. It's totally free. In the 1600s, the Jewish world thought that it was finally over. The exile, the humiliation, the silence from heaven. It finally looked like the endless prayers and fasting and mystical mental gymnastics were all about to pay off. Families were packing their bags for Zion. Prayers were being rewritten. Property was being sold. Even divorces were being arranged in preparation for this new messianic age, because apparently that makes sense in some false messiah-addled brain. But then their messiah converted to Islam, publicly, in front of the Ottoman court with a new turban and a new name. Not so much as a prophetic excuse, no fire from heaven, no trial, just a bland surrender and a government job offer. And here's the kicker. This wasn't a fringe movement. This wasn't some apocalyptic cult of a few wackadoodles in a cave somewhere. This was mainstream Judaism, backed by top rabbis, public leaders, and the top of the Kabbalistic scholars. This was theological consensus across the Jewish world. And Shabtai Tzvi didn't just crash and burn. He exposed something that was much deeper. The rot wasn't in him alone, it was in a system that allowed him to rise. A religious world built on mystical speculation and authority with no accountability.
Does this sound a little familiar? This sound a little bit familiar. The mystical speculation, authority with no accountability. Sounds like a real concern that we were just talking about, right? That being said, Shabtai Tzvi is not the first false messiah in Judaism. You also have the issue of, like, for example, the Bar Kokhba revolution, which was an attempt, a messianic attempt to overthrow the Romans. Now, if you do wonder why some Jews have a animosity to, because again, I said some. If I wonder why some Jews, I'm emphasizing that word because again, I need to be careful because some people can't read and can't understand English for some reason. So you have to say certain things. That way you can then call someone who misunderstands you a retard for being a retard, right? But anyway, So there's a reason why some Jews have an animosity towards like the Western world. It's because there are respected rabbis in the Talmud who held that Rome was the enemy of Israel, and others who held that Christianity was the enemy of Israel. So then when Rome becomes Christian, it becomes doubly the enemy, right? And then you have the issue of when the Western, when Rome breaks apart, and then everyone wants to still be Rome. The Holy Roman Empire claims to be the successor of Rome. You have the Russian Empire claiming to be the successor of Rome. You had the Byzantine Empire claiming to be the successor of Rome. The Western Empire, Western Roman Empire, claiming to be the successor of Rome. I'm pretty sure there was probably someone in England claiming that the British Empire was the successor of Rome, probably. But yeah. There's that. There is a historical animosity there in a certain stream of Judaism, but yeah, definitely not the Nux Taku stream, it seems. But yeah, that does seep in sometimes in the messianic apocalypticism that we were discussing.
This wasn't just a messianic disaster. This was a full-blown theological collapse in Judaism. Now, to understand how someone like Shabtai Tzvi could hijack the Jewish world like that, you have to understand what he was working with. This wasn't some stable, rational tradition suddenly led astray. This was a system already bloated with mystical speculation, right at the edge of madness. And then all it took was a national trauma to shove everything right over the edge.
This is why I actually disagree with Ashmaze on this particular issue, where it's like, I actually do think Kabbalah is, which is basically just Jewish Hermeticism, is potentially more dangerous than people think it is, because it is a highly mystical system that is very resistant to rationalism. And that has consequences, right? That has downstream second, third, and fourth order consequences.
The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the Ottoman Empire together housed over half of the world's Jews, and for a time, Poland was the Jewish dream. Autonomy, education, land ownership, it was as close to peace as exile had ever gotten for the Jewish people. But then came 1648, the Khmelnytsky Uprising. Cossack rebels tore through the Jewish world like a firestorm. Jews were seen as enforcers of the Polish oppression, and the response to them was brutal and apocalyptic. Synagogues were torched with people still inside, children were mutilated, and entire communities were brutally erased. Conservative estimates say that 20,000 Jews were killed, but they weren't the only ones. Catholic priests, monks, Polish nobles, all massacred. It was indiscriminate slaughter.
Many such cases, right? Hold on.
And here's where it gets grotesquely ironic. In 1648, it was supposed to be the year of the redemption. According to Kabbalistic interpretations and apocalyptic readings of the Zohar, this was the year the Messiah was supposed to arrive. But instead of a Messiah coming, they got a terrible massacre. But did that lead to introspection or a sober reevaluation of these mystical speculations? Of course not. It fueled the madness. In the warped logic of the Lurianic Kabbalah, which was spreading rapidly in the Jewish world at the time, suffering was proof that the final redemption was imminent. The more pain, the more sparks, divine sparks, were being freed.
Ah, yes. What does it sound like? In chaos, you see God more clearly. From Ahmadinejad, right? Interesting. Again, the whole idea that we were talking about with dispensationalism, where it's like we will see God like more clearly as we get closer to the end times, kind of deal.
And the closer the cosmic redemption. You'd think that a tragedy like this at this particular time would lead to some kind of theological humility, but instead it led to full-blown messianic addiction. And this is where Shabtai Tzvi comes in. Shabtai Tzvi, born in 1626 in Smyrna, modern-day Turkey, brilliant from a young age, devout, charming, was completely unhinged. By his 20s, he was already declaring himself the Messiah, then retracting it, then declaring it again, and this pattern went on, religious highs followed by manic collapse. He once placed a fish in a baby's cradle, claiming that this was a sign of Israel's rebirth under the sign of Pisces. Right. Another time, he married a Torah scroll. These weren't symbolic acts. They were his headlines in his personal messianic apocalypse. He once asked his followers if they had seen him levitate, and when they said no, he claimed that they just weren't purified enough to see it. So his critics assumed that he was just insane, but his rabbis mostly just wanted him gone, and he was banished several times. But madness in a culture drunk on mysticism looked a lot like revelation to people.
Yeah. Again, many such cases. Just all you have to do is look at the history of cults, and many, many such cases.
The more erratic he became, the more people assumed he was touching on something divine. And that's where enters Natan of Gaza. A young mystic with visions of his own, well respected, he declares Shabtai the real Messiah. Not metaphorically, not symbolically, literally, the long-awaited Redeemer. Natan gave theological legitimacy to Shabtai's mania. He framed the mental instability as sacred behavior, a necessary descent into evil for the sake of ultimate redemption. And that's where things totally exploded. Letters flooded the Jewish communities. Communities began preparing for mass aliyah to Israel. Women started reading from Torah scrolls in public. Former heretics were elevated to leadership roles. Jewish life was turned upside down overnight. This was a hostile takeover of the Jewish world, wrapped in mysticism, sold as redemption, and the entire rabbinic world went along with it. Then came the part that should have raised every red flag for everyone, but instead was treated like sacred innovation. Shabtai started purposely breaking the Torah, publicly, proudly, and systematically. Fast days became feast days. Mourning was completely outlawed. Why would you mourn with the Messianic age at hand? Traditional blessings were replaced. He purposely ate forbidden foods, violated every taboo he could find. And what did his followers do? They cheered, they sang, they participated, and they rejoiced. Because you see, this wasn't sin anymore. Not according to Natan of Gaza. This was redemptive sin. The idea that the Messiah had to descend into the muck of evil in order to liberate the divine sparks trapped there. And he took this out of the Zohar, the same 13th century forgery that became the blueprint for modern Jewish mysticism.
Yeah, I don't know how the Zohar became so fucking popular, to be perfectly honest. It's not that impressive of a text, but yes, the Zohar is a wildly interesting... It's an interesting text. I'll say that, right? If you want to read it, I'm pretty sure it's still up on sacredtext.com, just like a lot of other books are still up on sacredtext.com. But yeah, so if you want to read it for free, I mean, you can go ahead. I'm pretty sure the Zohar has also got an audiobook on YouTube somewhere.
Zohar hints, often cryptically, that in the Messianic age, the outer garments of the Torah, of the Jewish law, would fall away, and only its mystical core would remain. And the Sabbateans, that is the followers of Shabtai, took that to mean, bye-bye Torah. So in this warped logic, holiness was hiding in the unholy. By breaking the commandments, it wasn't rebellion, it was restoration. The Messiah wasn't coming to fulfill the law at all. He was coming to dismantle it from the inside for mystical purposes. You can think of this as a Kabbalistic theology worship being led by Satan. Then it all came crashing.
That's a pretty good description of it, to be perfectly honest.
Down in 1666. Yes, really. That was the year, the one burned into everyone's brains. The Kabbalists had been whispering about it for decades. The redemption would come, the exile would end, Shabtai would ascend. And technically, they were partly right. He did ascend to Constantinople, where the Sultan had him arrested for treason. Now, here's where
I mean, this seems to be a recurring pattern when it comes to, like, messianic madness, right? Just pointing that out there. It seems to be a pretty recurring, pattern.
Messianic fervor meets geopolitical reality. The Sultan didn't care about divine sparks or inverted fast days. He gave Shabtai two options: perform a miracle and prove you're the Messiah, or convert to Islam. And what did Shabtai do? He performed a... No, that's not right. That's right. He chose the Ottoman turban and a new Ottoman name. No resistance, no final prophecy, no blaze of glory, no trial and execution, just a quick change of religion secretly, a new bureaucratic government job, and a new Ottoman name.
Yeah, this leads me to believe the guy actually wasn't crazy and he was just getting away with shit. This is what Ember Paradox pointed out in her reaction to the Scientology video, by the way, was that most cult leaders aren't crazy, they just happen to be evil. And yeah, there may have been some kind of like manic disorder with this person, but manic disorders don't make you crazy. They just change your behavior. They just change, again, your mood regulation abilities. But yeah, this leads me to believe that this guy was, I think, Shabtai Tzvi wasn't necessarily crazy as much as he was just a deviant, to be perfectly honest.
The movement unsurprisingly imploded. Some of his followers wept, others raged. Some followed him into Islam, forming the Donmeh, a crypto-Sabbatean sect that continued believing in secret until this day. But for most people, the spell was broken. The rabbis went silent, the letters stopped, the miracles evaporated, and everyone began trying to pretend like it never happened. The revisionism went into complete overdrive. Natan of Gaza spent the rest of his life trying to justify it. He said to people that Shabtai only converted to Islam to redeem the hidden sparks of the divine hidden in Islam. Sure. Meanwhile, the man who had been hailed as the Redeemer of Israel died in lonely obscurity a decade later. No Elijah, no return, just another failed prophet with delusions and followers too embarrassed to admit that they were duped.
Again, I bring this video up because remember the whole thing with the Rebbe Schneerson? Yeah, his followers, a lot of them still don't believe he actually died, right? And there's a lot of cope about how even if he did die, he still could be the Messiah. Yeah, so that there is this. It's not to the same degree as with Shabbat Tzvi, but this whole fervent fever of like a longing for the mystical ignition, like an ignition of mystical apocalypticism is a thing that has been growing in some Jewish communities, as you know, we have talked about, as we all talked about earlier.
But what's worse than a false Messiah? A religious system that refuses to learn from it. The Jewish world at first tried to bury this, scrub it from memory, edit the text, burn the letters, pretend that none of it ever happened. But it did happen, and it left a wound in Judaism so deep that no amount of halachic hair splitting or cultural liberal Jewish nostalgia could heal it. A wound that still exists to this day. Because this wasn't just a Messiah gone rogue, this was the entire religious framework, rabbis, mystics, legal authorities, all in on a major fraud. They gambled everything, and they lost badly. And when the dust settled, they did what institutions always do when they fail. They completely overcorrected. On one side, you got the rise of hyper-legalism. The rabbinic world humiliated, exposed. It didn't repent of this, it retaliated with more rules, more fences, more walls. Spontaneity became a major threat. Mysticism was totally chained up. Joy was regulated. Halacha wasn't just central anymore. It became a shield, a way to keep people in line and keep the chaos out. And slowly, what passed for Judaism became cold and dry and obsessed with not repeating the past, at the expense of never understanding why it happened in the first place. And on the other side, you got secularism. Many Jews just walked away. If the rabbis could be that wrong on something that big, what else had they gotten wrong? Slowly, Judaism stopped being a covenant and just became a culture, a heritage, a hollow tradition recited in Yiddish accented English over bagels and sarcastic humor. This was the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment, the start of Jewish liberalism. Men like Spinoza, Mendelssohn, Herzl, not just secular.
Okay, that one got me. That one got me.
But trying to build something new out of the ruins. A Judaism without messiahs, without God, without anything divine.
Yeah, I picked this because it's going to lead directly into the next video where I'm going to have significantly more to talk about.
Just a cultural glue to keep a post-traumatized people from disappearing. And somewhere in between, Hasidic Judaism emerged, which was a safer mysticism, a channel for religious mysticism that wouldn't burn down the house. It tries to hold on to the spiritual without losing the halacha, without collapsing into lunacy. And it almost succeeded. Now, I say almost because then there's Chabad. Now, I want to say that Chabad didn't start this way, but today, Chabad dresses itself in sophistication and outreach, but underneath, it's still whispering the same old promises, the same dangerous longings for a Messiah that's never going to come. The Lubavitcher Rebbe, Menachem Mendel Schneerson, dead for decades now, still has followers calling him the Messiah.
He still has followers that call him God. Again, not a very large following, but he does still have followers who actually unironically believe him to be God clothed in human nature.
Some say he never died. Others say he'll rise again. The leadership...
I gotta say, Ashmize has a good sense of humor. That fucking that silence fucking says it all, right? Oh my god. The one thing we can have with this is that at least Chabad Messianism centered around Schneerson actually does open the door for some of these people. It's like, well, their main arguments against Christianity kind of just fell through because they just said like, oh yeah, these things are technically possible, they just didn't happen with your guy. And then you can actually have the conversation from there, right? If it wasn't for the fact that a lot of Chabad, not everyone, but there is a significant portion of Chabad which is a little bit more cultish than the rest of it. I actually got to talk to a gentleman who was from Chabad, in Chabad, but the thing was, he was a delightful guy. Like, again, you got to take things on a case by case basis, right? And it was interesting because the guy was like, oh, he was talking to someone who was in VR chat, and the guy was like talking to someone who's like, oh no, you shouldn't be ashamed of being Greek, you should be proud of being Greek. And he just went off on like all these like things the Greeks should be proud of, and then he like, damn, this guy knows his history. And like it's like he's just so sad whenever he saw someone be ashamed of their heritage, and like, oh my god, I like this guy, to be perfectly honest. What's your opinions on the English? And then nothing but positive things to say about the English. And like, damn. Like, fair enough. Yeah, I like this guy. Tiny hat, you all right? But yeah, he was a delightful gentleman, right? But you know, he's just one person, and like in that particular organization, there are other people in that organization who aren't good actors. So again, you judge individuals by their actions, right? And you judge groups by their actions. And groups only when they're like an organized group, right? So it's like if it's a religion, you can judge a religion based on its doctrines and its practices, right? If it's like if it's an organization, you can judge it based on what it actually does, right? If it's a person, you judge them based on their conduct, their behavior, what they actually do. Yeah. Honestly, lovely gentleman. Apparently I was like one of the few non-Jews who got one of the jokes that was he shared from Chabad in there, where it was like, it was a nonsense word, and I was like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense, that letter doesn't exist in the Hebrew alphabet. And he was like, it's kind of the joke is it's just a funny nonsense word. I was like, okay, fair enough. I didn't expect to get this. I didn't expect to get a specifically Jewish Chabad centric joke like right off the bat, but fair enough, right? Shit happens sometimes.
Won't endorse it, but they won't shut it down either. They leave the door cracked enough to keep the fire burning for the next round of mystical disappointment. Or
yeah, I don't entertain any of this nonsense. Like, to be perfectly honest. There are certain things like this kind of mysticism I just do not entertain at all because of how dangerous I genuinely think it is.
Control, who knows? And then also in Chabad, there's Manis Friedman, the YouTube heretic of Chabad, preaching that God needs us more than we need him, and that Jews are beyond punishment for sins because after this long in exile, God would have to be a monster to punish the Jewish people for sins. Does that sound familiar? It's Sabbatianism with a YouTube channel, the same mystical inversion, the same redefinition of sin, justice, and Messiah. Just cleaned up and market tested for a generation that is starved of meaning and purpose. And here's the kicker. It's also mainstream, and it's growing, and it's built on the same foundations that produced the disaster of Shabtai Tzvi in the first place. Because when your messiahs and mysticism keep failing publicly, catastrophically, you're supposed to stop and ask if the whole system is wrong. But instead, the Jewish world doubles down. They change the locks, repaint, but they keep the same broken blueprint. And now, centuries later, you have parts of the Jewish world pretending that Judaism is just a culture of some kind, and the other part waiting for a Messiah who's not coming. And at some point, you have to stop asking when the redemption is coming and start asking, how many false messiahs does it take before you start questioning the system that keeps producing them?
I think that's a fair assessment, to be perfectly honest. I actually do really like Ashmize. Again, I'll put this video on the next one in the channel. Last video for this stream. Holy crap. So here we go. We're at the home stretch, boys.
From the rabbinic Jewish side, constantly make the claim that Christians believe in a false Messiah who did not fulfill messianic prophecy.
Damn. Bodied, mollywopped, horns swoggled even.
Prophecy does not even meet the criteria of the Messiah. But not only that, that Christians actually diminish the glory of the God of Israel and are committing idolatry by worshiping a man, Jesus, instead of the God of Israel. Now, this fundamentally misunderstands the claims of Christian theology, but what's more ironic is you actually see a trend in rabbinic Judaism where it is constantly developing, changing things, redefining things, destroying earlier beliefs in Judaism to account for and reconcile the failed earlier models of Judaism. And ironically, this becomes most obvious focusing on the concept of the Messiah. In today's video, we are going to be demonstrating that modern rabbis are actually warping and perverting earlier normative Jewish beliefs about the Messiah and about the Messianic era to account for the fact that Judaism's view of the Messiah until now is incoherent. Now,
this is going to get a little wacky, I'm not going to lie.
If you haven't already, please like the video, subscribe to the channel, and please leave a comment below whether you agree, disagree, or just want to leave something funny. Please do so in the comments below. Now, what do I mean when I say that rabbis today are warping earlier Jewish beliefs about the Messiah? Well, you have to understand that for the 1,000 years after the crucifixion and the resurrection, Judaism still did not have a monolithic view of the Messiah or of the Messianic era. Rabbis in the Talmud are disagreeing about the Messiah, about fulfillment of Messianic prophecy, and it's really not until later that Judaism kind of reels in and controls and distills down its ideas of the Messiah, and this is really codified by Maimonides, and that's kind of how Jews today view the Messiah. Now, there's later Kabbalistic innovations about the Messiah that popped up as well, that at first were rejected, but are now mainstream. But generally speaking, Judaism has some consistent normative views about the Messiah, about who he will be, what he will do, and about the coming Messianic era.
Yeah, so the rejection of largely the rejection of the Aristotelian worldview in Judaism corresponds with the rise of mysticism, as it usually does, incidentally, in the Jewish world. You still have anti-Kabbalistic organizations like Dordheim, for example, which are quite useful because they help to contain some of the mystic nonsense. But Maimonides was a very staunch Aristotelian. I think... Yeah, he was a very staunch Aristotelian, and a lot of his methodologies and theology just does not exist anymore in general.
Now, Judaism's failed view of the Messiah has resulted in many false messiahs popping up that are very clearly false messiahs, but are accepted by large numbers of people in the rabbinic Jewish world. You have
Where some are. Oh my god, he's about to bring up Bar Kokhba. Yeah, fair enough, right? The one I brought up earlier. But yeah, they're definitely not in anymore. That guy, that was a while ago.
Kokhba in the 2nd century, who was very obviously not a qualified person for the role of Messiah, who was accepted by many Jews at the time, leading to their death at the hands of the Romans.
Oh yeah, much like the Shaitat Zvi thing, Bar Kokhba's revolution was a fucking disaster.
And then you have, fast forward 1,000 plus years, you have Shabtai Tzvi, one of the most glaring examples of false messiah basing itself on Jewish beliefs, specifically Kabbalistic beliefs, where he was not only a false messiah, but he even had things like elevating the sparks within sin by sinning. Yeah. And fast forward again, you have Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the last rabbi of Chabad, who died in 1994, is buried in New York, but many Chabad people still believe is the Messiah, and that he will either return from the dead to fulfill that role, or that he never really died. Which is incredibly ironic, because Jews constantly accuse Christians of believing in a dead Messiah. But regardless of these false...
I mean, yeah, it is a little humorous, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, so there is in Judaism a criticism of the Schneerson deification movement that it's just crypto Christianity, which is absurd, but you know, that is another thing that's going on in Chabad that most people just aren't aware of.
False messiahs that pop up as a result of the incoherent messianic view found in Rabbinic Judaism. Rabbinic Judaism does have some standardized beliefs about the Messianic era. And what some modern rabbis are doing in a new shift forward are actually coming up with technological justifications for what the Messiah will do and how he will do it, to try to justify the Jewish version of messianic prophecy.
You ready for some, again, mystification? Some talking in circles from, apocalypticists? Here we go.
So we're going to be addressing some of these claims made by modern rabbis about the Messianic era and demonstrate that not only are these contradictory to a biblical worldview, but they also contradict earlier Jewish ideas. Now, this all started when I came across a video.
Oh, wrong button. Sorry.
A Jewish podcast interviewing Rabbi Lawrence Hagioff and him discussing these views on the Messiah. So I'm going to be referencing him as well as some other rabbis that share his views or similar views. And at the very end, the last one that I'm going to cover is actually him not only distorting a Jewish view of the Messiah for his own personal version, but also directly warping and contradicting something in the Talmud to justify his stance, demonstrating that modern rabbis...
Yeah, warping and taking the Talmud out of context is actually quite common. That being said, so fun fact about the Talmud, it actually was codified before the Masoretic canon was. So the Talmud is literally older than the modern Jewish canon. Just pointing that out there. It is not older than the classical Jewish canon, which is basically the Catholic Old Testament. But,
like this are actually perfectly willing to disregard and lie about Judaism in order to justify their modern stances on the Messiah. So let's start going through some of those claims from these rabbis about what the Messiah will do and how he will accomplish it. Number one, there is an idea in Messianic prophecy that in the Messianic era, people will have a general, universal knowledge of the God of Israel, that people will have an intuitive, intrinsic knowledge of the truth of the God of Israel. And not only that, the people, Jewish people specifically, will have an ingrained, inspired knowledge of the Torah, of God's commands.
It seems like an enlightened class consciousness, to be perfectly honest. We see collectivism has risen its ugly head once more, right?
What some modern rabbis are doing is they're saying that, well, with innovations in AI and bioengineering, we're going to be in a position where people will be able to download the entirety of Torah knowledge directly into their brains at lightning speeds. And so with technological innovations, we can bring about the Messianic era and fulfill this prophecy by downloading Torah into people in microchips through bioengineering mixed with AI.
Again, moving the hand of God forward in history on under the power of man. It seems like, again, if like all of a particular class become like collectively aware of a particular scripture, just magically on its own, that's pretty, you could say that's pretty good indication of a miracle, right? But instead of letting just the miracle pass, you see that, again, we're too impatient, and so what ends up happening is we must force the hand of God in history. We must move the needle forward. We must do it, the Thanos, fine, I'll do it myself, right?
See the problem with that? Do you see how somebody claiming that Christians are diminishing the glory of the God of Israel, how it would be very ironic for them to make that claim when they're saying that technological innovation in bioengineering and AI will actually be the fulfillment of this messianic prophecy? It's really interesting because the same rabbi that I mentioned earlier, Lawrence Hagioff, I saw him comment on another video talking to a Christian Jew in the comments saying, come back to the God of Israel. Well, I think claims like this are actually the ones that are diminishing the glory of the God of Israel, don't you think? Another claim, and this is just
he's not wrong about this. In fact, actually, one of the things I caught him on a pog. Anyway, this is one of my criticisms of like Neoplatonism, for example, is that the Neoplatonic concept of the one is that the one is completely ineffable. It is completely incapable of being understood. In fact, actually, I think you could go as far as saying the one doesn't really understand itself, to be perfectly honest. Like the one could never descend down to the level of man and it could never like allow man to participate in its own nature without destroying what man is. It's kind of what the henosis concept is it's a form of spiritual suicide where you become absorbed back into the one, right? But you know, in Christianity, we see a God who is, I would argue, greater because, yeah, sure, I would argue even like a higher ontological degree, because you have this entity that one actually does fully understand itself. So it's not like the one, which is just raw being. It is being and understanding in one, right? But also, this entity doesn't have the requisite of needing the other with which to cognize itself, because it is its own other, right? And the Father is not the Son or the Holy Spirit. The Son is not the Father or the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is not the Father or the Son, right? Like the other is already encoded in God. So the entire Hegelian error is actually just like circumvented from the ground up. And this particular conception of God is powerful enough that it can actually descend and become human, but also at the same time, well, you know, without destroying what it means or what a human being is. So like truly participate in human nature, but it can also elevate what is the created human nature to be as it is, as so far as it is possible for a created thing to be as him. And I think that just in general, like that's obviously a power that is like not a lesser making property. That seems to be still part of the greater making properties, right? The list of abilities which do not contradict logical possibility. So yeah, it just seems like from the standpoint of maximally great being, you know, style like modal ontological reasoning from Alvin Plantinga, it does seem that the Christian God would be objectively larger, like bigger, you know, stronger just from its described properties than the Kabbalistic or Neoplatonic God, because there are limitations that the Christian God just does not have. And some of the things that are described as limitations in the Neoplatonic and the Kabbalistic sphere are actually potencies. They are not limitations at all, right? So anyway.
Wild one from a Jewish perspective, if you actually understand the history of Jewish thought, the resurrection of the dead. Pharisees would kill people for not believing in this. In fact, Pharisees have a small category of people that burn in hell for all eternity for not believing in the resurrection of the dead, or that includes people that don't believe in the resurrection of the dead. Maimonides codified this as well. The resurrection of the dead in the Messianic era is a mandatory belief in Rabbinic Judaism. So what are the...
Yeah, that's one of the codified doctrines.
These technology buff rabbis doing? Well, by use of modern technology, we are going to actually be able to take genetic material from the deceased and rebuild these people from that genetic material. Combined with the AI downloading their history and Torah into their brains, we're going to resurrect the dead through technology.
So basically, it biologically cloned them through genetic engineering, which anyone who has ever met an identical twin would immediately understand why this is a really stupid idea. A clone is not the same person as the person it's cloned from. That seems really bleedingly obvious from the get-go, right? But even if that wasn't the case, like a person is their body. So in order for the resurrection of the dead to even make sense, it would have to be such that their body, like there would have to be continuity between the body that died and the body that's brought back. And the only way that really works is if you use the same matter, for example. This is actually why technically God can reform someone without using the same matter, right? But that being said, like this is one of the reasons why bones were kept in ossuaries, is because again, you are your body. So it's like your deceased body, your bones are you. And so the resurrection of the dead at the end of time is, you know, that's why the whole bury the dead as they are is kind of a thing, is because, you know, that is the thing. Your body is part of the next world, so there's something to be worth preserving about it. This is also why the Jewish people didn't really do cremation, and why most of the Christian world doesn't do cremation, is because of that expectation of the next world and being part of it, and the fact that, like, again, your body is something that was created by God and will be glorified by God. So you're not supposed to seek to destroy it because it's waiting for its glorification at the end of time, the final hour.
This is a wild claim to make from a Jewish perspective. Not only is it completely removing God from the equation, removing divine power from this spectacular idea of the resurrection of the dead, it's actually completely contradicting Jewish beliefs that existed until now. The belief is that God in the Messianic era will raise the dead as a miraculous thing. These rabbis are saying that it will be human technological innovation that will allow for this. They're also claiming things like AI removing the workload will allow people to be at ease and be able to study Torah all day and not have to work anymore.
If you have the Torah downloaded in your brain, why do you have to study it?
Which will bring us back into an Eden-like state. You even have some of them claiming that through the use of these technological systems, we'll actually be able to get rid of war and focus on economic growth. And
again, technological utopianism, just told from a Jewish perspective, and with a more, what would you say, more of a process philosophy in the understanding of God, where God isn't being itself, but rather is becoming.
So that will actually fulfill the prophecies about world peace. And what this all culminates in is the idea that all of this will start, in fact, with a messianic figure, with a Messiah. But rather than be a glorious figure appointed by God, again, we're talking about the Jewish worldview here, not Christian, instead of being a glorious messianic victorious king, doing all these things by the power of divine intervention with the assistance of the God of Israel, no, this will be a tech billionaire who has all the money in the world thanks to Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. No, I'm not making that up. That is actually the claim that many of these rabbis are making, that it is going to be through the use of massive amounts of wealth with Bitcoin and other cryptocurrency that the messianic figure will actually be able to innovate and develop all these technologies to the point that they can be used to fulfill these messianic prophecies.
So yeah, the whole thing here is, again, either God won't do it or he won't do it on our time, so we have to do it ourselves, right? Again, moving the hand, again, I have to repeat myself, moving the hand of God in history, through the hand of, through the power of man.
Now, I don't want to make the assertion that Rabbi Hagioff was going that far with his claims, but it seems like he was going that far with his claims. And I'm actually going to bring up the final point here. He was actually willing to distort and lie about a prophecy found in the Talmud, or about an idea found in the Talmud, about the coming Messianic era to try to justify his point here.
People lying about the Talmud, many such cases.
Now, at the time of recording this video, I haven't decided if I'm going to play the clip or not. You can look it up for yourself. It should be pretty easy to find. For obvious reasons, I don't want to necessarily play the clip directly. But this is the claim that he made. He said, in the Talmud, there is a sort of prophecy that the Messiah won't come until the last coin departs from Israel. And
now, see, the yeah. Oh my God. Okay. So again, like a darkest hour type deal, right?
And so in his view, that meant that currency will be gone, even though digital currency is still currency.
Yeah, I was about to say that too, right? It's fucking Bitcoin and Monero is very clear. Ethereum are all still currency, even if they're just digital placements.
But that the innovations in cryptocurrency, or that wealth accumulated through cryptocurrency, massive amounts of wealth, will actually allow this messianic figure, or the Jewish people in general, to start initiating these technological advancements and essentially, through human innovation, build this messianic future. Here's the problem. That passage in the Talmud is not talking about a time period of great wealth where coins are no longer needed. What it's talking about is one opinion that only when it is so, when there is so much poverty among the people of Israel that the last coin has departed, only then will the Messiah come. So again, we see how rabbis today, certain rabbis, are actually completely warping not only biblical prophecy, not only general long-standing views of the Messiah, but lying about specific passages in the Talmud to justify their stance on this technocrat, oligarch, billionaire, cryptocurrency Messiah.
Yeah, it's yeah, so it's basically Messianism without any kind of like traditional view. It's Messianism without God.
Now, I want to make something very clear. This is a handful of modern rabbis, okay? Now, they have a very influential collective voice, and they are starting to influence people, but it's a handful of modern rabbis. Most rabbis who are Orthodox in the Jewish world today still hold to a view of divine intervention, of divine glory, of divine power that will exist or that will be manifest in the Messianic era, that God will raise the dead by divine miracle, not by human technological innovation, that world peace will be brought about by God's will, not by some technological innovation. By the way, I actually forgot to mention one of the funniest ones. Some people making the claim that when God talks about carrying Israel on eagle's wings, that actually refers to air travel. El Al Airlines is actually bringing Jewish people to the lands of Israel, that's...
Okay, that's just a funny image. Oh my God.
A fulfillment of messianic prophecy. So again, some of these things are totally wild, but again, this is a handful of people. Now, it's starting to become more influential among certain groups, but most Orthodox rabbis do believe in the power of God, in divine intervention, divine glory, accomplishing these messianic miracles.
Yeah. You see what's going on here with like this, again, subversion of the scientific achievement for a religious end. This is just technomysticism. This is, again, mysticism just through the language of technology, right? That's all this is. Oh my God. Again, it's the same thing with like Hermeticism. All you have to do to get an example of like the mystification through science for an occult end is look at Johann Ratz. He's a Hermeticist. He's a alleged Christian Hermeticist. I don't think the two are compatible, to be perfectly honest, but, you know, some of his stuff is interesting. It's very clearly informed by the occult. I mean, it's Hermeticist, right? But, you know, this is not exactly unheard of, right? I mean, the Omega point is basically just Hermeticism through machine learning, right? Singularitarianism, right? Again, is ultimately just theology through computers, right? That's all it is.
So I don't want to give anyone the impression that the Jewish world as a whole believes in these wacky concepts about a technocrat, tech billionaire, crypto messiah. But that being said, it does illustrate a problem with the rabbinic version of the Messiah. Because if you have to constantly keep developing these new ideas about who the Messiah is and what the Messiah will do, constantly shifting and changing and devouring earlier normative beliefs, if you have to keep doing that to reconcile why the earlier view is not working out, doesn't that demonstrate something about the Jewish view, the rabbinic view of the Messiah, of the Messianic era? There are all kinds of ideas about the Messiah that existed before the time of Maimonides that got completely stamped out. Mm-hmm. Then Kabbalistic ideas of the Messiah came along, and you got people like Shabtai Tzvi. And now you have this new iteration where modern rabbis are talking about technology being the fulfillment of these biblical prophecies. Doesn't that demonstrate how problematic the rabbinic view of the Messiah actually is?
It demonstrates a deep longing, but it demonstrates a deep longing for for a messianic figure. But all it's going to do is repeatedly give deep disappointment. And if it's anything like the Bar Kokhba revolution or the Shabtai Tzvi episode, it's going to cause a lot of people to die. Just pointing that out there. So again, you should be worried about messianism when it's apocalyptic like this. So again, there we go. That should be the end of this overly long episode. Oh my goodness. So that was very long, but as you can see, my main point with this is when interests converge, conspiracies aren't required. Because, again, if you have similar interests, like the, again, Red-Green Alliance, or I suspect the reason why there's so many Muslims who like Scientology is, again, shared interest in destroying the current culture in America. Or, you know, the dispensationalist Chabad Messianist alliance, or any of these. I don't think we need to refer to some conspiracy theory to get this all to work. I just think that this is an example of people motivated to get the reins of power because they are motivated by an inordinate hatred for this world and a disordered love of the next world, and that they don't really care about the rest of us, what happens to the rest of us. They just want to, they're just too impatient to get to that world that, you know, on the other side, and to hell literally with the rest of us, right? So I'm tired of fucking apocalypticists in power. Long story short, it is very important what your leaders believe, and if you have good reason to think that they're an apocalypticist, you should be very fucking worried about what they believe and why they believe it. So yeah, without further ado, I'm gonna stop. You all have a lovely day.